করতে পারবে? Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to day 2. Let us begin with the conference session of AgriVision 2025. We are having Professor Robert Henry with us. Let's welcome, sir. A very warm welcome, sir. He is from University of Queensland, Australia, and he will be talking on new opportunities to diversify agriculture by de novo domestication. We are having our chair for the session, Dr. J.K. Sundarai, Honorable Principal Scientist, ICAR CIFA Bhubaneswar. We welcome you, sir. The co-chairman for the session will be Dr. Samarendra Mahapatra, former head of the department, ABM department, OUAT Bhubaneswar. Let's welcome Professor Robert Henry. Sir, am I audible?
Hello, and thanks for the invitation to talk to you today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Today I'm going to talk to you about new opportunities to diversify agriculture by de novo domestication. This represents, I think, an important new addition to the range of approaches we're taking to coping with the needs of agriculture into the future. And partly it's about looking at what other wild food crops might be out there, what other plants could be possibly domesticated to face the challenges of climate and food security in general. We know it's warming. This data here is our local data, which shows a steady increase in temperature, something we need to adapt our agriculture to. And we've been looking increasingly at whether we can't diversify production by including new species as agricultural crops, domesticating, and there's some examples here of a wild cereal and a wild pulse that might be added to the repertoire of crop species that we have. We are faced with a very small number of major crops, even though regionally we managed to produce a greater diversity of species. Any further increase in the range of options available will be an important contribution to addressing the challenges ahead. And I've particularly been keen to look at all of the angiosperms, for example, systematically, all of the families. Which ones do we actually use in agriculture and which ones have potential for further use or for use where we haven't used them at all before? So the main options we have are the crop wild relatives. They became, they are our key options for moving to new variants for agricultural production. But we can also consider unrelated new plants that are from groups that maybe have never been domesticated. The current technologies we have allow us, I think, to think more broadly about how we meet our agricultural production needs. And I always like to think about the questions of where agriculture began, and it's been traditional to think that agriculture began in the Fertile Crescent with the domestication of crops like barley 10 or 12,000 years ago. And but I think it's also important to recognize that probably domestication happened in many places in the world. And I think we've undervalued the contribution of the Asia-Pacific region to the domestication of agricultural crops. And that's where we're looking for new options to diversify and expand agricultural production. If you think about this region, it is an area of great biodiversity. And this circle, of course, is often shown to illustrate that this is where more than half the people in the world live. More live inside the circle than outside. And this is not only where the people in the world live, it's probably where most of the agriculture, it's where the food is needed and where most of the agricultural domestication has actually happened. It hasn't been as well documented as it has been in some other places in the world, but it remains a region I think of high priority for us in focusing on new opportunities for agricultural crops. In Australia, we're looking very much at the very early origins of food production. In a traditional sense, agriculture is relatively new in Australia, but we have food production going back 60 or 70,000 years in Australia. And what we don't know is a lot about what species were grown and where. So I'm working very much with archaeologists, trying to understand what we were eating 10, 20, 50,000 years ago in the Australian landscape. The species are not clear that were the food crops that supported what seemed to be very large populations of people. So we're hoping by understanding this better, we might get clues to species that have been used in the past. There could be new opportunities for the future, particularly if we face climates that may have been experienced in the past extremes. So I use genomics in my lab to evaluate the genomes of plants and their suitability for agricultural production, and particularly focus on evaluation of the crop wild relatives. We've done this broadly, but particularly in the Australian flora, which represents about 10% of global plant biodiversity. And really, what's driving our ability to do this in a way that hasn't been possible before are the continuing advances in genetic technology, particularly the collapse in the cost of genome sequencing, which has now not only become much cheaper, but much more accurate, reliable, and easier, faster, any way you like to examine it. And so we've seen, particularly since 2020, in these last few years, a great acceleration of development of the technology. And really, the technologies we use today in 2025 are really greatly superior to what we had probably 3 years ago. And what that means is we can think much more broadly about how this technology can be deployed to achieve our objectives. The example that I'll give is one that we used to illustrate this, where we're able to sequence the mango genome and get a complete genome assembled, chromosome level, essentially totally complete genome without any data or any information other than the sequence data we got from the DNA sequencer. In the past, it's required all sorts of genetic mapping, prior knowledge of the species, chromatin mapping, optical mapping, all sorts of things have been used. So we've got to a new level of capability in plant genome sequencing where we can get the whole thing. We don't even have to know how many chromosomes there are in the wild species. We'll learn that by the number of contigs that are assembled when we assemble the data. And this has led us to revisit, of course, some of the well-established plant genomes as a reference. In working with wild rices, we found many differences between the genomes of the wild rices and domesticated rice, only to learn really that because we're using much more accurate DNA sequencing technology today, these differences were due to errors in the published reference rice genome sequences that everyone has been using. And by sequencing the rice genome with more accurate technology, we've found significant sections that were missing, but more importantly, the greater accuracy of the new sequences. We may have found a few hundred more genes, but we've found about 10% more genes because of the greater accuracy and our ability to better annotate these genomes. So we now have much more complete picture of the genetics of plants. And so we can apply that to the major groups of crops. We're looking particularly, of course, for new cereals. Cereals remain the key staple food in human diets. And one I'll mention is sorghum. We're sequencing the sorghum genus in collaboration with US collaborators. And this is a genus that's predominantly found in Australia, although the species sorghum bicolor was domesticated in Africa. And what we're going to have is much greater understanding of how we can use that broader gene pool in sorghum, and maybe whether there are more species of sorghum that are worthy of domestication. And some of these are very diverse. I've mentioned rice, but rice is really, of course, the number one crop in many ways, and the Asian rice natural areas from India across to China and down to Australia include a great diversity of wild rices, and we're only beginning to understand those and the very limited extent to which we've captured that diversity in domesticated rice gene pool. In Australia, we have quite a number of taxa, including many of the basal taxa in the clade that was domesticated in Asia. And so we have the most diverse examples of wild populations, and maybe most of the genetic diversity is to be found in the key primary gene pool of rice. So rice was domesticated in Asia and in Africa from a fairly closely related gene pool. But around that, there's another layer of diversity in other species that hasn't been really utilized for food production, but represents a really interesting priority. If we look at Australian wild rices, B in this photo is an Australian wild rice, and E is the domesticated rice. What we've got is the potential to have bigger seeds. We've got the potential to have more disease resistance, more stress tolerance, and a better nutritional profile in the wild rices. So we have grain size, colour, and nutritional profile. So we've developed a high throughput gene editing in rice, and rice is one of those species that was transformed early and provides a really useful model plant for plant science. But most importantly, is that important crop. And through hybrid gene editing, we're looking at the potential to domesticate some of those wild species for improved nutritional quality, adaptive traits, and disease resistance. And in the domestication of new crops, we really need to search far and wide to find those plants out there that represent the very best opportunities. And here's an example of a millet. A Rhiza meridionalis is the species that we're, let me just go back. A Rhiza meridionalis is the basal species in the AA genome group that includes all of the domesticated rices from Asia and Africa. So this is quite diverse, but it's a very productive species with many desirable characteristics, and we're currently using gene editing to domesticate this species. So we have this as an alternative to the standard Indica japonica and so forth. Rhiza australiensis is another species that's potentially very useful. And this is a wild millet that we found in Central Australia in the deserts. This one turns out to be a dodecaploid. It's amazing to find such a complex ploidy in the wild. Previously, we've only seen this in things like sugarcane, which were created by humans in breeding, whereas here we have a wild millet that has very desirable agronomic characteristics, including, it seems, more cold tolerance than domesticated millets. New pulses, of course, are undoubtedly important. The world needs more plant proteins, and we have a relatively small number of pulses domesticated relative to the number that exist in the wild. And we really do need to find more of them that are adapted to particular regions for production. And this is an example I showed before of a highly palatable, large-seeded pulse that grows in the desert that represents really a prime example of the sort of species that we should be considering for agricultural production. Pigeon pea is a species that has its diversity centered here in Queensland in the wild, and we're able to move the insect resistance from the wild populations into the domesticated pigeon pool by crossing. So in this sense, we're traditionally using wild crop relatives, but we also need to consider whether de novo domestication might work for this type of species. I've talked about cereals and pulses, but I wanted to also emphasize that there's great opportunities in the fruits and vegetables and other crops as well. And we've been working at the genomes of all of those. Coffee is a great example of recent developments. Back in 2014, we had published, of course, a diploid coffee, the Robusta coffee, but in 2024, 10 years later, we've managed to see published the tetraploid Arabica coffee. And this is, I think, the illustration of the extent to which the technology has caught up with the complexity of wild plants and domesticated plants, and that we now can look very fully at that. And we see very many coffee species in the wild that we need to turn our attention back to with this new capability, where we can quickly look and find what sorts of genetics they might offer us. The wild citrus are a particularly interesting group. We've sequenced the genomes of 6 or 7 species now of wild citrus, and these represent really important genetic resources because many of them are resistant to the citrus greening disease that's wiping out citrus production in the Northern Hemisphere. These represent a source of wild genetics for breeding, but some of them potentially could be domesticated in their own right, particularly the finger lime and the gimpy lime. And what we now have, of course, is an understanding of where all that disease resistance is in these wild species, how we can utilize it in 2 ways, either by direct domestication of the species or by crossing with the currently domesticated species. We've done the same with the wild macadamias. Sequencing these has given us the ability to think about new de novo domestications in this species, starting with better material. The current domesticated varieties are only a couple of generations from the wild, so it's not too late to go back and start again on a better path. What we've seen here is things like genome duplication, which are teaching us how to breed with this type of species. Banana, I think the wild bananas are the source of resistance that we need in banana against the new fungal diseases that we're seeing. And de novo domestication may, in fact, be an option even with banana. Sorry. We've found new grape varieties that represent opportunities for completely novel rootstocks, but also sources of new species. Sugarcane is a great example of a complex plant where we now have a genome sequence published in Nature back in April. But what we've now done is understand the subgenomes here, how these progenitor species were put together and combined, and we can look at new ways of doing that, going back to the progenitors and coming up with new combinations of chromosomes. And we've looked at that in some Indian hybrid sugarcanes, understanding the parents, and we've been able to track how the individual components of those genomes have been contributed to the hybrids, and can think now about how we could do that in a better way. So I hope I've illustrated that there are many opportunities for doing this. And for capturing biodiversity, we're working across a very wide range of species, looking, of course, to capture those novel genes, but particularly looking at where there are opportunities for complete de novo domestication. And that in doing this, we need to do it for food, but also for non-food applications. And there are many exciting opportunities there. We're looking at domesticating plants as a replacement for fossil oil, where we can identify plants that we've mainly domesticated in the past for food, but we might domesticate new options for industrial applications that help us with adapting to climate change, and particularly in producing a replacement for oil in producing biomaterials and fuels. So crop wild relatives and plants in general need to be fully evaluated for all of those. I just finished by thanking some of the people working on the work I've been talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. A huge round of applause for Professor Robert Henry. That was absolutely a commendable presentation. Is there any question? Thank you. Thank you very much, sir,
Thank you.
once again for your wonderful presentation. Once again, a round of applause for him. Now, virtually, our next keynote speaker, Dr. Madhu Giri Nageswar Rao, will be joining us from USDA ARS, USA. Let's welcome, ma'am. Is she there? Dr. Madhu Giri Nageswar Rao. And also here with us, we are having our co-chairman, Dr. Samarendra Mahapatra, former head of department, ABM, OUAT Bhubaneswar, and the session convener, Dr. Sharbani Das, JDE, Directorate of Extension, session coordinator, Dr. Sukant Kumar Pradhan, head of Bioinformatics Department, OUAT, and the rapporteurs, Dr. Mrs. Devadarshini, Assistant Professor, College of Community Science, and Dr. Ritun Patra, Assistant Professor, CBSC and AH. Let's connect to Dr. Madhu Giri Nageswar Rao. Madhu Giri ma'am ଅଛନ୍ତି online? ନାହାନ୍ତି? Let us welcome our next speaker. A special talk will be given by Dr. Kishore Kumar Behera from ICA RTA India, and he will be talking on innovating pulse seed system, a community-based model for empowering smallholder farmers in Odisha. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Respected Judge Jagannath, respected chair, co-chair, uh, other dignitaries, my colleagues, friends, my teachers who are present here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me thank uh, AgriVision for this international conference on agriculture for food security and nutrition. Also, I am privileged and honored for this opportunity. And here I will be talking about a model basically that is based at community level and linked to community. And it's not a very pure research, or it is not based on very typical scientific research. It's a model where we are working with the government, and I will talk about this. And basically, it may not be a very kind of learning for you, but it will be very much learning for me. Actually, take inputs from you all for this kind of journey. Okay, we are from ICADA. ICADA is a global organization working basically on non-tropical areas and drylands, and we work on basically all the CGI centers are into research, basically innovating and innovations, developing varieties and all this, and less into this development projects. But nowadays, CGI institutions mostly working on researches, but conducting researches, trials on different crops, varieties, but again, also they are into implementing different projects. And in Odisha, if you look at our organization, then we are more into extension or scaling activities and less of researches. But we have a research platform at Bhopal Amla, where we are working with different institutions developing different climate resilient varieties. And if you talk about our organization, basically we are working on developing varieties with different institutions in collaborations that I will talk about in the next slide. And also we are working on that to climate resilient varieties and again on pulses. Dryland pulses is a vast area, but we are focusing on few crops like grass pea, chickpea, lentil, then fava bean, durum, wheat, and other few crops, but not like other crops. But it's again, and pigeon pea, though pigeon pea is not our mandate still, then in Odisha, we are also killing of pigeon pea because of the government's recommendation and government's actual request. Then also we are working on value chains because value chain nowadays it's a very takes a very pivotal role in the entire actually if you see into the system like ensuring benefits or income additional income to the farmers. Then also we are focusing on value chain because traditionally if you look at the farmers or the production, farmers are very tuned till production, but after that post production and post harvest management and they lack sometimes. We cannot say they don't know anything, but they know about definitely they know many things. But thing is that we are putting much emphasis on value system also as far as the organization is concerned. Also we are working on water conservation and productivity of the crops. And yeah, these are the areas where we are working. And again, it depends on the state and the climate, ecology. That's what we are actually limiting some of the aspects of this. But organization as a whole, we are focusing on this. Hello? Yeah. If you look at our organization's operation or the kind of modus of operandi, then wherever we are working, we don't directly work in most of the places in collaboration we work because we work with different state agricultural universities, then NRA system actually to develop different varieties, or we bring the germplasm or accessions from different countries and we try it here in through with in collaboration with the state universities, as I mentioned, also other institutions, CJR centers that we do for the variety development, and other projects also in collaboration of with the state government and central government or India government. We do the project implementation for the benefit of the farmers. Then coming back to Odisha context, in Odisha we have been working since 2016 and in different projects. And if you look at the projects, then the entire project is revolving around seed system, where seed system means pulses seed system, and we have been focusing on seed system. And gradually also we have brought some of the improvements. We cannot say that we have changed like we have brought the miracle in the system. No, we have contributed to the system. We have brought some of the changes in the system and at the farmer's life in the field. And as for the project, we have implemented pulses variety technology and seed system project initially. Then spineless cactus project, you might have heard about this. Because spine cactus we know, but there is a species. Oh, sorry, there are varieties which are spineless. It is best for cattle feed and cattle feed. But nowadays it has 5 uses like food, fodder, fertilizer, then fuel, the fashion. These are the 5 uses spineless cactus. So also we have implemented this in our state, and ecologically it is performing well. But this year also government is again we are in the process actually how to connect it to the commercial industries and how farmers can benefit out of this spineless cactus. Then also in collaboration, we have been working with for this non-paddy crops like it's one of the important crop PGNP বা ଅରହର ଆମେ କହୁଛେ ହରଡ଼ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛେ PGNP ଉପରେ ଆମେ କାମ କରୁଛେ and ଏ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟଟା ପ୍ରାୟ 2020 चली एंड इट्स ए वेरी गुड दैट आप जानते न्यूट्रिशनल कंटेंट जो देखिए अरहर हाइस्ट एमंग द पल्सेस एंड ए क्रॉपटा नॉन पैडी क्रॉप हिसाब से बिकॉज इफ यू सी ओडिशा जब देखिए धान रे माने डोमिनेंट बा पैडी कल्टिवेशन समस्त प्राय करूछंती बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिटर्न जो देखिए माने बहुत कम मिले बट आमे पैडी छाड़ी परियाने ओडिशा कंटेस्ट आमे जदी कहिया बट सरकार के तरफ रु इट इज ए ड्राइव हाउ टू प्रमोट दिस और पल्सेस बट आप कांदूल देखिए राहाट देखिए जो ओडिशा कंटेस्ट कहते बलांगीर कलाहांडी रायगड़ा केस रे देन चाषी मैंने बट गवर्नमेंट सरकार उद्देश्य थिला कि आमे ओटा हाउ टू प्रमोट द इम्प्रूव्ड वेराइटीज एंड गुड वेराइटीज इन आवर स्टेट so that farmers can get more benefit out of this and in this line we have introduced around 8-10 varieties in the state हरड़ जदि आमे कहिया ताहले सेथिरु बर्तन दीटा वेराइटी एलआरजी 52 एंड पीआरजी 176 वर्किंग ऑयल एंड परफॉर्मिंग ऑयल इन फार्मर्स फील्ड जोटा कि आमर ओडिशा रे बहुत भी तार अवदान अछि आमे जदि आज के डेट देखिया आमे केते क्विंटल सीड आमे सर्टिफाइड सीड आमे स्टेट को देजे सेटा देखिया बट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट नॉट दैट ग्रेन प्रोडक्शन बट वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन सर्टिफाइड सीड प्रोडक्शन ऑल दिस प्रोडक्ट्स रिवॉल्विंग अराउंड सीड सिस्टम अगेन आल्सो आउट प्रोजेक्ट आमे काम करचे वाटर रिसोर्स एंड ओडिशा डिपार्टमेंट एग्रीकल्चर सहित कि क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट एग्रीकल्चर ओपेक्रा कहोचे ओडिशा इंटीग्रेटेड प्रोजेक्ट इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट फॉर क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट एग्रीकल्चर सेठी अगेन फोकस करा होची क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंट वेराइटीज कोन आमे एमआईपी एरिया रे अपलैंड एंड मीडियम लैंड रे करि परिया को टाइप रे वेराइटी करिया दैट आल्सो वी आर गिविंग फोकस एंड लास्ट 2 years we are also involved in rice fallow intensification like comprehensive rice fallow management project रे हम बेथि इन्वॉल्व अच्छे बट इट्स ए प्रोजेक्ट रे केवल सॉरी टू से ए प्रोजेक्ट रे फोकस नहीं कि सीड सिस्टम को पूरा डेवलप करिया जो एरिया में करू से टिपिकल मॉडल बट हियर वी आर इंप्रूविंग द इंटेंसिफिकेशन बा चासी जो हमर धान पर छाड़ी दउथले फील्ड को ताको केमिति इंटेंसिफाई करी आमे एगुडा फोकस करूचे एंड वी आर टेकिंग पार्ट और इन कोलैबोरेशन वी आर वर्किंग विथ डिपार्टमेंट्स ऑफ ओडिशा गवर्नमेंट आज के डेट जदि आमे देखिए ताहले प्राय आमे मोर देन 25 डिस्ट्रिक्ट आमे काम करिछु ओडिसा रे एंड नॉट दैट 30 डिस्ट्रिक्ट बट मोर देन 25 रे आमे काम करिछु एंड एज फार एज पल्स प्रोडक्शन जदि आमे देखिया ओडिसा रे सिनेरियो देखिया ताहले आमे भाबुचे ग्लोबल को जदि कंपेयर करे आमे टिके पछरे अच्छे एंड आमे जदि एवरेज प्रोडक्शन देखियो आम स्टेट रो 561 केजी हमर पर हेक्टर प्रोडक्शन होउची आ सीड रेट जदि आमे पल्सेस देखिया ओवरऑल जदि कंट्री फिगर कहया ताहले आमे भाबुचे 2 to 3% सीड रिप्लेसमेंट रेट जोटा कि वेरी इंपोर्टेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन और प्रोडक्टिविटी और इंक्रीजिंग द फार्मर्स इनकम देन आकु आमे केमिति इंक्रीज करिया सेउडा समस्तकर कांस्टेंट एंड मु कहया चाहिए ये कि सीड गोटा सबुठर इंपोर्टेंट कंपोनेंट जोटा कि अराउंड 20% मैटर करे कि हाउ टू इन प्रोडक्शन बा प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाया पे फार्मर जो फार्मर को इनकम दवा चाहिए ताले हमर दुईटा कंपोनेंट बहुत इंपोर्टेंट रहछि हाउ टू एनहांस द प्रोडक्शन अगेन हाउ टू कनेक्ट इट द राइट काइंड ऑफ मार्केट सो दैट से माने दी पैसा अधिक पाइबे देन आमे जदी देखिबा हमर स्टैटिस्टिक्स बा हमर सीड रिप्लेसमेंट देखिबा इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्रॉप्स ताले आमे भाबे चिकपी एंड ग्रीन ग्राम रे आमे हाईएस्ट अटेंड करूचे देन फॉलोड बाय फील्ड पी एंड देन अरहर जदि आमे सीड सिस्टम कहे इट इज ए वेरी complex system and there are a lot of players involved in this also layers of regulation and seed certification norms and standards of government of India जोटी कि आमे ए सिस्टम रे आमे काम करूचे आमे देखुचे ना सीड प्रोडक्शन को दीटा वर्डर तो सरी गला बट इट इज वेरी इट्स ए कम्बरसम प्रोसेस एंड हाउ टू मेक इट सिंपलर दैट आल्सो गवर्नमेंट दे आर फोकसिंग ऑन एंड जे सीड सिस्टम कथा कहिया ताहले आमे सीड सिस्टम कोन सीड रु सीड नबाट जो आमे बाहर करचे सीड देले सर्टिफाइड सीड्स एंड सीड आमे बाहर करचे एंटायर गैमेट ऑफ ऑपरेशन चा भीतर जहा होचे आमे सेटा सीड सिस्टम बोली कहूचे बायोलॉजी कहूचे देन ए सीड सिस्टम में तीनटा सिस्टम आमे देखुचे गोडा होचे वेरी इनफॉर्मल सिस्टम लाइक आमे जे आम घर कथा मु कहबे हमर भी आई थिंक एवरीबॉडी अंडरस्टैंड्स ओडिया जदि आमे देखुचे आम चाषी को ओडिशा कंटेस्ट रे देखिबा चाषी माने बिहन माने धान बुनी देले जोडी सी ब्लॉक रु आसिला बा गोड रखिते बुनी देले जो चाषटा भल है जो मंजीटा भावुचे ना गोटा भल हो धानटा बा बिरी मुग जहाँ भी है ताकू साइतिक रखिले एंड ताकू नेक्स्ट टाइम बुणिले किंतु कोटी में आमे सिलेक्शन को ना ना बिल रे एई गोटा अछि तार आमे जत्न नबा फील्ड रे अछि से गोटा आमे करूनी किंतु आमे करूचे कोन आनला पर ठीक अछि से रखिले नेक्स्ट बुणिले एंड सेई चासी आमे करूचे चाष देन ऑल्सो आमे निज नेबरिंग बा पड़ोसी के दउचे हम जार भल है एक्सचेंज भी होउची दैट्स ए काइंड ऑफ इनफॉर्मल सीड सिस्टम कोटी यार सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं किछि नहीं बट आउ गोटे सिस्टम होचे हाईली फॉर्मल जो गोटे सब आमे सीड फाउंडेशन सोर्स रु आनिया फाउंडेशन सीड बा ब्रीडर सीड आनुचे ताकू आम ओसोपा थ्रू आम माने सोइंग करुचे एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन पोर्टाल रजिस्ट्रेशन होचे आजिकल साथी पोर्टाल आसिलानी बट आम रजिस्ट्रेशन करुचे रजिस्ट्रेशन तापर तांकर इन्स्पेक्शन होची एमती देयर आर स्टेप्स बा विभिन्न सोपान अछि जा द्वारा कि आम परे भी अछि हम सेटा कथा हबा गोटे रिगरस फॉर्मल सिस्टम दे जाउचे फाइनली आम सर्टिफाइड बा जदि ब्रीडर आनचे फाउंडेशन बाहर कर सर्टिफाइड सॉरी फाउंडेशन सर्टिफाइड बाहर करचे ए प्रकार अवस्था आम सेटा कहचे फॉर्मल सिस्टम जोटा दुईटा सिस्टम को ट्राइंग ए बैलेंस फार्मर जो देखुं सर्टिफिकेशन फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मल को स्ट्राइक करें कहे सेटा आम कौन इंटीग्रेटेड सिस्टम कहचे किंतु मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेसेस आम भावुचे मोस्टली आम बर्तमान चाषी मैंने मंजी यूज करुँच फार्मर्स ओन सेफ सीड यूज कर देखिए प्राय 70% मोर देन 70% जगह बट यही सिस्टम को आम जावाई टाइम लगे कहीं बहुत लेवल भी आम लाकुना अच्छे नट दैट चाषी बट आम तरफ सरकार तरफ बहुत जगह आमको इम्प्रूवमेंट आने पड़ो देन ये चैलेंजेस देखिबा ये चैलेंजेस हो सेट ऑफ चैलेंजेस आई थिंक समस्त बोधटा रियलाइज करूथिबे जे कि गोटे हूँ अवेलेबिलिटी आम चाषी कह मंजी सी फास्ट कहबा कौट गोटे मिलूँ वेदर इट इज अवेलेबल और नॉट सेकेंड हूँ जदि अवेलेबिलिटी अच्छी डेलीवरी मेकानिजम कौन एटा केमी पहुँचो पाखे से ब्लॉक को जी आनी घरे पहुँचो ना आउ कौटी एक्सेस कर दैट्स वन थिंग अवेलेबिलिटी क्वेश्चन सब बेले even not that farmers I can say that we have been struggling for getting foundation good quality foundation and breeder seeds but we are unable to get it and as per the required quantity farmers कथा छाड़ंतु availability stress करिया पे हमको बहुत माने परेशान हो जाउची एटी मोर कलीग माने अछन जानि छिन केते डिफिकल्ट होउची एक फार्मर्स तो तांको लेवल को आउट नेक्स्ट आछि नेक्स्ट होउची क्वालिटी कथा हम कहउचे वी आर टॉकिंग इन टू लाइंस टू सेंस एस्पेक्ट्स लाइक फिजियोलॉजिकल एंड फिजिकल तार जेनेटिक प्योरिटी कौन अच्छी सीट केमी देखा अच्छी ठीक अच्छी कि ना मुझे एग्जांपल क्या ना नौनी बट एबे लास्ट वीक गोटे लॉट सीट आम पहुँचता दैट्स ए फाउंडेशन सीट बट एंटायर डिस्कलरेशन शिखा जदि आपण मैंने भेराइटी पर जानूथे भाव सार मैंने बसते आमर मोर बंधु मैंने बसते जानी कि भेराइटी मुझे उचित हम समय जानी कि शिखा भेराइटी फाउंडेशन सीट डिस्कलर मत एजेंसी कौन ना ना आप रख जर्मिनेशन टेस्ट पकातु आपर ना फेरे मुझे गिव इन राइटिंग सो दैट दिस विल वर्क एंड भर्बाल बेसिस वी कैन नॉट डू इट बट सी माने जदि रेपुटेड एजेंसी से सर्टिफाइड फाउंडेशन सीट जोटा कि टैग लगी टाइप कौन हम चाषी तो छाड़ू चाषी थे रखी था हाँ ठीक अच्छे चाषी कही फेरे फेरेला बहुत कथा जहाँ भी हो क्वालिटी कथा आम कहे जिन मन को आंजी ठीक अच्छे कि ना सेकेंड हूँ एक्सेस ठीक अच्छे अवेलेबल अच्छी किंतु चाषी केमी एक्सेस कर इनफर्मेशन अच्छी तो इनफर्मेशन को आईसीआर सेंटर अच्छी को केविकेर अच्छी ओविटर कौटी अच्छी इनफर्मेशन अच्छी तो वेदर इट इज अवेलेबल द फार्मर्स और एटा कोटी माने गोटे केंद्र अच्छी जो जानी पारे ब्लॉक अवेलेबल कि हाँ कही पारे कि दैट्स एन इश्यू सेकेंड हूँ अफोर्डेबिलिटी जो प्राइस रे मिलूँ चाषी से गोटा किनी पारे तो सही प्राइस रे जो प्राइस अच्छी इज इट अफोर्डेबल गोटे फार्मर्स जड़े सुविधा हाँ कंफर्टेबल दे पारे ना ना गोटा कौ सेगमेंट लोकों देन मोबिलिटी नेटवर्क जदि अच्छी चाषी जापर कि ना कौन जी कौन करेंगे देर टिपिकल इश्यूज सेकेंड लास्ट हूँ यूज एंड कंट्रोल ये गोटे तो पर कथा बहुत बड़ा कथा कि आम डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस कथा कहचे वेयर वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसोर्स नॉलेज एंड स्किल जे कि किए डिसीजन नौ मंजी कौटू आसो कौन हम किए यूज कर घरे किए डिसीजन नौ आम जो ऑफिशियल सेटअप छाड़ा बेसिकली फार्मर्स लेवल किए डिसीजन नौ दीज आर द की इश्यूज एक्चुअली आम जब मंजी कथा कहचे सीड कथा कहचे भल सीड कथा कहचे एटा पेरेनियल प्रोब्लेम माने आपण तो बहुत जगह वर्कशॉप अटेंड करूथे मीटिंग अटेंड करूथे इंटरेक्शन होउथिबो कि मोर लिमिटेड knowledge re it is an issue across not that in our state every state is struggling at India level I cannot say about global level sir man bastandi they know better than me about the global picture then existing formal system ame jodi kahiya informal system amar देखिबे सेही फार्मर को फार्मर एक्सचेंज है गोटाए गाँव रे है से गाँव किस दिन से सीट यूज है नेक्स्ट गाँव को एक्सेस कले दीज आर द फार्मर्स आम जब कह मोस्ट ऑफ द स्मॉल होल्डर्स दे आर एक्सेसिंग और गेटिंग और यूटिलाइजिंग और व्हाट जहाँ आम कह फार्मर्स मान पार सीट केमी पहुंचे से चिराचरित प्रथार भावुँ 70% अराउंड फार्मर्स एक्सेस करुँच जदि एगुड़ा आम चैलेंजेस है देन कमिंग बैक टू इट लुक्स लाइक ए कॉम्प्लिकेटेड स्ट्रक्चर बट आई विल ट्राई बेस्ट टू एक्चुअली सिंप्लीफाई इट आम जो सिस्टम रे काम करुचे बेसिकली इट इज ए वेरी कम्युनिटी और कम्युनिटी इंस्टीट्यूशन ड्रिवन प्रोसेस आम समस्ते एपीओ पीजी नेटवर्क कथा कहूचे एथिरे की प्लेयर इन्वॉल्व अच्छे लेट मी आल्सो शेयर कि एथिरे फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी इन्वॉल्व अच्छा प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप इन्वॉल्व अच्छा फार्मर्स अच्छा then OSOPA certifying state certification agency semane involve achanti, ICADA involve achanti, then corporation state seed corporation involve achanti এই প্রকার and जो सीट सोर्स ରୁ ଆମେ ଆଣୁଛେ ସେମାନେ ବି ଇନଭଲ୍ଭ ଅଛନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ମେଜର ପ୍ଲେୟାର କହିଲେ ଆମେ ଏଇ ମାନେ ଇନଭଲ୍ଭ ଅଛେ ଏ ପ୍ରୋସେସ ରେ ହାଉ ଟୁ ଡ୍ରାଇଭ ଇଟ ଦେନ୍ ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ଏ କାଇଣ୍ଡ ଅଫ ନେଟୱର୍କ ଲେଟ୍ मी से लाइक पीजी ग्रास रूट लेवल रही आम एपीओ बहुत बड़ कनसेप्ट कहूँ समस्त इट्स जार्गन वर्ड पार्डन मी कहीं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जेहेतु फोकस अच्छी कि आम सीट सिस्टम को एपीओ करिया देन से कंटेस्ट रे এই सीट सिस्टम रे जदि आम एपीओटा गोटे राताराति कर दौचे से मे नॉट सस्टेन ऑन दिस और मे नॉट वर्क ऑन दिस बट जो पीजी माने प्रोड्यूसर फार्मर्स को लेकर सब गाँव फार्मर्स केमिति होछन देन let me say one line wherever we are giving seats it is a cluster approach and गाँव को आम पिला माने जाउछन it is a clear cut directive or direction or request कि से माने गाँव रे मीटिंग करी हाथ टेकिया पे कहतु नु आमे कहूचे let them go meeting conduct the meeting in the village and let them appraise about the project where we are working and our कोन objective let us go to the field कोठी से पैचटा अछि कोठी से क्लस्टरटा अछि आइडेंटिफाई देखा तो एटा हरड हबो then जो पेस्ट आइडेंटिफाई करूचंती सेठी हमु सेठी जो चासी माने आसिले they are our beneficiaries not that xyz then this is the selection criteria for cluster cultivation we follow then आमर फार्मर माने होले जो फार्मर माने सिलेक्ट हेले तांको नै कि हम प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप करछु सेही प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप नै कि अपेक्स रे तांकर नोमिनेशन हेई कि हमर फॉर्मेशन हेई इट्स ए वेरी टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस बट हमु तो 3 वर्ष हेई गेले हमें कहूनी ओटा फुली 100% सक्सेसफुल कि ओटा पीसी बोले हमें कहूचे हम 80% सक्सेसफुल वर्तमान स्टेज रे से माने 2 वर्ष तांको गोटे छिडा हेबे ठीक अछि ए माने रहिले एंड इकाडा एठी टेक्निकल सपोर्ट दउचंती कि जहा जा सीड कोड आसीबो केमिति हबो पीसी को कनेक्ट करेया then PG रो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करे एपीसी रो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करे then OSOPA रो कोलैबोरेशन सर्टिफिकेशन करे then एवटा मार्केट केमिति लिंक हबो टिल डेट जहां भी सीड प्रोडक्शन होई अराउंड 2670 2700 क्विंटल्स माने एवटा ओएसएससी सर्टिफाइड सीड्स एवटा ओएसएससी कनेक्ट करा है बट वी आर अगेन एडवांसिंग विथ एमओयू विथ अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हाउ आवर पीसी कैन एक्सेस टू these market linkages also PC को हमें connect करोचे as they are also capable they have gone ahead one step कि they are directly connecting to the sources foundation and leadership sources where they can get the seats that is the one of the again advancement we can say in terms of our PC then with this network I think we are working in the seat system at the grassroots level PC apex level district level the FPC is the market link they are meant basically for the market linkages and giving the technical support or the support as required by the farmers then aggregation being done by the PG level at the grassroots then for this also we have provided the equipments like gravity separator then these are also planned by the government to provide mobile processing units to the 500 area hectare as a unit then also they are provided with moisture meter and everything PC is well equipped and PGs are trained and they have the grader primary grading processing is taking place at the PG level and they are doing it and all the technical support that is being given by the ICADA and with the in collaboration with other government then to simplify this process this is the model we are talking about basically it's a very simplified process and here we are talking about the seed system where ICADA plays a very pivotal role and next the APO leading the entire show like where it is to be grown which district where the how many farmers actually to be selected where is the cluster how many clusters then grower registers everything is being done under the banner of farmers producer company and we have registered I think 6 numbers and Meghna over here he is my colleague and he can say about this I think 6 number of APOs we have registered but the Kalahandi Pulse farmers producer company is the leading one who is actually running this show with the help of ICADA then we can say PG formation is the starting step then we work with closely with the PC works with the closely with the farmers producer groups then ultimately the products aggregation done by the PG level it comes to the OSSC for processing and certification everything done by OSOPA it goes to again the OSSC go down or the FPC go down for market linkages maybe OSSC or other places then this is a steps I can say but that's more complicated process earlier then if you look at the seed production in under the banner of this, the way we are doing, then as all are being done at the farmers field. Then as far as seed production and multiplication, breeder to foundation certified. Then in terms of PGNP, till date we have provided around 20 3.4 or 2,347 quintals, exact figure, and that we have supplied to the OSSC, all these OSSC. Then in terms of green gram, it is around 150, it is 157 quintals, then 112 quintal in case of black gram and chickpea. These are all certified seeds. Certified means maybe foundation, maybe certified. Then it was supplied to the government. And another interesting part, it reused under different schemes by the government of Odisha for the benefit of the farmers. Then if you look at the area coverage, it's anticipated if that much of seed we have provided to the OSSC or any agency, then this is the area coverage under different crops. We think that OSSC definitely they have supplied and farmers they have covered. This is the area where I think PGNP highest, because we have been working on PGNP to the large extent. And this is the area coverage. This is one of the slide I have taken from not a general presentation from OPECRA, one of the climate regional project. We're working with Water Resources Department and Agriculture Department, and where this is the kind of achievement in terms of seed production, video to foundation, then foundation certified and upscaling. But we are lagging in foundation to certified because of some regions, and this is the kind of achievement we are doing. Then in case of actually benefit ratio, benefit cost ratio, then these are the basically in case of PGNP it is 2.3, then green gram 2. Then in case of grain, not that only we are dealing with certified seeds. When we are working with the farmers at the ground, our team, then also we are also trying to how to connect, basically facilitating role in terms of market linkages for grains. Also, we are ensuring that the farmers, they should get profit, some additional income by selling the grains also. Not that typical traders, they are coming to the village or and they are money lenders, they are taking the seeds from as grains. But that also we are ensuring. Then as far as sourcing is concerned, then seed we are sourcing from Pan India, like from different institutes, ICAR institutes, KVKs, then NSC, then OSSC, Odisha State Seeds Corporation, then state agricultural universities, then also the farmers producer companies we are sourcing while sourcing the seeds. Then key approaches followed, basically we are working with farmers in clusters, not than in individually or for 1 hectare, 2 hectare. 1 hectare, 2 hectare might be, but it is in cluster. Cluster may be contiguous or continuous. That's the standard. Then cluster cultivation must. Then collaboration. Basically, without collaboration, very difficult, not possible to achieve this kind of scale or this kind of scientific program. Then we are working with Department of Agriculture, then ICAR Institute, State Agricultural Universities, KVKs, OSSC, and OSOPAPA State seed certification, basically processes, maintaining standards. Then other traders, for in case of grains, we are also working with other traders, basically for taking a facilitation role, how to ensure more benefit, additional benefit to the farmers. And if you look at the technologies, we are building the capacity, and the cross-cutting themes are basically providing improved varieties or ensuring improved varieties, climate resilient, climate smart varieties, then technology practices. Summary, if we think that farmers-friendly procurement policy is required at the state. Why? Again, one point it comes to my mind. While ensuring procuring seed from the farmers, they need, suppose today is harvested, tomorrow or within a week you are going to, next day, even if also, if you want to get the seeds, procure the seeds, they want actually the cost against that money. They need fund actually. Why they? Because there is no system for pulses right now. I think Sujit is here and Sar is here, and if people are here, you can correct me. I think in pulses seed system or procurement, there is no advanced system is there right now. I have heard that it was earlier there, but right now it is not there. I don't know actually what was the challenges. But in case of rice, it is there, paddy it is there. So that farmers, when they need money immediately, why they will sell the seed to us? Where the fund, from where the fund will come? That is the challenge. Then other infrastructural also set up, like value addition for infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, it is meant for value addition and market linkages. Those kind of infrastructure, I cannot say government does not have. Government they have, but thing is that for this seed certification, and it needs improvement and for the strengthening from starting from GP2 block to district level, then only we can achieve. Then development of farmers also. Till that also, even if with a lot of efforts, their farmers, even farmers, their capacity is built up. But thing is that even if there are farmers, till that, even if with so much of efforts, very difficult, farmers, they don't identify or differentiate between grain and seed. Why? Because they need money. Whatever they are growing, they should immediately they want to sell the harvest or producers. They need money. Then they don't differentiate anything seed and grain. There are farmers; those are very literate and they know about it. But my point is that what I'm trying to say, I am putting emphasis on that again. Capacity development in terms of seed production also it is required further. Then, with regard to way forward, there are few of the submissions here, like development and promotion of climate resilient variety in collaboration with State Agriculture University, OUT, CGR centers or ICR institutes for actually developing or driving this seed hub kind of thing. Thanks to OUT, they have started the seed hubs at different KVK locations, but I think it needs to be strengthened further and in collaboration with different institutes. Then identifying the good kind of germplasm, land races are there, but local ଆମର ଯଦି କହିବେ ନୟାଗଡ଼ର ଭଲ ମୁଗ ହେଉଛି ଆଉ ବି କୋଉଠି କ'ଣ ହେଉଛି ତାକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ କେମିତି ଭଲ ଡେଭଲପ କରିପାରିବା ଆମର district specific agroclimatic କୁ ନେଇକି ଆମେ ଡେଭଲପ କରିବା variety, that would be also very helpful to the farmers. Then ଆମେ କହୁଛେ ଏପିସି କଥା ପିଜି କଥା, ବଟ୍ ଦେ ନିଡ୍ ଫାଇନାନ୍ସେସ୍. ୱିଦାଉଟ୍ ଫାଇନାନ୍ସ ସେମାନେ କେମିତି ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରେସ କରିବେ? ତେଣୁକରି ଫାଇନାନ୍ସିଆଲ ସପୋର୍ଟ ବି ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଇଟ୍ସ ଭେରି ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟ ମାନେ ଥିଙ୍ଗ, ବଟ୍ they need financial support or credit linkages with different credit institutions and for procurement and everything. Then simplifying this, I cannot say only licensing, but this stringent process of seed certification or seed certification standards or protocols. ତାକୁ ଆମେ କେମିତି simplify କରିପାରିବା so that ଚାଷୀ ଆମର ଭଲ adopt କରିପାରେ ସେଟା ଆମକୁ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ. Then introducing target oriented or exposure or learning visits for the farmers. We do that and people are doing that, taking up. Then like we should drive this seed sector as a seed mission. So that can it be possible? It's a government decision actually. We cannot. But thing is that it should be in a mission mode because everybody is crying and struggling for seed, which is very important in terms of productivity and production. But again, it is again diluted. But can it be possible to throw emissions? Can we drive it? Then market linkage is very important. Value addition market linkage, I'm repeating. And market, because as I say always, traditional farmers tune till production, but post-harvest management and value addition market linkages, I think they need support, and we should focus on that. And these are the few way forwards or submissions that I can make. This is all about, and my sincere thanks to my regional coordinator who was there last yesterday. He was talking about food, legume, and pulses internationally because and globally also India contest and Odisha contest, and he has a lot of input in this. And here my colleague is here, Meghnad Babu. He is a very good expert. Always I say, in front of this value addition market linkage, CD Gulp. I mean, he has a lot of experience on this, and many people talk about this, but really he translates into action. That's the important thing. Then Sujikanta Kaushap, she's taking care of our national scientist. She amara agronomy part. She's leading the agronomic front in Odisha, and Smita Kaul is the technical support hand from Delhi. And along with this, also here, Senapati sir, Dr. Niranjan Senapati sir, CPR retired question sir, but also he is involved with us, and as and when required, we take his support. And I thank all of them for their contribution to this and other colleagues also. And my sincere thanks again to all of you for listening patiently. And thank you so much. And if you have any questions or suggestions, we'll be very happy to take up. Thank you so much.
kind of.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I'm Chitranjan. Okay, I am working as a farmer along with I am exporter. So as you rightly said that farmer man they are more intensive towards the production. When whatever the presentation I am seeing from the last 2 days, it's set up pura focus towards the research, producing new varieties. Okay, how the relation can be made. Okay. But we are not focusing more on the value chain part, as you rightly said. We have see value chain. We have the options like mandis, APMC as there. This is the only option. If you tell about the farmer prosperity, see how we can mitigate that, because introducing the more private players. As you rightly said that where you will get the funds also. If government will provide, सरकार को पाखरे एते पैसा नथिबो आ से पैसा हमें कोठ आनबा जदि अन्य प्लेयर माने आसीबे ता पई हमें कोन करूचे कारण सेटा ही बेसी प्रॉब्लम मु जति कि आज फार्मर मु जति पाइछि हम पाखरे से वैल्यू चेन नाही एक्चुअली ओके आपण जदि कहबे राइस कथा यस राइस हमें प्लेंटिली प्रोडक्शन करूचे किंतु तार कैन प्राइस पाउने कारण एटी सप्लाई साइड बेसी अछि डिमांड तो अछि इफ यू गो ग्लोबल देयर इज डिमांड्स ओके बट हमें पहुंची पारुने बिकॉज़ नो आयर केही भी प्रोवाइड करू नाहंती किंतु जदि हमें महाराष्ट्र जीवा कि अलगा जीवा तांकर सेठी या से लिंक अछि किंतु ऑलरेडी से सब सिंस एस्टैब्लिश ते वैल्यू चेन सिस्टम सो मैक्सिमम एक्सपोर्टर सेठू बाहर छंती और तांको पाखरे भी प्लेंटली प्रोडक्शन होची किंतु तांको फार्मर प्रॉस्परस काहे कि तांकर से माने लोकल न हले भी ग्लोबल जाई पारछंती से जिंस ओडिसा रे हेई पारु नाही औ ता पई सेटा हेडा माइन सजेशन कि हां वी शुड इंट्रोड्यूस पॉलिसीज वी शुड प्रोवाइड फैसिलिटीज टू गो ग्लोबल एक्चुअली मेन थिंग इज post production farmer post production there are three things, right? One is the logistic part, one is the marketing and sales. So only thing is the marketing sales ho nahi theek re, and the third thing is the payment part. Okay, so main is marketing and sales is missing. Everyone is giving presentation of the giving new varieties, technology and all. What about the sales and marketing? This is the main thing, right? That's where funds will come.
Yes.
We need to work on that. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think thank you for your inputs, and you were right because you were into farming. कहना आपण जोरा कहले सत्य कथा कहना आपण जोरा आउट जो कथा कहले कि फर्स्ट लाइन टा कि रिसर्च ऊपर बहुत लोग कथा होचन यस रिसर्च इज आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड because आपण रिसर्च बट दैट इज इट शुड स्ट्राइक वी शुड ट्राई ए बैलेंस दैट्स द रोल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट एक्चुअली बट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन से माने तांको रिसर्च कोन वेराइटी भलो हबो कोन नै कबि इट इज आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड आपण भलो वेराइटी नबे केमित प्रोडक्शन हबो इट इज आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड बट वी नीड टू स्ट्राइक ए बैलेंस सपोज हम पर भलो वेराइटी अछि ताकू केमित हम ट्राई आगु नबा दिस इज वन सेकंड होची आपण जो कहले कि वैल्यू एडिशन मार्केट लिंकेजेस माने एटा एटा बहुत डिफिकल्ट पार्ट एक्चुअली माने आपण जो कहउचंती एते सहज न हमें कहिला तो कहिला बहुत दिन से कहिची कि एते सहज न वी आर टॉकिंग फ्रॉम आवर एक्सपीरियंस देन एथि पई फंड रो जो स्कार्सिटी कहउचन देयर आर different ways actually how to get funds may not be as per your total requirement किंतु आमे मिनिमम फंड सपोर्ट सरकार भी को स्कीम रे दउचंती कोटे अवेलेबल अछि ताकू आमे एनकेस केमिति करिया आपण बारे इन्फॉर्मेशन थिबो कि कापार थिबो आमे सेटा ट्राई करिया फंड न हले हेई परिबनी एक कथा तृतीय कथा होची yes yes I think in one line I can say कि आपनकर thank you so much कि one line मु कहि पारे मु गोटे लाइन भी लिखि छी कि we need a farmer friendly seed procurement by seed policy जे कि helpful हो for the farmers in terms of addressing procurement infrastructure value addition and also funding कि आपनकर प्रोक्योरमेंट चासी जो पैसा इमीडिएट दरकार हम भाबुचे वी थिंक दैट इट्स ए सबमिशन टू गवर्नमेंट आल्सो एटा हमर ओपिनियन कि वी नीड सम रिविजन्स इन द इफ देयर आर सम पॉलिसीज देन वी नीड टू revise that and strengthen that farmer looking at farmers benefit at large and farmers friendly policies required that's our submission thank you
yeah thank you Dr. Behera I have one small question you mentioned about the difference between seed and grain is farmers yet to know so where are you like the problem is there why somebody is confused about a seed and
okay
grain
right sir very critical question and very I think say excellent question sir eoda ketole point ko aschi I think yeah you understand Odia and you think spoke in Odia yeah then eoda ketole question aschi chasi eto ame seed ta dele foundation seed से प्रोडक्शन कला सर्टिफाइड और ब्रीडर देले फाउंडेशन प्रोडक्शन कला कि से चासी चाहूची कि जे से तो से कहूँ ग्रेन तो जहाँ मतलब ये पैसा मुझे बिकी दौचे कि सी कौट रियलाइज करूनी आम गोटे अधिका पैसा पाया अधिका पैसा हम आर प्रोसेस अलग कि से गोटे सी रियलाइज करनी प्रोडक्शन बेलू रियलाइज करनी कहीं लंग प्रोसेस दरकार खाली आम जी कहे ना वर्षक सब जिन बुझीजे से डिफरेन्सटा सार हो कि नाई सीटा कौन आम प्रोडक्शन कर कौन दरकार एक प्राइस दुई रे तार जो प्रोसेसटा सीटा के डिफिकल्ट आस ग्रेन तो आज आप लगे काली आउ जन देले सी तार लगेला से सार गोटे सब स्ट्राइक करुच्ची इंपोर्टाट पार्ट जे कि सीड को चाहूनी सीड आकार बिका सीड प्रोडक्शन चाहूँ बिकी देवाई कि ग्रेन हिसाब से आम प्रोब्लेमटा आस तेणु से गोटे साइड मुझे एग्जांपल साइड
Okay,
कर
okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much again. And I think some of the points you have asked or raised, and that would definitely be helpful us for strengthening our process for the farmers at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Behera, for the insightful presentation. Louder round of applause for Dr. Behera, everyone. Moving ahead, या मध्यरे आम सहित किछि सफल चासी भाई भौणी माने आसी सामिल होइछंती आपण माननकु आजिर कार्यक्रम को अनेक अनेक स्वागत आम सहित आजिर दिन रे एग्रीविजन र द्वितीय दिन रे रहिबे किछि सफल चासी ओडिसा र कृषक बंधु माने पुनि थरे आपण माननकु अनेक अनेक स्वागत मु चाहिबी गोटे जोरदार करताली माध्यम रे तांको हमें स्वागत जणैबा जेमिति कि आपण माने जानि छंती एई कार्यक्रम एई सम्मेलन र अर्थ रहिछि खाद्य सुरक्षा एवं पोषण दिगरे कृषि भूमिका एवं कृषि पाई आपण माने निहाती भाबरे अनवरत कार्यरत आमे निहाती भाबरे धन्यवाद जणाइबाकु चाहिबु आपण माननकु आपण मानकर दृढ़ प्रयास दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति निहाती भाबरे ओडिसा र कृषि को दुई पाद आगो को नै पारिछि एवं अनेक सफल चासी आपण मानक मध्य रहिछंती खूब सुंदर भाबरे प्रश्न मध्य पचारिले एवं एई कार्यक्रम रे आपण माने किछि भिन्न दिग देखिबा को पाइबे किछि नुआ देखिबा को पाइबे किछि सरल बाट आपण मानक पई निहाती भाबरे बाहरिबो प्रतिवर्ष एग्रीविजन आपण मानक पई एई भली कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज करिथांती अनुष्ठित करिथांती तेबे मु चाहिबी आज आपण शेष पर्यंत आम सहित रहिबे एवं आम सहित आम एक्सपर्ट्स माने अछंती विशेषज्ञ माने अछंती जेपरि कि सर कहिसंती गवेषणा एवं कृषि मध्य रे गोटे समता रहिबा आवश्यक समन्वय रहिबा आवश्यक आपनक मनर प्रश्न आपनकर असुविधा आपण सेमानक सहित मध्य आलोचना करि परिबे तेबे वर्तमान आगो को बढ़िबा हमर परवर्ती स्पीकर नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इज डॉक्टर राघव गोयल who will be joining us virtually. Let's welcome sir. Is he there with us?
Yes, thank you so much.
So very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Raghav Goel from LS University, USA. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause, and he will be talking on extreme climate events and agricultural commodity markets. Over to you, sir. Please share your slides.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to present in this conference. Sorry, my name is Raghav Goyal. I'm an assistant professor at Louisiana State University, based in US. And today I'm going to be talking about extreme climate events and ag commodity markets. This work is in collaboration with one of my graduate students back at the university. Just a brief background about me. My research is mostly on economics. I have my PhD in applied economics, and that's where my research mostly comes in from. So before I delve into the very specifics, I'll be talking about the brief summary about from where this project came from. Well, extreme climate events such as storms, floods, and temperatures are increasing in frequency and intensity last couple of years, which has brought climate change into the key attention. And there's also a lot of focus that climate change has an impact on ag commodity markets, particularly when we are talking about the top US crops such as corn and soybeans. However, even with such a large focus, there's hardly any research on how climate change has an impact on production or has an impact on returns of ag commodities. which is an important research topic because when we know how climate change has an impact on ag commodity returns, the US government or the policymakers can be better informed in order to make decisions, policy decisions, which can reduce the losses for farmers and producers and ensure that markets are running as smoothly as possible. So in the study, what we do is we look at the data from 1995 to 2023. We have about 400 over 400 extreme climate events in the US. So the study focuses on the US geographic area, and our research shows that about 22% of those 400-ish climate events have significantly affected corn returns, and about 21% have a significant impact on soybean returns. And we also delve one step further to understand, okay, once we know that these are the events which have an impact on these corn and soybean returns, what are the other factors which contribute to it? So we find that even duration, how long the extreme climate event lasts, and the dependency of the U.S. corn and soybeans on import to match the shortfall of demand, the local demand during these extreme climate events, how dependent the US becomes during such extreme climate events, also is a major driving factor in impacting corn and soybean returns. So we believe that our research provides critical insights to policymakers and market participants, helping them to develop adaptive strategies and risk management tools to mitigate the economic impacts of extreme climate events on ag commodity markets. So as I started, extreme climate events such as heat waves, storms, and droughts are intensifying due to global warming. These events cause the loss of life, infrastructure damage, economic disruption, and overall destroy the whole supply chain. Now, just trying to get it to full screen mode. Causing the loss of life. Now, these events cause a damage and ultimately impact commodity crop yields, production, and market prices. However, there's a very limited attention on how these have an impact on commodity returns. And this is increasingly important because ag commodities over the world, including India or in the US, European Union, they're getting more and more commoditized, financialized, and that is so. What I mean by that is they're getting more and more merged with the agricultural economy as well as the larger macroeconomy. So it's important we address these challenges because whatever the shocks which the general economy faces are getting translated and transferred to the ag economy as well. What is extreme climate events? In a seminal paper in 2015, extreme climate events they're defined by differentiating them between meteorological intensity, that is how extremely they are occurring, or the severity of their occurrence, that is impact extremity. Similarly, in another paper, Easterling describes extreme climate events as either both predictable or unpredictable anomalies such as storms, floods, and droughts. So in this paper, we consider four types of extreme climate events, that is storms, floods, extreme temperatures, and droughts that have a widespread impact on the agricultural sector in terms of deaths, injuries, effects, and damage. So these are the four extreme climate events that we are restricting ourselves to. Now, talking about some of the research in the energy and the financial sector with respect to what we are doing in the agricultural space, there's a paper in Energy Economics in 2021 which investigates the impact of hurricanes on stock market returns, and it reveals that hurricanes have an impact on excess returns, even though the impact is significant, but they're not very substantial in terms of economic sense. Now, in another paper by Wen et al., they find that extreme climate events cause sudden jumps in oil investment returns and increase market volatility. So when there is increase in market volatility, investors will try to make positions in the futures and options markets such that they are able to hedge their risk, or speculators will try to take advantage of that market volatility. So it's very important to look at how these external shocks have an impact on volatility. Similarly, in 2017, the authors find that natural disasters significantly impact stock markets returns of the companies located very close to the areas which are directly impacted by the storms. Now, this paper, our paper, is largely based on the paper in 2023 by Shen et al., which employs an event study method to investigate the impact of extreme climate events on natural gas market across the world. So they cover approximately 2,400 extreme climate events between 1997 and 2021 across the globe, and they find that approximately 25% of those have an impact on natural gas market returns. And the studies reveals that four different set of factors such as fundamental, speculative, which talks about how which talks about how speculation is playing a part in impacting market returns, and speculation is one of the types of risk management strategies in futures and options markets. Climatic and event attributes have a significant impact on these market returns. However, there is no such study in the agricultural commodity market space which understands the impact of extreme climate events on ag market returns. There are some studies in the literature which talk about extreme climate events, which don't per se talk about extreme climate events, but they talk about other type of weather events such as El Niños, other oscillations, that is the ENSO-induced droughts and floods, um, and the general climate change impact on ag production and prices. And these studies do find that yes, indeed, indeed, climate change has an impact on crop yields, productions, market prices, but we don't know about how extreme climate events, and extreme climate events are becoming more and more common these days, given that global warming is playing a major role around here. So there are a lot of loopholes in the existing literature. The literature only focuses on ENSO-induced events, not on extreme climate events. So we don't really know how they impact translates. So in terms of our contributions, we go beyond the ENSO-induced framework, and research provides a broader spectrum of extreme events on the ag commodity market, specifically talking about corn and soybeans, since they are since US is the top producer for these crops. Secondly, our study identifies and quantifies the impact of four different set of factors that influence extreme climate events on these commodity returns. In terms of our data sources, we use corn and soybean futures prices, so we use futures prices to calculate our market returns, and we calculate these futures prices from the data from Bloomberg. We also use market returns, and again, these market returns are the S&P, Goldman Sachs Commodity Index, and the Bloomberg Agricultural Index. Talking about our extreme climate event data is coming from the emergency events database, which is maintained by the University of Louvain. So this is just a snapshot of extreme climate events occurring in the top 10 corn and soybean producing states across the US. Not surprisingly, the focus is mostly in the Midwest, because that's where the top corn and soybean producing states in the US are. This is just a trend of corn and soybean prices over the last couple of decades, and we see that corn prices and the corn index prices move parallel to each other, and we observe similar variation, and the gap in terms of the mean differences are high, but the pattern or the trend is almost similar. Talking about events, so we have 254 events for corn and about 250 events for soybeans. Out of these events, storms are the most frequent for both corn and soybeans, and also the average damage is the highest for storms. However, extreme temperatures are the one which has the highest duration, because their extreme temperatures and droughts extend over the period of time. Talking about data sources for our driving factors, so we use data on production, consumption, and exports and imports, and all of that data is coming from the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture reports, which are published in July of every year. We also use the data on search volume index, which is just the Google Trends data for the term climate change. We use so for speculation, we use the futures only positions, and these are the specific data which is provided by the US Commodity Futures Trading Commission for calculating the T index. And T index is a way to understand the speculation or the speculative sentiments in the markets. For other data, we use the Global Adaptation Index. We use the US monthly GDP from the S&P Global, and the data for the total damage and duration of an event is coming from the events management database. Talking about our methodology, we have abnormal returns. These are the returns. So we have the actual market returns, which are the actual returns, which a commodity response corresponding to an extreme event A, and the abnormal returns are the abnormal returns for commodity at time t corresponding to an extreme climate event. Now, what we want to calculate is a counterfactual return. Counterfactual return is a return which would be expected if there was no extreme climate event. Now, because there was an extreme climate event, we had some other return. But if there was no extreme climate event, this would be the counterfactual return. So we will calculate abnormal returns. Abnormal returns would be the difference between the actual market returns, the actual returns that we observed due to an extreme climate event, and we subtract the counterfactual returns from that. So these are the abnormal returns which are only coming because of the extreme climate event that occurs in that particular area. We also use the market returns. These are the market returns for the S&P index. So as I said, abnormal returns are the difference between the actual market returns and the counterfactual returns. But we need to calculate the counterfactual returns because extreme climate event did occur. So we don't know what would have happened if the extreme climate event did not occur. So we need to find some way that we can interpolate the counterfactual returns. So to calculate the counterfactual returns, we use the event study framework. So we use two sets of windows: an event window and we use an event window. The event window is 0 to 10 days following an event. So this is after the event has occurred. And we also have an estimation window. This is the 60 days prior to an event has occurred. So what we do is we use the estimation window, that is before the extreme climate event has occurred, to set up a regression of the market returns, to set up a regression of the actual returns on the market returns. This is before the extreme climate event has occurred. And we estimate the parameters alpha and beta. Now we fit the same regression again using the data on the event window, that is 0 to 10 days following an extreme climate event has occurred. And we have alphas and betas estimated from the prior event window, and we use that to estimate the counterfactual return. So this is the counterfactual return. And once we know the counterfactual return, we calculate the abnormal returns using a formula. We also run a t-test. This is a t-test of the abnormal returns divided by the standard deviation of the abnormal return. So this is just a normal t-test. Sorry. And our results for the driving factors. So we just run a regression of peak CAR on all the different regressors that we have. That is the lag returns, the gap. The gap is the difference between the consumption for corn and production for corn in a given year. Dependency is the import dependency. So it's a difference between imports and exports for a given commodity. We have the search volume index, T index, that is T index, a measure of speculation. We have the event damage, event duration, and the monthly GDP. So this is a regression that we run to understand what are the driving factors that affect the commodity abnormal. These are results from the significance test that we had, that is a t-test. Our results show that on approximately 21% of extreme climate events significantly affect soybean returns, and approximately 22% have an impact on corn returns. This is just a in-depth analysis of it. So we see that mostly as we go with the abnormal returns on day 0 to peak CAR and the event window, our results more and more almost are stable for corn and soybeans. We observe similar results. Because of lack of time, I'll just quickly skip this, but if someone has any questions, I'll be happy to address them. This is just a graphical representation of abnormal returns over the event duration for corn. We see that storms emerge significantly. The abnormal returns are from day 7, and extreme temperatures have an increasing trend. This is again the CARs ranked by damages for corn. We see that floods and extreme temperatures are almost stable, and around 0, storms have an increasing trend, and the trend increases significantly around day 5. These are for soybeans. Again, we see that the trend is almost similar for compared to corn, where we see a rise in storm CARs around day 7. And again, the results are almost similar for average CRs ranked by damage for soybeans. These are the regression results for corn. We see that import dependency is a major significant factor. So that means that more of the US is dependent on corn imports. Following an extreme climate event has an impact on the commodity returns. And similarly, we also see that GDP also has a major factor. So years with a more reserved GDP has a significant impact on commodity. The negative impact suggests a stronger economy dampens the climate event effects. Similarly, for soybeans, I'll table, but overall we see that GDP again is a significant impact that increases the quantity of non-returns. Addition of speculative factors does not have any significant effect. We see that for both corn and soybeans, we see that dependency. The more and more the U.S. economy is dependent on imports, it has an impact on commodity returns, as well as higher the duration of the event. That also has an impact. So, to conclude, we believe that our results will be helpful to farmers, producers, speculators, investors, market regulators, policymakers, and government agencies such as the USDA in understanding how extreme climate events have an impact on commodity abnormal returns, and they can use this to come up with policies to circumvent the impact and to dampen the impact and uplift the welfare of farmers and producers. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Check. Yes, sir, please.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Goyal. It was quite learning presentation by you. My compliments to you. Actually, I was just wondering that climate change is now real and is being experienced by everyone. So my simple query is, have you come across any meta-analysis where authors have shown that there is an impact of climate change on the quality of different crop produce? Since we know production and productivity is highly impacted by the change in the climate, so is there any meta-analysis either by other group or by your group where they have shown the impact of climate change on the quality of the farm produce, be it cereals, pulses, or oilseed? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. So I understand by quality you mean like more like yield, like output. So that's because otherwise quality is very it's difficult to measure quality. So one hardcore way to measure quality would be to let's go by yield. That is the output. Yes, there are a lot of studies on understanding the impact of climate change on US or I'm not sure if there are any specific studies specific to India, but there are quite a few studies on assessing corn and soybean yields, and I'm sure there are certain studies for oil seeds and pulses as well. I haven't done any meta-analysis yet. I don't really have any meta-analysis on the top of my head right now, but I'm sure that there are a lot of studies because when I was doing my research on this topic, I came across a couple of studies which did which do show that yes, extreme climate change has a negative impact on crop yield. So I think that is from where we would like to take it further, see if we can use those results to see how we can do maybe more qualitative analysis and understanding how climate change has an impact on crop quality. But I'll be happy to suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Once again, could you please have a louder
Thank
round
you.
of applause for Dr. Raghav Goyal? Thank you very much, sir, for your precious time. Moving ahead, now we will take a group photograph. All are requested to please join. मतलब ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ group photograph नबा समस्त चासी भाई मानको ମଧ୍ୟ अनुरोध करिवे आपण माने आसीबे एवं group photograph रे शामिल हेबे. Group photograph ପାଇଁ समस्ते आगु आसीबे please. Let's take a group photograph. ଆଉ ଏଇ ସର୍ଭେ ଥିବେ ତାଙ୍କ ସାରିକି ଯଦି କରିବେ ତାହେଲେ जो माने पछरे अछंती समस्त अनुरोध करिवे आपण माने आगु को आसीबे गोटे ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ पई. सामना को आमे अनेबा सामना पटको हाँ So please come ahead and join. Thank you very much. Please be seated. ସମସ୍ତେ ନିଜ ନିଜ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ବସିଯିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି। Let's move ahead for the next presentation, which is the oral presentation. Our first presenter is Dr. Om Prakash Gupta. He is from ICAR IAWB, Colonel. And please welcome, sir, with a round of applause from ICAR IAWBR, and he will be talking on a multifaceted analysis unveiling the complexities of wheat genotype, fortification and processing on iron, zinc bioavailability in whole wheat flour and chapati. Let's welcome, sir, and let's have the screen. LED screen, please. Over to you, sir.
Reporters of this session. So I'll be talking on a multifaceted analysis unveiling the complexities of wheat genotype, fortification and processing of iron and zinc, bioavailability in wheat flour and chapati. So I'm sure many of us will be knowing about the term biofortification and bioavailability. So biofortification is just simply to increase the nutritional content inside the grain itself, while the bioavailability is something where we see how much of the those nutrients from the grain is being taken up by our body. So that is bioavailability. So this study was actually in case of wheat, and we know the importance of wheat being the global staple food, providing significant energy, 23% and 33% protein and other nutrients. On the other hand, there is hidden hunger in which iron and zinc, especially deficiencies, are widespread, especially in wheat-dependent population. So it is causing a significant health risk. There have been several studies where different fortification is another term I am sure everybody is knowing. So there has been lots of work on fortification where they try to increase the content. But again, the bioavailability of those increased content is really missing. Very less is known about the bioavailability, particularly in whole wheat flour, WWF and chapati. So, if we can understand the role of fortificant like sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid in improving iron zinc bioavailability, so that will be actually very important for addressing deficiencies in wheat derived products. So, the thing is that breeders, they are more concerned about increasing the iron and zinc content, but we don't really know the genetic variation in terms of the bioavailability of these micronutrients. So if we can get to know the genetic variation, if they are existing in the different genotypes of the wheat, so breeders, they can use in the breeding program to develop high biolevel iron and zinc wheat lines. That is the purpose. So with this, we have identified that comprehensive studies on cultivar profile, along with assessing fortification impact on bioavailability, they are lacking. So that's why we have taken this particular study. So these were the three objectives of this work: to examine variability in iron and zinc content and their bioavailability in whole wheat flour and chapati. Investigating the impact of 4 different doses of sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid fortification on iron and zinc content and their bioavailability in whole wheat flour. Estimation of best treatment of sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid fortification on iron and zinc content and their bioavailability in chapati. So very recently, in the last week, this work was accepted in Food Chemistry Journal, which is published by Elsewhere, having impact factor 8.5 and score 14.8. So this is a very brief methodology, overview of the methodology, what all we have done in this work. So we selected 19 wheat varieties in 3 biological replications and produced whole wheat flour and made chapati. And 4 different treatment doses of sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid were used, starting from 50 ppm, 100, 250, and 500 ppms. And out of these 4 treatments, the best treatment was selected further to check the bioavailability in chapati. And we analyzed here iron and zinc, total content, solubility of those iron and zinc, and their bioavailability. And we tried to answer few biological questions like the varietal profile of whole wheat flour, chapati, and the effect of sodium iron DTA and ascorbic acid fortification on whole wheat flour and chapati, and the best treatments effects on chapati. So these 19 varieties basically we selected very carefully just to include the combination of older and newer varieties starting from 1969 to 2011. And this work is basically in vitro work, and there is work where authors, they have shown there is significant correlation between what we observe in vivo, in human trials, versus what we observe in vitro. So whatever results we are getting in vitro here is highly positively correlated what we would have got from the in vivo human trial. So this is a very brief result. On the left side, you can see the iron content both in whole wheat flour and chapati. It is remains remaining same, and similarly the zinc. So the bioavailability of whole wheat flour. So this is actually the mean table and mean graph of all the 19 varieties. So we can see bioavailability percent B is around 10%. Very, very less. So that means whatever we are eating, these grains, out of those iron and zinc, our body is getting just 10% of those nutrients. And then for zinc also, it is around 12% in case of whole wheat flour and chapati. Again, it is around same. And if you see the graph on the right, this is basically the impact of different doses of sodium iron EDTA on the 3 parameters. So we can see since sodium iron EDTA is a source of iron, so we can see there is an increasing trend of iron content across the treatment with maximum iron in case of T4. And bioavailability also, there is a significant change in case of iron. But since sodium iron EDTA does not have any zinc, so we don't see any increase in the zinc content itself. But the bioavailability of zinc is also increased since sodium iron EDTA basically it acts as a divalent cation chelators. So it binds with the iron and zinc and ensures there is presence of these minerals in the body for the absorption. And if we see the bioavailability range, it is 15% in T1 and it goes up to 29% in T4. And in T3, it is 28% and T4, 29%. So hardly that means what? Means how we decided that T3 is the best no treatment dose out of these four. Since means after T3, there was no significant increase in the bioavailability. So we selected T3 as the best treatment for the increasing bioavailability of iron and zinc. This is a result for ascorbic acid, where we don't see any change in iron and zinc content, total iron and zinc content, since ascorbic acid does not contribute to the iron and zinc content. But bioavailability and solubility is significantly changed when we apply different doses of ascorbic acid. So ascorbic acid is present basically in different sources, and if we take ascorbic acid in our food, so there is a chance that we'll have a more iron and zinc absorbed in our body. So, but the negative fact of ascorbic acid is that it is thermolabile. That means when we consume ascorbic acid and if we are putting in while cooking, so the property of the ascorbic acid will be changed. So the desired result in terms of increasing the bioavailability will be hampered. So this is the thing. And on the right side, we can see the best treatment T3 was selected to assess the bioavailability in case of chapati, and we can see T3 is performing better in terms of total percent of solubility and bioavailability for both iron and zinc. So these are very brief salient findings of this study, where we could notice there is a significant variation in iron and zinc content across different wheat cultivars that we have taken for this work, both in case of full wheat flour and chapati. Highest iron and zinc levels were observed in KRL 1-4 and RAS 4037 cultivars, respectively, in case of full wheat flour, while GW so if we see the impact of fortification, it is T3 of both sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid, which is causing a significant increase in iron and zinc bioavailability in both whole wheat flour and chapati. Actually, flour is the basic ingredient for making different wheat products. So the basic purpose of taking this analysis in flour was that we will get to know what are the inherent bioavailability profile of different flours made from the different wheat varieties. And if those varieties they were used in making different kind of products, definitely there will be difference in the bioavailability profile of those minerals in those products. And if we, based on this study, if we have to recommend the different cultivars for different traits, so VL 802 and DPW 62150, they demonstrated superior performance in increasing iron and zinc bioavailability in whole wheat flour, while sodium iron DT and ascorbic acid fortification, no, respectively. So these two varieties, they were noticeable. And WR544 and HD 2135, they were the top cultivars for iron and zinc content in chapati fortified with sodium iron DTA, while GW89 and 62150 showed promising results under ascorbic acid fortification. We also work out the economics of adding this sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid. And if we take the food grade of these two fortificants, so it is coming around 46 rupees per ton for sodium iron DDTA and 22 rupees per ton for ascorbic acid. So by this much of investment, we can have more bioavailability and kind of premium products in the market. So if we have to conclude, there is variability in cultivars where 19 wheat varieties, they showed diverse iron and zinc content, offering potential for biofortification in a breeding program. And sodium iron EDTA and ascorbic acid significantly improved the iron and zinc bioavailability in whole wheat flour varying across the cultivars. Most importantly, so when we process the flour into different products, so here in this study, we prepared chapati. So we could notice that these nutrients, they are retained as such. So there is no cooking loss of these nutrients, especially in VL802 and DPW 62150. And there was cultivar specific responses for these two fortificants. Sodium iron DTA improved total iron content and percent bioavailability, while ascorbic acid was shown to enhance the solubility and henceforth the bioavailability of these nutrients. So it requires actually tailored kind of approach where based on the results, which variety requires which kind of fortificants. And based on this result, future work can be actually on prioritizing high bioavailability cultivars, test fortification stability, how much stable are these fortified flour, and then integrate these information in the biofortification and breeding program to develop high bioavailable iron and zinc wheat varieties. So I would like to acknowledge DDG Crop Sciences ICR, Director ICR IAWBR, and my discipline for supporting this work. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take any questions or clarifications if there is any query.
Any questions?
So in this connection, I would like to ask whether these research findings, whether it is commercialized or in the really in the market.
No, as of now, sir,
place.
there is no commercial products using these fortificants in the market, especially in case of wheat flours. There are pilot scale, experimentation done by different states in some of the pockets, but large scale application of these fortificants, in especially in case of wheat flour, is not available, which is to be promoted.
Thank you.
One thing is regarding your question. So when we fortify these nutrients from the outside, and so the matrix of the grains, it is changed. When we increase these nutrients inside the grain itself using biofortification program, and we assess the bioavailability, it will be different. What we add no iron zinc from outside during the processing of the flours using fortification approach. So the matrix concerning iron and zinc in both the case will be different. So the bioavailability also will be different. Like we take different iron and zinc tablets. So bioavailability of those tablets, they are also different. But the thing is, we require increased amount of iron and zinc bioavailability, so that our the requirement per day, the estimated RDA for these iron and zinc is met out.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation, sir. Sir, actually, my question is, you have applied this EDTA, sodium iron EDTA, and ascorbic acid. So have you checked the soil nutrient content, means soil, iron, and zinc content before and after application? And my another question is, sir, have you assessed the nutrient content in the grain and the husk? So you have talked about the whole wheat flour and chapati.
Right.
So what about the grain nutrient content?
I don't know whether I was able to make it clear or not. So this work was done actually in the grain. So there is no point of analyzing soil for available iron and zinc in the soil itself. So whatever the content of iron and zinc is present in the soil, it was transported back into the grain. And it is the final grain where we try to analyze the bioavailability. And the bioavailability was only possible because when we have baseline. And that baseline is something where we analyze iron and zinc content in the grain itself. So without knowing the iron and zinc content in the grain, we cannot go for the bioavailability assay.
But sir, I think the knowledge of soil nutrient content is basic, sir. Means you
No,
need
for
to know.
biofortification, it is mandatory. But for bioavailability, since this is in vitro lab experiment, so we don't require any kind of iron and zinc estimation in the soil. So for biofortification, it is important. So like if we have a deficient zinc in the soil, for example, so in that case, even our biofortified varieties, wheat varieties, they are released. If we put those varieties in the zinc deficient soils, the accumulation of iron and zinc will in the grain itself will be very less.
Yes, sir, but it is a long-term experiment. I think you have shown.
Biofortification is a set, and there is a package of practices from resource management group, agronomy group. So where we recommend different doses of basal as well as foliar application of iron and zinc, so that the amount of iron and zinc, especially in the deficient soil, is maintained in the grain, so that we can call those varieties as biofortified varieties.
Okay, sir, but I am still not convinced regarding the soil part. So I will request you to kindly look into that.
I don't know. I cannot understand your question. Why are you focusing more on soil when this study is in the lab itself?
Okay, sir. Many experts are here. I think they will also have their inputs. So
Yeah,
thank you very
we
much.
can discuss later on also. No issue.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the question. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for justifying your topic through a multifaceted analysis. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Gupta, everyone. ଆମ ସହିତ ଅନ୍ୟ କିଛି ଚାଷୀ ଆସି ଯୋଗ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ସ୍ୱାଗତ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଜୋରଦାର ତାଳି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ହାତରୁ ଯେମିତିକି ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିଛି ଏଇ ସମ୍ମିଳନୀର ଅର୍ଥ ଏଇ ସମ୍ମିଳନୀର ଯେଉଁ ବିଷୟବସ୍ତୁ ରହିଛି ତାହା ହେଉଛି ଖାଦ୍ୟ ସୁରକ୍ଷା ଏବଂ ପୋଷଣ ଦିଗରେ କୃଷି ତ ମୁଁ ଚାହିଁବି ଆପଣମାନେ ସ୍ଥିରତାର ସହିତ ବସିବେ ଆମ ସହିତ ଅନେକ ବିଶେଷଜ୍ଞ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ନିଜର ସମସ୍ୟା ଏବଂ ତାର ସମାଧାନର ସୂତ୍ର ପଚାରି ପାରିବେ ଆଗକୁ ବଢ଼ିବା ମୁଭିଂ ଅନ୍ Our next presenter is Dr. Hanume Gowda K from ICAR City Serai RC Bhubaneswar. We will be talking on biochemical diversity analysis and selection of nutritional rich genotypes through HCA, EFA, MGIDI, and multivariate analysis in potato. Please welcome Dr. Hanume Gowda.
Very good morning to all of you. I would like to take this stage in order to present my work on this 7th International Conference on Agriculture for Food Security and Nutrition. So coming to this, today is the second day, so I would like to present my oral presentation on this. Next is not moving. And the title, okay, but it is not working. Yes. The title I am presenting is the Biochemical Diversity Analysis and Selection of Nutritional Genotypes through HCA, EFA, MJADA, and multivariate analysis in potato. Myself is a presenter. So coming to this potato. Potato is a very important crop globally with respect to the food security as well as nutrition security. The context of this conference is mainly the food security and nutrition security. So in this context, I've chosen the crop is that potato. As you know that potato is the third most important food crops after rice and wheat in the globally with respect to the consumption, human consumption. Coming to this, 380 million tons has been produced annually. Then with 3 months of duration crops, 1 billion people eat potato where other crops are scarce. And 1 medium-sized potato is sufficient to provide an adult requirement of vitamin C, iron, and potassium. So with this brief introduction, so as I told, this potato is the third most important crop. It plays very crucial role in addressing food security as well as poverty elevations. So the nutritional contents ranges from 50 to 25% carbohydrate, protein, as well as dietary fibers, then essential vitamins as well as minerals. Then Indian potatoes as well exhibit diversity with respect to biochemical traits. Coming to this status, food security as well as nutrition security, you can see this malnutrition affects up to nearly 45% of the children under 5 globally, where Indian contribution is also significantly in this percentage. So considering this potatoes nutritional rich and potato is a major food crops, so increasing the nutritional status of potato definitely addresses the nutritional security. So in order to identify the nutrition rich genotypes, a study has been carried out for 2 years actually in order to identify the nutrition rich genotypes. So coming to this, coming to the climatic vulnerability as salvage degradation, resource constraints, we need to identify the food crops which have high nutrient content so that we can supplement with the foods for nutrition enhancement. Rather going to other, this one. So biochemical characterization helps to identify the nutritional genotypes. So we have carried out sensory evaluation in order to for consumer acceptability. Then color profiling we have did in order to identify market profiling as well as visually superior genotypes. So we have used multivariate tools in order to identify superior genotypes to address the malnutrition and enhance the food security. So 40 genotypes, it's conducted in Karnataka for 2 seasons, Kabi and Ravi for 21-22. These are the parameters which have been estimated, mainly carbohydrate, proteins, acidity, fiber content, ash content, then fat content. Then we have carried out total sugar content, then minerals also. Minerals mainly zinc, Fe, then Mn and copper. Coming to the statistical analysis, we have carried out HCA, the hierarchical cluster analysis, principal component analysis, then exploratory factor analysis, and MGADI in order to identify the nutrition-rich genotypes. These are the list of genotypes. Use it. Now coming to the ANOVA, the food analysis has been carried out for 2 seasons. So main result is that all the genotypes with respect to all the triads have been significantly affecting by the genotypes. You can see the genotype column is significantly affecting, significant variation observed for all the triads. Coming to this G into E interaction, only for dry matter, TSS, then titratable acidity, as well as sugar, ash content. They have significant, highly significant variation, but the rest of others are non-significant interaction is coming to with respect to the G into E interaction effect. Coming to this, this is the mean performance table. Now we have carried out principal component analysis. Actually, principal component analysis is a reduction techniques which reduce the number of variables into this main contributing variables. So we can see that we can say 8 principal components we have identified, which covers around 75% of the total variations. So 8 principal component with 75% of total variation. We can see that we can identify which are the components, 8 principal components, which are the triads has been dissolved. So in order to identify the triad which with respect to principal component, we have plotted this in the biplot. We can see that it has been divided into 4 quarters with respect to the triad as well as genotypes. You can see that the particular carbohydrate, TSS, and fat. These are the in the particular this quadrant. We can see the particular genotype as high compared to other genotypes. This is actually the variables, and this is the scree plot of eigenvalues. This is the variable plot of PCA. Coming to the exploratory factor analysis, this is another reduction techniques where we can identify the factors which really contribute to the significant biochemical diversity. So in this factor analysis, we can see that we had identified 6 factors for all the biochemical triads with high uniqueness has been observed for TSS content. So you can see that 6 factors, actually 8 factors have been identified. So the factor 1 contains TA, titratable of acidity, carbohydrate, fat content, iron content. Factor 2 contains moisture, dry matter, food fiber, and ash content. Whereas factor 3 contains ascorbic acid, tuber firmness, as well as sugar content and reducing sugars. Factor 5, non-reducing sugars. Factor 6, pH and browning reaction and copper content. Factor 7 is specific gravity, Mn and TSS content. Factor 8 is TSS and protein content. So with these factors, we can identify what are the triads which are responsible for this one. So coming to the selection differential analysis, in order to select the genotypes, we have to consider the overall population, which are the genotype are superior than overall population. You can see the difference between SD is a selection differential, XO is a mean of all the variables, whereas XS is a selected mean of selected genotypes. So selection, whereas the selection differential is the difference between the mean of selected genotype over mean of overall genotypes. The commission selection differential selection gain. This is actually use of with the use of heritability, we can calculate the selection gain. So we can observe that there is a selection gain, positive selection gain for acidity, fat content, then dry matter, crude fiber, ash content, tuber firmness, sugar, as well as this pH and Browning reaction. We can observe the negative selection differential where the selected genotype have less content than the overall genotypes, mainly for negative selection gain for total carbohydrate, Fe, then moisture, and zinc content. So these 4 triads have been observed negative selection gain for this one. Coming to this gain is concerned. Coming to the Pearson correlation, in order to know the relation between the variables, we have carried out the Pearson correlation. We can observe that highly significant variation between moisture as well as dry matter, definitely. Then coming to the carbohydrate content have been significant and positive with many few observations. Rest of others, we can see non-significant relation between the parameters. So we will not much derive because since it is not completely a biochemical diversity. So we can observe only between the moisture content and as well as the dry matter content. Coming to this hierarchical cluster analysis, this is one important cluster analysis where we can group the similar genotypes based on this variability, diversity. So we can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups have been, 5 clusters has been derived from this analysis with two genotypes separate in the separate clusters. So these are the distinct cluster genotypes we can use in the breeding program for enhancement of development of nutritional genotypes. Now coming to this, in order to identify the multi-triad suitable genotypes, we have used MGADI. This is one important tool where distance based on some ideotype, we will be identifying the multi-triad genotypes. So we can see that the genotypes, this is the red color is the middle one is the ideotype. So which are the genotypes which have more than less value than that one, they are selected one, like P50, 53, 42, 54, 57, and 67, as well as P9 have been selected genotypes for multi-triads, mainly for biochemical characters. Now coming to the strength and weakness chart, after knowing this, the selected genotypes, we can identify which are the factors responsible for the performance of the particular genotypes. We can see that example I will give that P67, P53 has been selected genotype. So for P53, particular this FA4 has been contributed highly to the performance of that particular variety. If you look at back, what is FA4 contains? FA4 is the total sugar reducing sugar. So these are the main triads which have played significantly in the performance of this particular genotype P53. Coming to the sensory evaluation, we carried out a sensory evaluation for using a 9-point hedonic scale. We found that P55, 57, 55, and 58 perform overall acceptability. This is a radar chart for sensory evaluation of potato genotypes. Coming to the instrumental color profiling, this is we have used a Loviband color meter in order to record this one. We found 2 genotypes which are very distinct genotypes, mainly P81 and 82. You can see that the cluster analysis SCA is also differentiated 2 lines which are P51, 81, and 82 in different clusters. So coming to this sensory instrumental color profiling also, these genotypes are highly distinct genotype. They are completely diverse genotype compared to others. This is the instrumental color profiling radar chart. Coming to the conclusion, we can observe significant genetic diversity with respect to biochemical parameters. The PC identified 8 principal components. Then we can identify 8 factor analysis also. So it was 8. Then we can observe the selection differential, selection gain, positive selection gain for almost all the parameters. Only negative selection gain for a few parameters like carbohydrate and this one. Then sensory evaluation identified P57, P58 overall for overall acceptability. Finally, that MGADI, we can identify that P53, 50, 42, P54, 57, 67, as well as P9 superior for biochemical quality, mainly for multi-triads selection genotype. So with this, these are the genotypes which have been identified, P53 and P67. coming to this, why we need to identify genotypes? Because in order to develop a superior variety, we need the broad genetic diversity for biochemical variety. So we can identify, after identifying, we can develop the superior variety to address, we can use in the cultivation to address the nutritional security of the country. Thank you. So once Swaminathan sir has told that consider the widespread of undernutrition in the country, there is a need for population the consumption of potato in a larger scale. Because potato is a major crop, so we need to rise as the nutrition rich genotype so that we can ensure that food security as well as nutrition security are met through potato consumption. Thank you all.
Any questions from any of the participants?
Yes.
Sir, thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, you have compared these varieties with respect to biochemical characteristics.
Yes, sir.
But have you studied the yield potential of these varieties?
Yes, sir. Yield potential also we have studied it.
So whether these varieties are comparable?
They are not high yielders. They are not high yielders.
high yielders.
Yes.
So can it be popularized?
No, sir. We have to cross them and we have to develop a population out of that. Then we have to go for high yielding as well as the nutritional traits. Combination we have to develop. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But these selective varieties are not high yielders one. So high yielders also we have identified that. So we can make the process and we have to population we have to develop. Then for the population we have to select both high yielding as well as nutrition rich genotypes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And the second, are they release varieties or germplasm or what?
And they are not released, sir.
They are germplasm.
They are the germplasm.
What about the status of glycemic index of these lines? Since you have
As of
taken
now, we have not
multi-parameters
studied
of the
glycemic
biochemistry.
We have not studied the glycemic index of these lines.
Okay, because that is
Yes,
a
I understand.
key
Glycemic is very
parameter
important,
in case of
Yes.
potato. Please look into it. Thank you.
Check.
Thank
Sir, please pass on the mic.
Now the percentage of diabetic people in India is gradually increasing.
Yes, sir.
And the doctors, scientifically or unscientifically, they blame potato not to consume by the diabetic people.
Actually,
Now
potato
it is the time to identify some lines which will be very helpful for the diabetic
Sir,
people.
that was one triad. I was looking for identifying low sugar content. That was our objective in the thesis, the particular research also. But we couldn't find that. We find that lines. But the thing is that those are also having high glycemic index. Usually potato is that. So we need to study, as sir suggested, we need to study the glycemic. So how fast it is that increasing the after consumption of potato, how fast we get the glucose level increasing, the sugar level increasing the potato. That's what we need to study the index. Then we'll identify the particular genotype. Then we can develop that low sugar content genotype. But also low sugar content is not related to the glycemic index also. Low sugar content also increases the how fast the sugar content increase after consumption. How fast we can increase the that is the counting. So we need to identify, look after that glycemic index as well as low sugar content genotype, so that we can ensure that to address the diabetic patients also.
Thank you.
But sweet potato, as we are working on sweet potato also, we have worked out the glycemic index of sweet potato. It has been observed that potato compared to potato, the glycemic index of sweet potato is very less, moderate. So sweet potato can be recommended for the diabetic patient. Since I'm presenting on potato, I didn't put the, but we have worked out on glycemic index of sweet potato especially.
But in almost all culinary purposes, potato is more used than
Yes,
sweet
potato is a major crop. That's why potato is actually high glycemic index. So I agree that but for our varieties, we need to identify the glycemic index of, we need to work out the glycemic index as well as sugar content also, so that we can correlate with these two and we can come out with output also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for an interactive session. A round of applause for Dr. Gowda, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you all.
आज अनेक जन चाषी भाई भौणी मैंने आम सहित जोग देइछंती, कृषक बंधु मैंने आम सहित अछंती। अनेक विषय वस्तु पर चर्चा हेबा। मु अनुरोध करिबि आपण माननकु शेष पर्यंत आपण स्थिरतार सहित आम सहित सामिल हेबे एवं जेमिति आमर विशेषज्ञ कहते गवेषणा एवं कृषि मध्य समन्वय रहिबा आवश्यक से भली गवेषक एवं कृषक मानक मध्य से भली सुसंपर्क रहिबा दरकार एवं कौन आपण मानक पई सरकारी प्रोत्साहन रही किभली आपण निजर आय को द्विगुणित करें से सबू नहीं आज निहाती भाव में आपण आम विशेषज्ञ मानक सहित चर्चा करें. मूविंग ऑन, our next speaker is Dr. Binod K. Mohan. Let's welcome sir amongst us from KVK Faridabad CCSHAU, and he will be talking on cluster frontline demonstrations impact in summer green gram production in Faridabad district of Haryana, India. Please welcome sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Vinod Kumar. I'm here to present the cluster frontline demonstrations impact in summer green gram production in Faridabad district of Haryana. As all of us know, Haryana is a very small state. It has only 1.4% of India land holding and geographical point of view. While when we talk about the crop production, it is very impactful state in we can say one of the major contributor in rice, basmati rice production. Haryana, when we see the graph, Haryana is the 44% contributor of the basmati rice in India. And due to this heavy production of this basmati, there is some bad impact on this our soil status also. And on this contrast, we have planned the pulse production inclusion in our state. And pulse, we know the pulse cultivation is almost eliminated in Kharif season owing to deviation of area towards we have cotton, cluster bean and pearl millet because of low profitability in our crops. However, the new window opens for the cultivation of mung bean in rice wheat cropping system in summer season to generate additional farm income to improve the soil health. The area under summer mung bean in state was around 64,000 hectare with the production of 50,000 tons, and the average productivity is 780 kilogram per hectare during 1920. If we talk about the objective of the study, after harvest of the wheat and before the transplanting of rice, there is land remains fallow for the 65 to 70 days during the month of April to June. This period can be utilized to raise summer mung in rice wheat cropping system in our system. And second one is the to main the for the sustainability of the system, there is need of increase the area of summer mung. And third one is the improve the productivity and income of the farmers, which is our main aim during the KVK system. And for this purpose, we have planned 200 demonstrations. We conducted 200 demonstrations in 3 years in 80 hectares of the land, and during which we have conducted different trainings, field visits, group meetings, and field days for the motivation and the demonstrations. During these These are some pictures of the activities conducted. And when we see the table, effect of the inclusion of summer moon on the system productivity, when we see the rice wheat system, we can see in all years there is less in the productivity, while when we include the mung bean in our system, there is increase in the production of our rice as well as wheat. And along with this, we are getting additional summer mung in this system. When we say the organic status of the soil after 3 years of the completion of these CFLDs, there is improvement in the organic carbon, nitrogen availability, phosphorus availability, potash availability, and there is increase in micronutrients, especially in zinc increase. When we see the inclusion of this summer moon in the economics of the cropping system, there is increase in the net return. We can see in the table that in rice wheat system there was only 66,975 rupees net return, while when including summer moon in the system, we are getting 1,07,581, and BC ratio was also increased from 1.88 to 2.23. And major impact was this, that after 3 years trial, we could reach in the area of area expansion in our district from 250 hectare to 1,170 hectare. So there is need of inclusion of summer moon in our system. So we can conclude that CFLDs are very important in our KVK system, which can help in the increase in the land productivity with the high intensive cropping system is the need of the day to meet the growing demand of the food grain, and rice wheat system contributing the major share in food grain production are now facing the problem of decline in factor productivity with reduction in farm income. And by inclusion of introducing summer moon bean after harvest of wheat is a potential option for increasing system productivity and long-term sustainability in these cereal-based production system. Thank you very much. Actually, this is a extension-based trial, and in extension, we used to reach to the farmers and demonstrate the technologies which is given by our research workers. And in this system in our district, actually summer moon, our farmers usually don't use to grow summer moon, but after inclusion of these CFLDs, we could reach more than 1,000 hectares. This is the major achievement of our extension system. Any question, please?
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. My question is this summer moong is it a different variety from the regular moong which we are cultivating? Second thing is it applicable? Can we replicate the same thing in the Odisha climate and the soil system? And about the availability of these varieties? Actually, this is a MH421 variety. MH421 variety. This one variety is released in our area. This one is for both for summer crop as well as for kharif crop. It is successful in both systems. For summer crop, it takes only 65 to 70 days to harvest. These are as you are asking that whether it will be successful in our system. These, I think this can be tested, because summer season I am feeling here is almost similar to our system, and we can also test these varieties. And in our neighboring states like UP, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan, this variety is very successful during summer.
Sir, I got one question. What is the fate of this MH421 regarding YMB in summer?
Yes, actually, very important disease, yellow mosaic virus, which is affecting most of the variety, but till date, it is very much resistant to YMB.
So this MH421 is resistant to YMB in
Yes.
your area. So is it the same for all the season? Means in rice fallow, kharif and rabi also it is resistant to YMB?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other, please? Thank you very much.
Next presenter, Dr. H. Anuragi, ICR Safri, Jhansi. So Dr. Anuragi seems to be absent, not present at this moment. Okay. So next is Dr. R. Sarita, Angru, virtual. Virtual can be connected.
Good afternoon, sir.
Virtual. That is virtual to be connected. Yeah, he's there. He's there. Sound system. Not audible. So, Dr. Sarita can start your presentation virtually. Virtual.
A very good afternoon to the audience, the respected sirs, madams, and all the students over there. Myself, I am Dr. R. Sarita, working as a principal scientist entomology at the Regional Agriculture Research Station Anakapalli, which comes under the Acharya N.G. Ranga Agriculture University, Andhra Pradesh. Today, during the AgriVision 2025, I am presenting a small research done by myself on the studies on the potentiality of botanicals for eco-friendly storage of sesame seed. So, coming to the background, as we all know that sesame is commonly referred to as the queen of oil seeds, as the seeds are highly nutritious, containing folic acid, oil, protein, unsaturated fatty acids, vitamins, and minerals. So 70% of the global sesame production is processed into oil and the remaining as meal, whereas the remaining 30% is directly utilized in food, confectionery, beverage industries. And also the farmers generally store the sesame seed until the next season. So traditionally, we observe that sesame is stored for direct consumption or for seed purpose in the polypropylene bags, which are the used fertilizer bags. These are traditionally used by the farmers. Sometimes even the jute bags are used. So here, as many of you might be knowing, the red floor beetle, that is Tribolium castaneum, it is a stored grain product pest which is of a cosmopolitan nature, damaging many of the stored grains. And these insects cause damage by reducing the mass and also reducing the physiological quality and germination capacity of sesame seed in storage. So we know that in large scale, if the farmers store or in godowns, generally pesticides are being sprayed. Sometimes even for farmers, if there is a pest, we suggest spraying of pesticides. But in our areas, the farmers, they don't want to spray with pesticide. because many times you use this during the festival time and all this sesame seed to make sweet meat and all. So the usage of chemicals to weigh off pests poses a serious threat to human health and also causes environmental pollution. So in this background, we have taken up a study to evaluate certain types of botanicals as protectants during storage for the field harvested sesame seed. As the main purpose was to store seed up to say 3 months until the next usage or until the festival time, the freshly harvested seed from the field which is stored in the polypropylene bags. So the treatments used was sweet flag, Acorus calamus, that is 5 grams per kg of seed. Similarly, turmeric powder. All these were
Dr.
freshly ground to
Swaminathan,
curry.
sorry for the interruption.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Ma'am, your screen is visible. Please change the slides. Your opening slide is there. Please change
I have
the
changed,
slides.
but okay. I have changed it.
Yes. Please make it in presentation mode. Your slides are not moving.
Okay.
Ma'am, please bring it to presentation mode.
Yeah, I am doing that.
There are 4 icons. There are 4 icons below. The last icon you can press. Just check the icons below.
Okay.
The last one.
In more?
Not in more. The last one. There are 4 icons.
In share?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Among share,
Share your screen.
yes.
Make it full screen, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Slideshow, then presentation mode. Make it full screen. Last one, last icon below. Yes. And now you can move. Slide it, yes.
Okay. So as I
Yes,
have
please
told
continue,
the
ma'am.
background regarding that, so I'll move to the next slide. So for this, as the farmers are also reluctant to use chemicals during the storage at their homes, so we have taken up a study to evaluate certain botanicals as protectants. So for this purpose, the seed was mixed with certain botanicals such as sweet flag powder, 5 grams per kg. Similarly, turmeric, curry leaf, neem, clove, camphor, asafoetida. These were the common practices which are recommended uh, in the traditional practices. So, and recently during natural farming and all, sweet flag was gaining much popularity by among different areas. So for this, we have done this study, taking the seed in polypropylene bags using a lab design which was done in the storage house. The CRBD was taken 3 replications, and the sesamum variety YLM66, which is a variety released from our state at the research station nearby Vishakhapatnam, Yalamanchili. So, and the data was collected. Here we have taken the natural buildup of red flower beetle by drawing 100 grams of seed sample randomly after every 3 days, after every 30 days, up to 90 days we have done for 3 months. Similarly, percent germination, 1000 seed weight, percent weight loss, and also the percent insect damage. All these parameters were recorded. Okay, so coming to the data, as I have told you, number of adults per 100 grams were recorded at 30 days, 60 days after the treatment, similarly 90 days after the imposition of the treatment. So as we can observe here, in sweet flag, even after 90 days, the number of adults was 7, and in the neem it was 9.1. Whereas in the untreated check, it was sorry, in an untreated check it was 23. Some typing mistake is there. Okay, and here what we can see is in delta methrin, which is a chemical check I have taken there on 4.3, which was much less. But when we compare to the untreated check, this is 29 beetles in the untreated check. So when upon comparison to the untreated check, here we can see in delta methrin 85.2% reduction over control was observed, whereas 75% reduction was observed in sweet flag and in neem 68%. So here we can say that though we may not achieve as much reduction as in case with a chemical, but when a farmer wants to opt for botanical, they can go for the sweet flag powder or the neem powder. And similarly, when we check upon the germination, it was equal to that of the chemical check, that is 84% was recorded, whereas in untreated check, it was 61% only. So this was based upon the percent insect damage, which was 19% damage was there in the untreated check, only 4% damage in the chemical check, whereas it was around 7% damage in sweet flag and neem. And coming to the 1000 seed weight, based upon the damage, the percent weight loss, if we record, it is only up to 4.7 to 5% in case of sweet flag, whereas it was approximately 9% in case of untreated check and 3% in case of chemical check. So these reflect upon the 1000 seed weight. Here we can clearly see that the 1000 seed weight was nearly equal in case of the delta methrin, sweet flag and neem, whereas it was much lower in case of the untreated check. So based on all these things, all these parameters, we can conclude that for an eco-friendly and sustainable method of storage pest management, growers can invariably utilize sweet flag or neem powder for the quality storage of sesamum seeds in the conventional either polypropylene or jute bags. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita, for nice presentation, quite informative. And now we'll proceed to the next presenter in the list, that is Dr. Jyoti Kumar from
Thank you,
ICR
sir.
RCER. Dr. Jyoti Kumar from ICAR Patna.
Dr. Jyoti Kumar is online with us. Is he there? Achanti Jyoti Kumar? Okay. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here. Please allow me to share the screen.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible. Very welcome. Please share your slides and please go ahead. Share your slides, sir.
Yes, it's loading.
Yes, yes.
So is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir. Please go for it.
Very good afternoon to all of you, respected chairman of the session as well as co-chairman, all the dignitaries as well as the participants over there. So I'm here to present my brief work related to antimicrobial resistance. That's, as we all know, that antimicrobial resistance is one of the big global concern for the health of the global public health, including animal, human, as well as environment. So I will explain some later on. So slide is not moving. So we all know that in 1928, let us go about the very brief introduction about the antibiotics. So the Sir Alexander Fleming discovered the first antibiotic in 1928. So at that time only he raised the concern about the emergence of the antimicrobial resistance on its irrational use, or maybe because of the very heavy use. So in his Nobel Prize speech, he only said that by exposing his microbe to non-lethal quantities of the drug can make them resistant. So it was his experience, or based on the cultural characterization of the isolate, he warned the world in 1945 only, when he received the Nobel Prize. Later on, the many personalities from the top, they warned us that we may enter into post-antibiotic era. From the pre to post means we will not have any option to treat the very lethal infections, or maybe very simple infections. So as we know that there is the pace of development of the drug is outpaced by the emergence of the drug resistance. So that's why the situation is very alarming, we can say. And one of the very few of the reports say that one of the very famous reports, Jim O'Neill report, says that there may be, suppose these are the projected data, 10 million deaths by 2050 because of the AMR only, antimicrobial resistance, and maybe a huge loss to the global economy. So it's not only the problem of the health, it is also a economic problem related to food security, development, political issue, as because it needs engagement at all level, because it is said that it's threat everywhere, because that any single microbe can multiply and can spread at any level if the suitable environment is there. So WHO rang the alarm that, and the WHO classified the organisms into critical, high, and medium priority organism. So the present work deals with the Enterobacteriaceae. That is one of the E. coli is one of the Enterobacteriaceae family members. So that comes under the critical priority one listed area as per the WHO. So what we did is, as per the objective, I am just explaining what we did in this work. We studied the extent and pattern of the antimicrobial resistance in the E. coli isolate from animals, and it was studies for the phenotypic as well as genotypic pattern, and the data were analyzed to understand the pattern. So what we did is we isolated the E. coli from the animals. It was sampling was based on the random sampling and representative sampling. The E. coli, the samples were taken from the large big farms, dairy farms, wherein we can understand that there is a huge selection pressure. So the chances of having the emergence of antibacterial resistance is more. So we did follow this technical program to collect and ascertain the identity of that organism, that is E. coli, or our target organism. So identified the E. coli, then we confirmed it by molecular tests like 16S RNA or a species-specific PCR. Thereafter, antimicrobial susceptibility testing. This is one of the most basic as well as widely used as well recommended by CLS and UCAS for the surveillance, regular surveillance of the and laboratory estimation of the extended pattern of the antibiotic resistance or antibiotic sensitivity pattern. So because surveillance is a regular process and that has to be done as recommended by many national action plans and global action plans. So we perform the antibiotic sensitivity Kirby-Bauer method. This is one of the most basic tests, as well as it needs to be standardized as per the laboratory and as per the standard procedure or guidelines by the CLSI for this very purpose. So thereafter we isolated the DNA and plasmid from the isolate and conducted the PCR for the detection of the AMR genes in the isolate. So this slide shows the whole process of the identification, isolation, characterization of the E. coli, that colony characterization, staining. So these are very basic things, but it needs to be done for the each individual. The identity of the, so we characterize the 155 representative isolates from the cattle. So we can see that this is the you all study in our UG classes of that greenish metallic scene is the typical for the E. coli. Mostly 99% they come from the E. coli, but to obviate 1% risk, we did the PCR to ascertain the the finality of the E. coli. Thereafter, we did the antibiotic sensitivity test. So what the result says is more than 50% of the isolates were resistant to most commonly used antibiotics in farm or in case of human settings or animal settings, like penicillin, cephalosporins, aminoglycosic acid. But the highest rate were found in fluoroquinolones. But they were also sensitive to high-end antibiotics like cifotaxine and imipenems, etc. So this shows that 37% on also conducted one of the tests known as ESBL strains to identify the ESBL strain. ESBL strains means they are extended spectrum beta-lactamase strains that are resistant to most of the commonly used penicillin, cephalosporins, aminoglycosides. They are nowadays very important E. coli because they can transmit the resistance to one intraspecies. So we ascertain the percentage of the ESBL spectrum resistant ESBL strains of the E. coli using double diffusion disc. So this is done. Suppose there is one disc and second disc. So if the difference between the enlargement that is more than 5 mm, then it is considered as the ESBL strain, ESBL positive strains. And in genotypic study, we studied what are the determinants of the gene determinants phenotypes. So out of the 200 genes so far, more than 200 genes responsible discovered for the ESBL phenotypes, only 3-4 are mostly common, very common, like TIM and then CTX, SSP. These are the genes responsible. So mostly the TIM is the most common, then CTX, and we could not find the SSP gene, and some are having more than one genes responsible for the same. So we can see that we amplified the genes like TIM for the 800 base pair, as well as some CTX and other. Another study was done to understand what are the mobile genetic elements present in the E. coli strains. These are important. Integrons are important because they are mobile. So we can say the mobile like integrons and all, they can transmit their highly movable elements from the one genome to another in bacterial population. So they also can move from one species of the bacteria to genus. They don't understand the boundaries of the species or genus in bacterial population. So they can accumulate very large number of the genes from one isolate, and they can transmit to others. So they are important in the sense that they are responsible for the very fast spread of the antimicrobial resistance from one organism to another. So in this case also, we find that around 50% of the isolates were positive for the integrons one, and they were also harboring, because integrons, they are known to harbor antibiotic sensitive resistance genes. Suppose sulfonamide resistant genes in 48%, the 14 out of total 40% were harboring that sulfonamide resistant genes. So they might be having many more. So we need to study what are the genetic. So based on that, we can devise our treatment strategy. So it is very specific, region wise, farm wise. If a particular antibiotic goes resistant, means not sensitive, so we can stop that and devise our treatment strategies for the region or farm or any setting. So we can say that AMR in bacteria of animal origin needs to be studied regularly in phenotypic and genotypic characters to understand their spread and extent, so that we can revise our treatment or guidelines or any. So what could be the possible solution? This is the only we can discover faster, or we can prevent the emergence of resistance by reducing the selection pressure. Using it is called the antibiotic prudence, so that we can use antibiotics only when it is required. Suppose most of the viral infection don't require antibiotic, but we take it as a precaution, very as a precautionary measure, but that's not needed. So we can reduce. So 3R, refine, replace, and reduce principle can be applied. So these are the steps that can only avoid or stall or reduce the rate of emergence of the antibiotic resistance. So these are implementing all these policies. But what is the good news is that AI also comes in the way of discovering the new antibiotics. Recently, helicin was discovered by the AI-based that procedure. So that was effective against will be resistant descendants of the Acinetobacter and Clostridium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. A round of applause for him. Any questions? Any questions, anyone? Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, let us connect to Dr. Sudhir Kumar Rajput from IAS BHU Varanasi. We will be talking on carbon credit potential of different land use system in Vindhyan region of eastern Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Sudhir Kumar Rajput is there with us.
Good afternoon.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Sanju Chaudhary. Actually, I will present on this topic. I am doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Sudhir Kumar Rajput, sir, and he has some urgent work today, so I am here to present.
All right, please welcome Sanju Chaudhary, ma'am. Ma'am, please go for it. Share your slides and go for it.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Make it in presentation mode, slide mode.
Yes, ma'am, it is in presentation mode only.
Make it full screen.
Yeah, in my laptop it is full screen only.
Okay, change your second slide. Go to your second slide.
Is it moving?
Your first page is there. Go to your second slide and go for it. Make it full screen. It will be easier for you to share slide. Your slide is not visible. Please share your slide. Yes, go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. The topic of my presentation is carbon sequestration and credit potential of different land use systems in Vindhyan region of eastern UP. So, carbon sequestration and credit potential of different land use system is important as it helps in climate change mitigation, sustainable land use system, and carbon credit market opportunities. So keeping all these points in view, this experiment was conducted. So what is carbon sequestration? Soil carbon sequestration involves the capturing of atmospheric carbon dioxide and storing it in the soil through natural processes. In this process, plants absorb carbon dioxide and stored in roots and organic matter. And this organic matter, like leaves and crop residues, break down and enrich the soil. The microorganism helps to convert organic material into a stable carbon compound, and this carbon compound rich soil holds more water. So what is carbon credit? Carbon credits are the certificates that permit a company to emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases, and the permission reduce every year. So our experiment was carried out in randomized complete block design with 8 treatments and replicated thrice in 2 depths, 0 to 20 centimeter and 20 to 40 centimeter. Treatments were Karonda orchard, guava orchard, custard apple orchard, beel orchard, wheat field, mustard field, mixed forest and teak forest. Here is the treatment details of layout. The plot size in Karonda, guava, custard apple and beel is 50 to 10 meter square, and in mixed forest and teak forest it was 50 to 30 meter square. So come to the result part, what we found from this experiment. This table shows the effect of different treatments on above ground, below ground and total carbon sequestration in ton per hectare. We found that treatment 7, which was mixed forest, resulted significantly higher above, below and total carbon sequestration. That is 126.18, 32.81 and 158.99 ton per hectare respectively. And we found crop fields, mustard and wheat recorded lowest carbon dioxide carbon sequestration. But if we will see in farmers' point of view, the agri-horticulture systems like Karonda orchard, guava orchard, custard apple and beel orchard sequester more carbon than crop fields. This table 5 shows the effect of different land use systems on carbon credit. So here we can see higher carbon credit was earned by mixed forest. But again, if we will see from farmers' point of view, agri-horticulture system helps to improve farmers' profitability by earning more carbon credit as compared to crop fields. So we can conclude carbon sequestration was strongly influenced by land use systems with the mixed forest sequestering the most carbon. But in farmers' point of view, the agri-horticulture system sequesters around 55 to 65% higher carbon as compared to crop fields. Thus, it can be concluded that the agri-horticulture system not only enhance farmers' profitability, but also helps also play a significant role in mitigating climate change by generating higher carbon credits compared to traditional crop fields. So we can these are the photographs from different plots. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the nice presentation. A round of applause for her. Any questions? Any questions, anyone? If not, let us move ahead for the next presentation, which is by Dr. C.D. Chitropala Devadarshini from OUAT Bhubaneswar. She will be talking on development of value-added products by incorporating millets for nutrition security. Very welcome, ma'am. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries present of the day. My topic is development of value-added products by incorporating millets for nutritional security. And this is the master research presentation of our students. Coming to the introduction, the background information, as we know, millets are known as the superfood due to their high nutritional value. They are rich in fiber, carbohydrate, protein, vitamins, minerals, mostly calcium, phosphorus, iron. Zinc is also present in in millets, and phytochemicals are also there, which aid in combating hidden micronutrient malnutrition that is prevalent in the community. The current need for functional qualities of processed product has led the researcher to formulate millet-based bakery items for the people suffering from various lifestyle diseases such as diabetes, CVD, obesity, hypertension, etc. So the present study was taken to formulate various value-added bakery products, mostly pizza-based, bun and cookies using finger millet, barnyard millet, little millet, where millet flour can serve as alternative nutrient source in addition to refined wheat flour for preparation of bakery food items. So we know that all the bakery products there we are using 100% of the refined wheat flour, or commonly known as maida. So here we are adding our traditional food. Millet is not new to us. Millet was earlier there, but we are using in a traditional manner. Now we are substituting little amount of millet to the 100% of the whole wheat flour, refined wheat flour. So this is the materials, sorry. So objective of the study was to develop pizza-based bun cookies using millets, then to assess the organoleptic or sensory characteristics of the developed product, then evaluation of nutritional composition of the developed product. So coming to materials and methods. So we have collected the raw materials from this local market, that is refined wheat flour, finger millet flour, little millet flour and barnyard millet flour. Then formulation and standardization of product, and we have analyzed proximate analysis, which include mass, moisture, crude protein, crude fat, fiber and carbohydrate by difference method. All are done by AOSC method in the Department of Food and Nutrition. Then mineral estimation, 3 minerals we have analyzed: calcium, phosphorus, iron, all are by the central lab of OUAT. Then organoleptic evaluation by 20 semi-trained panelists using 9-point hedonic scale. So the first one, that is pizza base, where the first one is 100% refined wheat flour, that is the control one. Then we have developed 4 variation with 80% of the refined wheat flour and little millet for 10%, finger millet for 10%. Like that, it went up to 50% of the refined wheat flour and 50% of the millet flour. Similarly, the bun was prepared. The control is everywhere. It is 100% refined wheat flour. Then 4 products, 4 variation were prepared. Starting from 85, 555, 3 millets we have taken: finger millet flour, barnyard millet flour and little millet flour. And the last one is 40% refined wheat flour and 60% of the millet flour. Here flaxseed we have added for nutritional enrichment. Peanut was also there. Carrot powder, fenugreek leaf, all are kept constant. Then the third product, that is the multi-millet flour for preparation of cookies. Then the 4 variation was 80-20, then 50-50%. Here we have used finger millet and barnyard millet. So this is the process of bun and pizza based preparation, where we are mixing the sugar with the yeast. Yeast is required for fermentation. Then it was added with the other ingredients like refined wheat flour, sunflower oil and other mixed millet flour. Then kneading, and we kept the product for proofing, first proofing and second proofing, 30 minutes, 60 minutes respectively. Then baking at 20 to 250 degrees Celsius for 10 to 15 minutes in deck oven. Then similarly, the cookies were also prepared, whisking the butter and icing sugar for 3 to 5 minutes, then sieving, then mixing, rolling up the mixture to required consistency, cutting up the cookies and baking at 20 minutes, 180 degrees Celsius. So these are the developed product, pizza base, bun, and these are the different varieties of cookies we developed. Coming to the organoleptic evaluation, we have taken color, texture, flavor, taste, and overall acceptability by 20 semi-trained panelists. If you see the overall acceptability, that is PT2 and PT3, that is where 70-30 and 60-40, those were quite acceptable. Similar result was also seen in case of bun of the organoleptic acceptability, BT2 and BT3. Then coming to the cookies, the highest score were with the score which are at par with the control is mixed millet cookies 2 and mixed millet cookies 3. And these products we have gone for the approximate analysis. We can see that in comparison to the control one, the crude protein percentage increases. Similarly, fat percentage also increased, fiber percent is more. In normal bun or normal pizza base, we are having 2.9% of the 2.9 gram of the dietary fiber, whereas in case of addition of millet, it is increasing to 4.6 to 4.9. Similarly, calcium is also much more higher. From 46, it increased to 100 to 109. Iron also increases. Then with regard to bun, similar increasing order was found in case of protein, fiber, then calcium, phosphorus and iron also. And with regard to cookies, The crude fiber percentage again increases. It was 0.3, it increased to 1.8 and 2.4. Similarly, calcium also increases, phosphorus also increases, iron also increases. So we can conclude that by addition of millets, that is finger millet, little millet, and other barnyard millet to all the three products, that is bun, pizza, and cookies, the concentration of dietary fiber, total ash, moisture, mineral, calcium, phosphorus, iron increases. Thus, value addition of bakery product can be beneficial for infants, school-going children, adolescents, including pregnant and lactating women, as well as elderly persons also. And it's also a very good alternative, or it can be in a safer limit. The patients suffering from diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, they also can take these products. So, millet incorporated bakery products can be effective in managing micronutrient deficiency disorders in community level, and it also helps in achieving food and nutrition security. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions, anyone?
So what is the market linkage in this case?
Sir, three products we have developed, but the cookies we are selling in ELP, sir. Our final year students, the cookies, whatever is standardized, that is marketed in every ELP product, and wherever exhibition is there, we are selling that one, sir.
There is a millet cafe in OUAT.
Yes.
Is it something linked to millet cafe also?
No, sir. Sir, actually, we have not linked, sir.
Not yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Moving on, Dr. Hriday Sanuragi is there with us. Dr. Hriday Sanuragi. Dr. Hriday Sanuragi is there? Okay. Moving ahead, now let us welcome Dr. Debadatta Sethi from OUAT Bhubaneswar. Please welcome, sir. Is he there with us? Next up, we have Dr. Ramesh Chandra Nayak from SIT Bhubaneswar. Is he there? Dr. Ramesh Chandra Nayak. Dr. Bijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan. Okay, please welcome Dr. Ramesh Chandra Nayak from SIT Bhubaneswar. He will be talking on a novel irrigation system for farming towards environmental sustainability in India. Join hands to welcome him. LED screen, please.
Respected professors and other participants present here. I am Dr. Ramesh Chandra Nayak. I am a postdoctoral fellow at IIIT Delhi and professor and head Synergy Institute of Technology Bhubaneswar. So my work, a novel irrigation system for farming towards environmental sustainability in India. Generally, it is a model based, means that product has already been developed and it has already been patented. And also we have already implemented these ideas in a small scale land farmers. So actually this is a product based model. Means all of you know that irrigation is one of the most important part for any type of agriculture. Irrigation generally 30 to 40% of a total cost encode with the irrigation concept. So generally our work is for small land farmers. We are now working on it. Small land farmers means that the farmers having less than 2 acre or maybe 1 acre land. All of you know that for irrigation purpose, generally external sources are used. Means by using some petrol, diesel or kerosene operated pump with the hand pump. All of you know that hand pump it works with the mechanism of pressure difference between whatever the pressure inside the hand pump and at the bottom of the ground. That due to the pressure difference, the lifting of water possible. So, but by using external sources operated pump means that by using petrol, diesel or kerosene operated pump, so we generally it is required to expense something. Means that the petrol, diesel, kerosene operated, it has some external sources. It relates with external sources. But our work that we have developed a model. It is required to attach the model with the hand pump. Means that the lifting of water from the hand pump is possible by using our model. Generally, our model now I am directly going to our model. This is a experimental setup. It consists of that here the cylinder, piston rod indicates the hand pump attachments. Means that for a hand pump, there is cylinder is there, hand means that plunger rod is there, and other parts that our experimental setup. That it is required to attach our experimental setup with the piston rod of the hand pump. All of you know that due to reciprocating motion of the piston rod, lifting of water is possible. So our model, it consists of a gearing mechanism. Actually, this is my hard model. Initially, I started this model by using a simple gear train and then compound gear train. And now I'm working on its epicyclic gear train. So this, our model, it consists of a simple gear train means that gear 1 and gear 2, that is simple gear train arrangements, they are meshed with each other. And on the shaft 2, another gear arrangement is there, that is the epicyclic gear train arrangement is there. The epicyclic gear train arrangement, it consists of sun gear, planet gear, and the ring gear. All of you know, whenever the gearing arrangements will be there, if a big gear, that gear 1 is attached with the gear 2, means as the gear 1 having bigger size, means its diameter is more as compared to gear 2. So that in one complete rotation of the gear 1, it causes to rotate the 10 to 15 times rotation of the gear 2. Means whenever a handle, one rotation, complete rotation of the handle will be there, then the shaft 2, it will rotate 15 to 20 times that it will rotate. Again, that shaft 2 is attached with the epicyclic gear train arrangement, that is the planetary gear arrangement is there. Planetary gear arrangements, that the planetary gears are there. All the planetary gears are connected with a connector, and that planet gears are rotate around the sun gear. That the middle gear is the sun gear. This gear is here. This gear is sun gear. So whenever 20 rotation of the shaft is transferred to the connector back that planetary gear, then the planetary gear transfer this rotation to the sun gear, means there is 40 times of rotation of the sun gear is possible here. Means lastly, whenever at the one complete rotation of the handle, 40 rotation of the gear, the shaft 3 is possible. As the shaft 3, at the end of the shaft 3, a wheel is there, and that wheel is attached with the piston rod. Then 40 to 50 times of reciprocating motion can be possible at the handle side, means at the that our hand pump side. Means at one complete rotation of the handle at the driver side, it causes to 40 to 50 times reciprocating motion of the plunger rod by piston rod of the hand pump. So whenever 40 to 15 times rotation by reciprocating motion can be possible, then that water lifting from the hand pump gradually increases. So this is my experimental setup actually. So this setup is already implemented and अच्छा अच्छा उड़िया कहिए उड़िया अच्छा अच्छा हाँ ओके 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 सो ये जो प्रोडक्ट है तो एक्चुअली हमें ऑलरेडी फार्मर मानकर आमे गोटे कटक रे गोटे डिस्ट्रिक्ट अछि मैदरपड़ा माने कटक डिस्ट्रिक्ट रे गोटे जगह अछि मैदरपड़ा आमे मैदरपड़ा रे गोटे टमाट माने माने से लोकटी गोटे छोट फार्म करिछि गोटे टमाट चाष करुथिला तार दीटा बिल छोट छोट बिल थिला आमे जतले प्रोडक्ट ता बनैलु तापरे हमर एक्चुअली मु एई प्रोडक्ट रे मु पोस्ट डॉक पाइछि ट्रिपल आईटी दिल्ली रे मु एई प्रोडक्ट ऊपर काम करूछि डीएसटी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रो एंड एटा मो सिनर्जी कॉलेज रे प्रोडक्ट आमे बनैछु हमर सिनर्जी भुवनेश्वर रे एई प्रोडक्ट आमे इंप्लीमेंट भी करिछु जोटा कि आमे गोटे टिओल सहित अटैच करिछु जनरली यार एई जो प्रोडक्ट रे आमे राइट साइड रे तो सेटी गोटे अछि बडो दैट इज द बिगर व्हील इज देयर दिस व्हील इज नोन एज योर फ्लाई व्हील द फंक्शन ऑफ द फ्लाई व्हील इज टू energy stored and energy dissipate means whenever it is required that energy can be transferred so that our mechanism totally this product it deals with the mechanism of gearing mechanism as well as energy storage concept so by using this concept at the handle side रे आमे एकदम स्मूथ ऑपरेशन दबा आपण केबे सिनर्जी भुवनेश्वर आसिलम से प्रोडक्ट देखै देबी आपण टिप रे तने आमे जनरली एई प्रोडक्ट जेतले आमे टिओल सहित अटैच करिबा आमे जानचंदी जनरली आमे जेतले टिओल को जेतले प्रेस माने जेतु माने समस्त अछंदी मु चाहूची एटा को भी उड़िया रे कहबा पई तो एक्चुअली जेतले आमे टिओल हैंडल टा आमे मोशन करंती बार रेसिप्रोकेट करंती पानी उठेइबा पई तो सेतले आमे 5-10 थर अप्लाई कर सल्ला पर आमे बोर हे जानती ना हम पारिबिनी आ करि पारिबिनी किंतु आमे जेतले ई प्रोडक्ट टा को जदी आमे से टिओल सहित अटैच करूचंती हैंडल साइड रे आमे एकदम लेस एफर्ट माने टिप रे गोटे जेकोनसी गोटे हैंडीकैप्ड फार्मर हैंडीकैप्ड वुमेन फार्मर जेकोनसी लोक जने सेटा प्रॉपर यूज करि परिबो हां एटा ठीक अछि जे बट यार डिस्चार्ज मु कहबी एबे गोटे कंपैरिजन देबी दे प्रोडक्ट टा को आमे कंपेयर करिचु डीजल पेट्रोल केरोसिन ऑपरेटेड माने इलेक्ट्रिक ऑपरेट सहित आमे कंपेयर करिचु डिस्चार्ज भी मेजर करिचु तो एथिरे आमे पेटेंट अप्लाई करिचु एथिरे मोर बहुत सारा भलो भलो जर्नल ले पेपर पब्लिश भी हेची 6 to 7 नंबर ऑफ पब्लिकेशन एससीआई स्कोपस रे मोर पब्लिश हेची दैट आई विल गिव द डिटेल्स तो ए प्रोडक्ट आमे ऑलरेडी इंप्लीमेंट करिचु मु यार गोटे कंपैरिजन स्टेटमेंट आपण माने देखौ एटा हमर रियल प्रोडक्ट जनरली आमे टिओल हाइट अनुसार देखि के आमे यार डायग्राम भी बनै परिबा तो आमे देखिबा कार टिओल केता हाइट रे अछि से अनुसार एटा ए मॉडल टा डेवलप कराबे तो ए मॉडल में जहां सब प्रोडक्ट दरकार जनरली ऑल द रॉ मटेरियल्स आर इजीली अवेलेबल इजीली मिली जिवो तो एटा गोटे एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी क्रिएट करिवो यंग जनरेशन माने को जे आमे प्रोडक्ट टा बनैबा so that is actually this product has already implemented so now I am giving some comparison किछि comparison आपण मान को देखौ छी जे तो जनरल फार्मर्स माने समस्त अछंदी आपण माने भी देखि परिबे जे मु उड़िया रे कहू छी आपण देखौ तो हमें जेतले एर परचेज कॉस्ट को नै कि वी हैव ऑलरेडी कंपेयर्ड एक्सपेंडिचर पर डे मेंटेनेंस पर वीक फर्स्ट हमें कंपैरिजन ए बेस को नै कि करिछु तो परचेज कॉस्ट जदि हमें डीजल पंप को कंपेयर करिबा पेट्रोल पंप बा इलेक्ट्रिक ऑपरेटेड पंप our design model its cost is very less first point 7,000 it can possible here only gears are required all of you know that in market gears are plentifully available that expenditure per day as some external sources is required for diesel pump petrol pump 500 550 600 but our model I have added only 200 rupees but actually I have put zero but I got a comments from a journal reputed journal why you put zero you are using that a manual by person is required to rotate the handle yes that's ठीक oh that's all right but I argued that or I answered the comment any type of farmer means a idle person can also be sit there and operate the product model it can be possible here so maintenance per week our product does not require any maintenance because only gear mechanism they are simply greasing mechanism can be possible here as compared to our discharge here the x value y value I am no need required only come for the discharge means ଆମେ ଟ୍ୟୁବଲ ହାବିସ୍ करछन बा ଆମେ ଟ୍ୟୁବଲ हैंडल यूज करछन केते पानी हमर बाला 20 लीटर बकेट टाको ଆମେ केते थर माने अप एंड डाउन करी के हैंडल साइड रे ଆମେ 20 लीटर बकेट टाको ଆମେ फुल करछन दैट इज द डिस्चार्ज तो डिस्चार्ज as compared to discharge our model it's less 16.22 discharge that's a liter per second but for the tube well attached to its external sources operated its cost its discharge is too high 20.25 and as compared to our power consumption that according to power consumption that less support is required for our model so that is a main advantages of our product so this is the one of the patent that I have already applied and these are the some of the publications that have been published by using this model so financial implication ये प्रोडक्ट के लिए आपका ये प्रोडक्ट कहीं आम करवा कौन ए बेनिफिट अच्छी कौ जिन कर तो जमीक आम पोटेंशियल मार्केट साइज कहते आजिका दिन में आम एग्रीकल्चर इरिगेशन सिस्टम होची भारी इंपोर्टेंट कांसेप्ट आम समस्ते काम करूँ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस काम कहते एआई उपर आम काम करूँ आम करूना सोर्स कौटू आसूची पानीटा कौटू आसूची आम पानीटा को कंट्रोल कर वेरी गुड नो आइडिया आम 8086 माइक्रो कंट्रोलर यूज कर आम ड्राइबल ह्यूमिडिटी देखुं रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी देखुं तो सही अनुसार आम थ्रटल भाल्व ओपन होची पानी आसूची तो आम ड्रिप इरिगेशन आम यूज कर तो आम चेष्टा करवा से ड्रिप इरिगेशन जो टॉप आम जो टॉपटा फिलअप होची ताकू आम भी पानी तो सोर्स रू आणुचंदी ना तो आम कहीपर जे आम सोलार ऑपरेटेड भी करें सोलार ऑपरेटेड गोटे प्रॉब्लम सोलार ऑपरेटेड मेंटेनेंस बहुत अधिक बैटरी रोची तापर सोलार पैनल सब बेले ताकू आम कंट्रोल करि परिबा नहीं ता भी गोटे प्रॉब्लम रोची तेणु आम सोलार ऑपरेटेड भी करिछु काम करिछु तेणु आम बहुत गुड़ा जिनस को जनरली आम स्मॉल स्केल फार्मर वी आर टेलिंग दैट अबाउट ओनली द स्मॉल स्केल फार्मर आम गोटे छोटिया फार्मर को कौन आम यूज कर हेल्प करि परिबा से केमिति गोटे तार कस्टिंग जब मन करे टमाटो चाष करुच्ची वर्ष शेष बेलू से देखला बेलू 10,000 टका जब इनकम कर 2,000 टका पलैथ तार पानी पानी मड़ारे 2,000 टका पलि जाइए से 2,000 टका जब 500 भितर आम रेस्ट्रिक्ट करवा से अनुसार आम चिंता करूँ ये आम किसी गोटे कनसेप्ट नहीं तेणु ये अनुसार आम प्रोडक्ट को बनईचु इकोनॉमिक सस्टेनेबिलिटी आम प्रोडक्ट जनरली एनवायरनमेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी दैट एटा गोटे मोस्ट एडवांटेजेस स्केलेबिलिटी यार लार्जर मार्केट सिस्टम इज देयर टाइमलाइन यार प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट करने 1 month स्केलिंग अप टू कमर्शियलाइजेशन मॉडल 2 month ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट 2 month प्रॉफिट मार्जिन 40% ऑफ द सेल so these are the conclusion our design model is very easy to operate because some mechanisms it works with some mechanism gear mechanism as well as energy storage concept so it is easily operate by any type of farmer there is large demand of our design model in agriculture sector because the material required for develop this product is easily available from the market our design model requires less maintenance so farmers will not face any problem so these are some of the references thank you I'm open for questions thank you sir yeah please sir
थैंक यू सो मच मतलब गोटा जो प्रेजेंटेशन देले बहुत भल आम चाषी मान जमी आप बुझेले कि आम तो देखिन माने आम ओ नाई रे मो कह कथा आप जो कहले तो आप डाकिले इनभाइट कले कि आप इंस्टीट्यूट जे देखिए कि आम जाना चाहिए आप ओडिशार को एरिया रे गोटा इंस्टॉल करछन्ते केबे करथिले आज के जे तार कोन माने केते चासी गोटा व्यवहार करछन टी कहले सो दैट मतलब हम समस्त में बेनिफिट हो
ठीक है सर आगे सर थैंक यू सर सर मो फास्ट कहि छि टिके जे आमे एक्चुअली आमे एटा को आमे गोटे पायलट प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड आमे करिथिलु फास्ट आमे सिंपल गियर ट्रेंड सर करथिलु सिंपल गियर ट्रेंड टा को आमे गोटे कॉलोनी रे फास्ट अटैच करिथिलु आमे देखिथिलु आमे फास्ट फोकस करिथिलु जे गां रे जो बुढ़ा बुढ़ी माने जो माने कर जहार के फैमिली मेंबर केवल वयस्क लोक माने रहउचंती तो से माने जनरली टिओल यूज करियारे प्रॉब्लम होउची से माने को ताको आमे फास्ट फोकस करथिलु तो सेटा को नै कि आमे गोटे आम कॉलोनी रे मैदर हमर गोटे अच्छी माने आम सिनर्जी कॉलेज रो अपोजिट साइड रे गोटे अच्छी मैदरपड़ा बोली गोटे गां तो सेठी गोटे कॉलोनी अच्छी प्रिया ग्रीन कॉम्प्लेक्स तो सेठी गोटे टिओल सहित आम अटैच करथिलु अटैच करके आम सिंपल गियर ट्रेन टाको आम डेवलप करिथिलु आम देखिथिलु तार सब प्रकार एफोर्ट मेजर करथिलु टॉर्क मेजर करथिलु डिस्चार्ज मेजर करिथिलु तो हमको बहुत खुशी लागितला से कॉलोनी रे बहुत लोक भी भलो माने भलो हमको कमेंट्स देथिले आम तार डेवलप मॉडल तैयारी कलु आम एग्रीकल्चर को तापर गलु आम देखिलु जदि पानी उठी पारुची ताले आम काहे एग्रीकल्चर को न जिबा तापर आम एग्रीकल्चर रे आम इंप्लीमेंट कलु हमर मैदरपड़ा सेठी अछि खलरदा बोली गोटे जगह अछि माने से मैदरपड़ा आगु को अछि खलरदा शंखतरास एबले अछि से जगह रे तो सेठी खलरदारे गोटे परिवा चाषी गोटे बैगण माने से टमाटो चाष करथिले तो आमे तांकर तो टिओल सहित आमे नै कि हम प्रोडक्ट का आमे अटैच करेलु अटैच करला पर आमे तांको 7 डेज आमे देइथिलु 7 डेज पानी मढेबा पय आमे ताको एकरा हितला तो से बहुत खुशी रे करथिले आमे तांको चिंता करथिलु जे आमे से प्रोडक्ट आमे तांको पूरा टोटल देइ देबु ता ऊपर आमे किछि रिसर्च काम टिके करिवार थिला तो आमे तांका पाखरु नै आसीथिलु पुणी आमे तांको मझिरे आमे तांकर जतल प्लानेट ए अरेंजमेंट जतल कला पर आमे तांको नै कि भी टेस्टेड करिथिलु तो आम चिंता करूँ आम 7 माने 7 खंड प्रोडक्ट एक्चुअली जेहेतु मु आम पोस्ट डॉक्टरल फेलो तेणु एक्चुअली मत भी गवर्नमेंट रू भी आई एम गेटिंग द फेलोशिप अमाउंट फॉर डेवलपिंग द प्रोडक्ट तेणु मु निजे चिंता कली आम विथ आवर ओन कस्ट आम किसी प्रोडक्ट बनई आम दबा बोली तेणु आम रिसेंटली एबे आम एपिसाइक्लिक गियर ट्रेन मॉडल आम गोटे जगह इंप्लीमेंट करूँ से खलरदार
Okay, myself, Dr. Abhiratna Das.
Thank you, sir.
Professor in agronomy aspect professor.
Sir.
My question is, let me congratulate you. First of all, you have developed a product and it has been patented also.
Exactly, sir. Yes.
So prototype is already there.
Yes, sir.
Only marketing, modeling and development processes it is on.
Yes, sir.
So जोटा मते सर कहउथले किशोर सर जदि तम पाखरे आपण पाखरे किछि वीडियो अछि मु चासी मन पे ओडिया भी कहउछि जदि सेमते किछि से मशीन ता आपण कहउछन जो पंपिंग हैंड पंप ताको ईज कर दोछि ऑपरेशन आपण मॉडल लगला पर हमको प्रेशर टा कम होछि इजंट इट एया तो सेमती जदि आपण पाखरे किछि स्मॉल क्लिप्स वीडियो जोटा कि आमे चासी माने जानि परंते जे एई टाइप रे एट लागुछि एट लागले पानटा एमती उठुछि आ केते एरिया इरिगेट करी होछि तार एफिशिएंसी कोन सेही पैरामीटर जोटा जदि चासी जानि पर आपण अछि सेमती क्लिप
सर मैं जो टेबल कंपैरिजन कहली
आपण इंस्टीट्यूट को जाई कि देखिबा मे बी डिफिकल्ट जोटा किशोर सर कहउथले
आज्ञा सर
सेमती किछि जोटा क्लिप आपण अछि कि जोटा देखि परंते जे एमती हेई परिछि
LED support steps, please.
अछि
Excuse me.
देले से मानकर आइडिया हे जिवो
रखि सर किछि लिंक वीडियो लिंक
हां नहीं ओके छोटो
प्रोडक्ट काम केमिति करछि
केमिति काम करूछि प्रोडक्ट
सेम प्रोडक्ट का हम जे कोनोसी प्लंजर सहित ऐड कला पर रेसिप्रोकेट हमर मेन काम हला रेसिप्रोकेटिंग मोशन होछि आ किछि नुय जनरली हमर
वीडियो प्ले होबा पे नेट एथरे दरके केमते हे परिबो
सपोर्ट टीम टिके देखो हां देखि दे परिबे
नेट ऑन हेले प्ले हे परिबो
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. More gote question hela je यार cost of setup टा आपण कहले around 7,000 पडुची right? तो आपण पाखरे ए स्टैटिस्टिक्स अछि कि मतलब एति की जमी की पानी मडेबा पई एति की समय लागुची और लेट्स से कैन एटा हमें एमिति स्केल ले कारण आजिकल जो मानकर छात्र समस्त पानी टांकी अच्छी तो आम समस्त प्राय 1 HP मोटर यूज कर कैन सेटा तो एटा जदि आम से प्रकार बहुत स्केल करि परिबा ए प्रोडक्ट को तो समस्त पानी टाकी फिल करि परिबा ना
लेट्स हैव अ लुक लेट्स हैव द ऑडियो विजुअल
समय बेतिर सिंपल गियर ट्रेन ता देखै देउ छै
एटा बे प्ले होची सेठी
आगे सर
हां जे आ गोटे जिंस हां 1 HP या गोटे लेमती गोटे 1 HP मोटर रे गोटे 1000 लीटर टांकी फुल करबा को अराउंड 15 ରୁ 20 मिनिट लागुची तो आपन का प्रोसेस रे सेटा केते समय लागे सो दैट वी कैन मतलब हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से कंपेयर कर पारे और मैन पावर से कांटेक्ट ये भी कर पारे
कंपैरिजन देखैथिली एबे
यस यस
डिस्चार्ज रे हमें जनरली हमें मीटर क्यूब पर सेकंड तो हमें जनरली डीजा ए जो पेट्रोल बा केरोसिन ऑपरेटेड रे हमें जनरली 20 to 25 आपनकर लीटर पर सेकंड आसी जाउ माने पानी अवेलेबल आसी बट आम डिजाइन मॉडल रे हमें जनरली 12 to 16 12 ରୁ 16 माने हमें सही सही स्टेज पर तो पहुंच बाकी हमर एथिरे हमर एटी एटी हेड किछि दरकार पड़िबनी काहे ना हमें फर्स्ट हमें चाहिले भी जतले गुटे फार्मर जनरली आम पाखरे लैंड किछि अभाव रही जनरली बहुत सारा लैंड माने माने यूटिलाइज होनी रखा होची सेही जगह रे बेसी जदी माने गुटे टॉप भलिया पड़ी दबो हम पानी का सेठी रहइबो सेठी भी हमें प्राप्त माने कोन वे करी कि बात इरिगेशन कांसेप्ट हम यूज करबो बा ताको हम छोटिया टाकी रे भी रखि परिबा हम बहुत बड़ा हाइट हमरा हेड ऊपर हमें बेसी फोकस करिनी हमें डिस्चार्ज ऊपर फोकस करी तो डिस्चार्ज रे माने कर हमें डेवलप्ड मॉडल ले जदी 20 लीटर पर सेकंड होची मतलब पेट्रोल और डीजल ऑपरेटेड जोटा कि आपण कहले जो कि माने हमरा ऊपर 500 लीटर टंकी फुल होगा पर एतिक समय लागि बोली आपण जोटा कहउछथि तो सही समान जिंसटा हम जेतले आम प्रोडक्ट सहित करूछु हमें ठीक कम रे रहउछु कम काहे कम रे रहउछु ना हमें एटा कंटीन्यूअसली आपण जानछन गुटे कोनोसी प्रोडक्ट सेमति परफेक्टली डेवलप हे थाय जे कोनोसी फ्यूल हो तो सेठी गुटे एयर लीकेज रहउछु परफेक्ट एयर रहउ नथिबो एयर लीकेज प्राय समय आपण देखिथिबे आपण टियोल ले माने कर आपण थरे माने कर ऑपरेट करंतु पानी आपण कर माने कर 10 लीटर खंतु बकेट 20 लीटर सॉरी 20 लीटर बकेट अभा ही जाउथबो आ गुटे टियोल को जानते देखिबे से कम आछे काहे ना सेठी जनरली हमर कहना जो मेकानिज्म रा सुडो जोटा कि हमर प्लंजर वाल्व दोची पिस्टन दोची जो माने तो पर सेठी किछ ना किछ गुटे माइनर लीकेज सब दोची ତେଣୁ ସେଇ କମ୍ପାରିଜନ ଗୁଡାକ ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ତେଣୁ ଆମେ डिस्चार्ज केस रे आमे कम रहू कम माने एकदम आमे बहुत कम रे रहू हमर फोकस होते आमे गुटे स्मॉल लैंड फार्मर के यूज करू माने हेल्प करू ये तार माने कर माने कर 4 गुंठ 4 गुंठ दीटा माने कर 8 गुंठ एक्रेट से माने कर माने कोन टमाटर चाष से 8 गुंठ चाष कले भी सुका से पानी मडौची से पेट्रोल ऑपरेट हो बा डीजल ऑपरेटेड लेके जाऊ या जनरली कहार जो लैंड गुडा जनरली कहार रास्ता साइड रे समस्त मन लथा बहुत भीतर एरिया रे भी तकर भी रहउची लैंड साइड माने भीतर एरिया रे रहउची जो जगह को इलेक्ट्रिक सप्लाई नुहे आ आज का दिन में टाटा नहीं सारा पर आपन हुकिंग सिस्टम आ नहीं जनरली आप इलेक्ट्रिक यूज कले भी आप घर कनेक्शन आने को ही पड़ू सर देखो सर यहाँ से पटा हूँ हैंडल मुझे गोटे सिंपल गियर ट्रेन मुझे भिडियोटा रखी जो सिंपल गियर ट्रेन आम रखीचु दुटा गियर मेकानिजम रखाई तो एपट साइड आम फ्लाई व्हील रखीचु तो ये जो एपट साइड जो रेसिप्रोकेटिंग मोशन कर ट्यूएल ट्यूएल हैंडल माने ट्यूएल हैंडल बाहर कर दबा ट्यूएल प्लंजर रड जोटा थिबो हां ट्यूएल ना हैंडल टाको बाहर कर दबा तार जो प्लंजर रड ताको हमें कई कहउछन पिस्टन रड भी कहउछन हमें तो पिस्टन रड ता तळे गुटे माने कर भाल्व थाए ता तळे टोटल भाल्वटा भीतर ही थाए ना एटा को हमें एटा को जे कोनोसी हैंड पंप रे हम अटैचमेंट टाको लगे दबा तो हैंड पंप रे लगेला माने हमर अल्टीमेट एम हैला कोन ना हमें हैंडल ऑपरेटेड जो करूछंती हैंड पंप रे हैंडल ऑपरेटेड कला पर आपण देखिथिबे हैंड पंप रे बहुत डेंजर भी थाए बेले बेले आपण स्लीप अकर करे गुडे माने कर तो से प्रॉब्लम भी गुडे हमें ताको रिकवरी करि पारुचंती तापरे हमें हैंडल पंप जतले यूज करूचंती 5-10 थर आपण रेसिप्रोकेटिंग मोशन कला पर आपण थकी जाउचंती करि परिबेन करि पारु नाहंती एक्जेक्टली सर करचु सर एटा हमें पायलट प्रोजेक्ट रे सिंपल गियर ट्रेन हमें ऑलरेडी ट्यूएल सहित अटैच करके हमें पानी डिस्चार्ज मेजर करिछु हमें जो कैलकुलेशन करिछु हमें मेजर करिछु हाँ एक्जेक्टली स्पेस तो एक्जेक्टली सर आम यहाँ बड़ मॉडल टे करिछु ए जो माने करे जो गियर टू गियर जो शाफ्ट रो लेंथ किछि मेकानिज्म ऊपर डिफर करिवनी एक्जेक्टली आपण जते छोटो करि परिबे हाइट मैटर हाइट ता आपण के ट्यूएल ऊपर डिपेंड करिवो कना आपण के ट्यूएल प्लंजर रे आपण ट्यूएल जदी बहुत उच्च रे रखि जंती आपण मटेरियल ऐड करबा को पड़िबो तो सेटा गोटे कथा बाकी हमर जो ए जो गैप गुडा जोडा का कहउचंती माने करे एपट गियर रु सेपट गियर हैंडल पाक ए जो डिस्टेंस ता जोडा कहउचंती एतरे किछि फरक पड़े जते आपण पाखरे करूचंती थैंक यू सर
Thank you very much, sir. Quite impressive work. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on, now let us welcome Dr. Bijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan from ICAR City CRI Bhubaneswar. He will be talking on high throughput in vitro propagation, genetic fidelity, biochemical analysis, anti-cancer activity of anthocyanin-rich purple flesh sweet potato, Bhu Krishna. Welcome, sir. Share the slides, please.
Respected chairman, co-chairman, and participant, good afternoon. I am Dr. VVS Chauhan, senior scientist, ICAR City CRI. My topic of presentation is high throughput in vitro propagation, genetic fidelity, biochemical analysis, and anti-cancer activity of anthocyanin purple flesh sweet potato variety Bhu Krishna. Purple flesh sweet potato is one of the important crop. It plays a very important role in food security, nutrition security, livelihood security, employment, and employment generation. And Bhu Krishna variety is one of the good source of anthocyanin. It contains 85 to 90 milligram per 100 gram anthocyanin. And besides this, and a good source of minerals and vitamins. And we know that purple flesh potato is one of the known very good food for medicinal and industrial value. And it is also a good remedy for various diseases like anemia, hypertension, tumor, stomach cancer, cardiovascular disease, allergy, aging, dysentery, eye disease, arthritis, rheumatoid, fever, etc. And it leaves also used for the nausea, fever, and type 2 diabetes. Purple face sweet potato, one of the good source of pharmaceutical, and it is having very good antimicrobial activity, antioxidant, anti-cancer, anticoagulant, anti-inflammatory, and anti-ulcer activities. And besides its nutritional and pharmaceutical value, purple face sweet potato used for various value-added product like chips, bread, bun, cakes, biscuit, patties, chapati, ketchup, jam, and products are available. And but as we know that sweet potato is generally propagated through vine and tubers. So there are chances are there for transmission of nematode, virus diseases, and pathogen from one generation to next generation, and it yield reduce. So there are need to develop a method for production of huge number of disease-free quality planting material. So one of the alternative method is that tissue culture. So we have try to develop a good rapid multiplication protocol for production of high quality planting material in purple face sweet potato. And same time, as we know that whenever we go for the tissue culture, there are chances because we are using the various type of growth regulators in different concentration, and we are subculturing from one subculture to second subculture. So there are chances for variation to create the variation in tissue culture. So it is also important to, whenever we are produce a tissue culture plant, so we have to establish that that is no variation, that plant is genetically pure from mother plant. So after developing the protocol, we have established that whatever plant we have produced from tissue culture, that is genetically pure. So we have tested through ISSR marker, and at the same time we have also established the phytochemical fidelity, like saponin, anthocyanin, tannin, flavonoids, sugar, starch. We have all mother plant and tissue culture plant. We have all tested, and it is found that our protocol is pure and stable. And as we know that purple face sweet potato is a good source of anthocyanin, and it acts as anti-cancer. So we have also tested that anti-cancer activity of Bhukrishna variety, and the mother plant and the tissue culture plant, both we have tested against the two breast cancer line, that is MCF7 and MADF231, and it is found it is stable. So in material method, we have taken nodal explant for inoculation, and after cleaning, we have inoculated on various combination of hormones like BA, kinetin, zeatin, metatopolin in concentration of 0.5 to 5 milligram per liter, and also in AA, IBA, and IAA in concentration of 0.5 to 1.5 milligram per liter, and added 3% sugar and 0.2% clary gel, and pH adjusted 5.8 plus minus 1 before autoclave. And whenever we found that that medium is the best suitable for the multiple shoot proliferation, that is MS medium supplemented with 2 milligram per liter metatopolin, that medium you have used primary shoot we have harvested and cultured on same medium for upscaling, large multiplication, means production of multiple shoot in short period of time. And our culture room temperature is that 25 degrees Celsius plus minus 1 degree Celsius, and photo period 16 hour photo period and 8 hour dark period we have kept, and light intensity 50 micromole per second intensity. And after getting the shoot, we have tested for rooting. Whatever shoot we have got, we have subculture on the rooting medium. That is, we have tested that MS medium sole and half strength of MS medium supplemented with various concentration of IBA, that is vary from 0.3 to 2 milligram per liter. And after getting the root and the shoot, that plantlet we have transferred to pot tray. It contains soil, coco peat, and sand in ratio of 1:1:1 ratio. and kept in shade for 2 weeks. And after the proper acclimatization, that plant has transferred to field. And for genetic fidelity study, DNA we have isolated through Dolly method, and through ISSR marker we have tested the genetic fidelity. And for phytochemical fidelity, we have tested saponin content, flavonoids content, anthocyanin, sugar, starch, tannin, all those things. We have mother plant and tissue culture plant we have tested. And same time for anti-cancer activity, we have taken the two aqueous solution and methanolic extract we have used against the two cancer line cells, that is MCF7 and MB231. This is the result that table show that combination of the different hormone with different concentration, and we can see that metatoplin with supplemented with MS medium supplemented with metatoplin, that is 2 milligram per liter, is the best for response of X plant, that is 95.6%. And shoot per X plant we are getting here, that is 20.3, 20 good multiplication, that 20 shoots per X plant, and shoot length is that 5.3. So that way we can say that within 6 weeks we are getting that much result. So for upscaling, you can calculate that from 1 X plant having 20 number of shoots with length of 5 centimeter. So that way we are on average 100 X plant, that is nodal X plant, we are getting in 6 weeks. From 1 X plant we are getting 100. So good multiplication ratio. So upscaling also very good. So after getting the shoot, we have tested, we have transferred that shoot on rooting medium. That is, we have tested MS medium, sole MS medium, and the half strength of MS medium supplemented with different concentration of IBA. That is, we have found that MS medium, half strength of MS medium supplemented with 0.5 milligram per liter IBA is best for rooting response. That is 97.8%. And we are getting the mean number of root per shoot, that is 5.8. And root length is 5.5 centimeter. That is good. And this photograph show that all the process that field plant, we have taken the nodal segment and we have inoculated, and we are getting single shoot, then multiple shoot, and after that we have taken multiple shoot proliferation, and multiple shoot we are harvested and tried for the upscaling, and after getting the shoot we have transferred on rooting medium, and finally acclimatization and transfer the plant in field. And for genetic fidelity, we have taken 20 ISSR primer, and we have found that 12 are that these 12 are amplified. So this one we have used, and maximum number of band we have found in oligo 11B, that is 8, and in ISSR 1 6 band, and 6 also found in ISSR 27, and in oligo 4B, and range of amplified band is 352 to 240 base pair. It varies. And this is photograph of the gel. That is, first one is the for oligo 11B primer, and the second one is ISSR 1, and third one is ISSR 27, and the fourth one is oligo 4B. And M is the lane of marker lane, and 1 is the mother plant. 1 is mother plant, and 2 to 14 is tissue culture plant. And we can see that in all the photographs, all the band are monomorphic in nature. So that is mother plant and tissue culture plant, we can say that it is purely stable. We have gone through tissue culture, but no any alteration. All this whatever protocol we have developed, it already established that it is purity maintained through DNA. And the same time we have did for phytochemical analysis, that is, we have analyzed for the alkaloid, anthocyanin, flavonoids, phenolics, saponin, sugar, starch, and tannin. And we can say in mother plant and tissue culture plant, there are no significant difference in tuber content of these phytoceuticals. So we can say phytochemically, it is also established that the protocol is our best and genetically pure and stable. And Same time, we have tested for anti-cancer activity. We have, as I have already told, two breast cancer line cell, MCF7 and MAD, MB231 we have tested, and the aqueous extract and the methanolic extract we have extracted. And we have gone for the apoptosis assay analysis. And we can, that lane one, that A is mother plant methanolic extract, and B is the tissue culture plant methanolic extract, and the C1 is the mother plant aqueous extract, and D is tissue culture plant aqueous extract. Here you can say that untreated and treated with for 72 hours. Easily we can see that there are that aqueous and methanolic extract that it had killed the best cancer line cell. So they had degraded that you can say that damage of cell in this one, whenever we treated for 22 hours. And we have three type staining. We had DPI staining. We can see in DPI staining also, acrylic orange staining also, and etherium bromide staining. In three staining method, we can see that easily you can find that our plant anthocyanin rich and mother plant and tissue culture plant both are same, working same. So we can say that we have developed a good protocol. It is genetically pure. So in conclusion, I can say that sweet potato is one of the important crop in Odisha, and it will play a very important role for nutrition security and food security in people of Odisha. So we have developed a rapid mass multiplication protocol for multiplication of large number of planting material in short period of time. So we can meet the demand of the farmers. And at the same time, we have also established the genetic fidelity, phytochemical fidelity, and anti-cancer activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for a commendable presentation. Is there any question? Any question, anyone? If not, thank you. Thank you once again, sir. A round of applause for him, everyone. Now, can I request our chairperson for the session, Dr. Samarendra Mahapatra, to kindly conclude with the concluding remarks? Over to you, sir.
So now we have almost completed all the presentation. Out of total 16 list, except 3 absentee, all 13 have presented, both in virtual mode as well as in physical mode. And the title session is Sustainable Agriculture and Horticulture and Food Security and Nutrition. So out of the virtual presentation, the first presentation was given in plenary speaker, Professor Robert Henry, on new opportunities to diversify agriculture. And he has emphasized on the diversification of agriculture for sustainability and for also improving the soil quality, diversification for profitability also. Then the second presentation was made by Dr. Kishore Kumar Behera. He has presented very nicely about his topic on innovative pulse seed system, a community-based model for empowering smallholder farmers of Odisha. He has emphasized on various aspects like how to sourcing of the seeds, climate smart varieties, the procurement policy which supports the infrastructure development, capacity development, seed and grain difference, and seed licensing and certification, farmer exposure visits, seed mission, value addition, and market linkage aspects. Then the next presentation was given by Dr. Raghav Goel of Louisiana State University, USA, on extreme climate events and agricultural commodity market. He has emphasized how the climate climate change impact on agri-commodity marketplace with respect to the quality and yield also that is linked to commodity markets. Then next talk was given by Dr. Om Prakash Gupta on multifaceted analysis, unveiling the complexities of wheat genotype, fortification and processing on iron and zinc bioavailability in whole wheat, flour and chapati. So very nicely he has explained this topic, also the common applications. And next presentation was given by Dr. H.K.H. Goda on ICR CTCRI. And he has also explained about the biochemical diversity analysis and selection of nutritional rich genotype through SCA, EFA, and MGIDI, multivariate analysis in potato. So he has explained his research aspects, and very nicely he has elaborated the things. Next presentation was given by Dr. Binod Mohan and from KVK Faridabad. He has explained about the cluster frontline demonstrations impact in the summer green gram production in Faridabad district of Haryana. So he has also explained within the allotted time very nicely. Then next was Dr. Sarita, R. Sarita from Angru on virtual mode about the studies on potentiality of botanicals for eco-friendly storage and of the sesame seed. So in virtual mode, okay. And he has expressed whatever best possible in online. And then next is Dr. Jyoti Kumar from ICR Patna, antimicrobial resistance, molecular detection and extended spectrum B. And he has also presented in virtual mode, nicely explained his area of research on dairy cow and surrounding environment. And next is Dr. Sudhir Kumar, but it was presented by S. Chaudhary, presenting on carbon credit potentials of different land use systems in Vidyan region of Eastern UP, also in virtual mode. And next presentation was given by Dr. Chitrapola Devadarshi from OUVT Bhubaneswar on the title Development of Value-Added Products by Incorporating Millets for Nutrition Security. He has emphasized on the millet, the significance of millet with respect to the nutrition-rich diet. And also, next presentation was given by Dr. Ramesh Chandra Naik from SIT Bhubaneswar, and on the topic title, A Novel Irrigation System for Farming Towards Environmental Sustainability in India. So he has also given a very good presentation on the significance of the irrigation system, emphasize for improving the productivity and especially from environmental sustainability point of view. Then next presentation was given by Dr. Vijay Bahadur Singh Chauhan from ICERA, CTCRI RC Regional Center in Bhubaneswar on high throughput and vitro propagation of genetic fidelity, biochemical analysis, anti-cancer activity, and anthocyanin rich purple flesh sweet potato. So this is also the new area of research and good findings, and he has explained nicely within the allotted time. So now we have come to the end of the sessions. Almost all 13 presenters presented nicely in different aspects, which gives lot of insights and lot of inputs for the audience and those who are present, including farmers also. So thank you for your presentations and active participation.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mahapatra, for the insightful remarks, and thank you very much for chairing the sessions. Once again, a round of applause for all our plenary lectures, all the keynote speakers and the presenters. Before we go for the lunch break. Can I request everyone to please join for a group photograph? गोटे group photograph ପାଇଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି ଆପଣ ମାନେ ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆସିବେ ଆଗକୁ ଆସିବେ everyone please. गोटे group photograph ସହିତ ଆମେ lunch break ନବା ପୁଣି ଥରେ lunch ପରେ within half an hour we will gather back for the next plenary session. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବେ ଯେତିକି ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବେ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ସମ୍ମୁଖକୁ ଆସିବେ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଫଟୋଗ୍ରାଫ ପାଇଁ ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆସିବେ ପଛରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସବୁ ଚାଷୀ ବନ୍ଧୁ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ଅନୁରୋଧ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ଆସିବେ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଫଟୋଗ୍ରାଫ ସହିତ ଆମେ ଲଞ୍ଚ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ପାଇଁ ଯିବା ସାମ୍ନା ପଟେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଛିଡା ହୋଇଯିବେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଜଣ ଉପରକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିବେ କିଛି ଜଣ ତଳେ ରହିବା କିଛି ଜଣ ଉପରେ ଆସିବା प्लीज जॉइन एवरीवन जो मैंने बसी मु रिक्वेस्ट करी आपण मैंने आसबे ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ रे शामिल हेबे everyone please come ahead let's take a group photograph and then break for lunch जो माने चार जण पछे रह जाय चंदी टिके एडजस्ट करी आगे छिड़ाई जबे कोठी टिके एपटे टिके स्पेस दबा टिके सेपटू पळेवा टिके हां आ टिके टिके एपटू पळे आसंतु सबते प्लीज थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन एबे हमें लंच ब्रेक पाई जिबा लंच परे पुणी थरे समस्त आसीबे आ ए हॉल रे शामिल हेबे पुणी थरे नेक्स्ट सेशंस पाई लंच कूपन समस्त निजर कलेक्ट करि सारी थिबे अपोजिट साइड रे ए बिल्डिंग रे अपोजिट साइड रे से कैंपस रे लंच अरेंज हेची आपण समस्त जाई की लंच करी की पुणी थरे दीटा बेले आपण आसी की हम सहित शामिल हेबे सबु चासी भाई मोर बने Thank you, everyone. Let's go for the lunch and please come back within half an hour for the next sessions. Thank you.
Okay.
Hero, they battery there, no fucking. କିଛି କରୁନାହାନ୍ତି ୱେଟ୍ ଚାଲିଛି ଫୁଲ୍ ଫୁଲ୍ ଦେଖେଇଲା ମତେ ଫୁଲ୍ ଦେଖେଇଲା
ବିଟୁ ଭାଇଙ୍କ ପିଲା ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାଟେରୀ ପୁରା ବଞ୍ଚେଇ ଦେବେ। check, check, check. Welcome back after the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Let us begin with the next concurrent session. Let us welcome our chairperson for the session with a round of applause, Professor Kailash Chandra Samal, Honorable Dean, College of Horticulture and Agriculture, OUAT Chipilima. So we welcome you, a very warm welcome. Let us have a round of applause for our co-chairman, Dr. Sandeep Sehgal from SK University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology. He will be joining shortly. Please be seated, sir. Please have your seat. Let us welcome the session convener, Dr. S. Mahapatra, Executive Member, SARM, Session Coordinator, Dr. S. Palai, Assistant Professor, CBSC and AH, Rapporteurs, Dr. M. Prushti, Assistant Professor, Department of Soil Science, OUAT, and Dr. Rajeshri Khotua, Assistant Professor, CA, Bhubaneswar. We are discussing on the compelling theme of sustainable agriculture and horticulture and food security and nutrition. Our first speaker is Dr. S.K. Raul from OUAT Bhubaneswar. He is talking on transforming watersheds from grey to green or rewarding initiative. Please welcome Dr. S.K. Raul on the dais. Over to you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Minati Mahapatra from OUAT. Please be prepared. Share the slides, please. Yes, go for it, sir.
Derived from that mega project. So I am going to present before you whatever output has been derived so far. So the topic, it is transformation of watersheds from grey to green. Grey means it is unsaturated and we are bringing it to saturation condition. That means we are going to increase the cropping intensity. We are going to increase the livelihood of the beneficiaries. So accordingly, as I have rightly pointed out, it is a mega project. So there are so many number of complex problems. Let me start with the reward. Actually, reward, it is being operational at two of the states in our country, that is Karnataka and Odisha. Odisha, the project is running at 7 districts and the project is being carried by 7 technical partners. 2 partners are leading the land resource inventory components and 5 partners are leading the hydrology component. So it is a very mega project. And in brief, the project area is covering around 5.26 lakh hectare. And this 5.26 lakh hectare is going to be under LRI. That means we have to collect all the minute details about the soil, the climate, the water, the land, landform, geography, everything. And out of those, 1 lakh hectare is planned to be saturated. That means there will be lot of implementation, lot of structures, soil and water conservation structures, water harvesting structures, then drainage light treatment measures like that. So accordingly, as I mentioned, so many objectives are there, and the objectives are derived among the partners, the LRI and the hydrology. LRI, they are leading from the front. They are doing excellent work in the field. They are collecting the information grid-wise. They are excavating so many profiles. They are collecting the information on soil, profile-wise soil information, the physiology, then the physical properties, the chemical properties, all these, the soil depth, soil structure, landform, geology, every minute details are being collected and they are presenting in form of maps. For that, we are taking the benefit of this cutting-edge technology, that is remote sensing and GIS. Nowadays, without the help of this remote sensing and GIS, nothing is possible. Almost in every area, we are implementing this remote sensing and GIS technology. So that is why we can say this reward hydrology project is a scientific, or you can say it is more towards the science. Earlier, you can say earlier the watershed development was there, but so many, you can say the objectives, they were the what I can say very much traditional. But nowadays, using this reward technology, we are using the completed science, and with the advantage of science, we are going to derive some benefit, and that too in the area which is not properly developed. So these are some of the objectives. The objectives will be having so many number of DSS, decision support system, that will be the output, decision support system on water supply demand, decision support system on groundwater exploration, surface water availability, then different hydrological fluxes, what are the different flow component, inflow, outflow components, then what will be the storage, then ultimately we have to bring it to a platform and all the data. And again, I should present before you that it is a data intensive project. So huge number of data is being collected. So where to store it? That is why there is a plan to store it in digital library. So the digital library where all the data, all the DSS, everything will be stored. And ultimately, when the project will come to an end, all the data will be available for all, whether a farmer, a policymaker, an official, an academician, everybody will be having access to that, so that they can plan according to their wish. They can play with the data. So that is the sole aim of this project. Okay, so what is just before taking you to the rest of the slides, I should point out here that this reward, what is the difference between the traditional technology and the reward? Actually, traditionally we are using the satellite data, we are using the remote sensing and GIS we are using, but those data are very much coarse in resolution. Here in reward, we are using very fine resolution data, the world view, which is having resolution of some 0.5 meter. The digital elevation model, elevation, the spatial resolution is 1 meter. So accordingly, we are playing with the data. That is, you can say the planning is taking place at the cadastral level. Earlier, it was not there. So this is actually the most important aspects of, as I mentioned, there are 5 different major aspects. One is LRI, second one is hydrology, third one is the DSS, fourth one is the digital library, and fifth one is to bring the technology to the beneficiary through the mobile apps. So these are some of the, you can say, field exercises. As I mentioned, the LRI people are doing excellent work on the field. So they are collecting huge number of data, and the data, how to present the data. For that, we are taking the advantage of this remote sensing as GIS. We are developing so many number of maps. The maps are nothing but the collection of data. So every individual map are having a large volume of data. So I can say, as I have shown before you at the first or second slide, we are working on 700 odd micro watersheds. So if there will be such type of maps, I am showing you a map of soil. Some 40-50 number of maps will be derived from one micro watershed. So if you multiply with 700, and one map, a map size will be in GBs. It will be some 1.5 GB like that. So if you will be using a very simple computer, having very low configuration, it will not be possible. So that is why we are working on high-end computers. We are working on the data servers. We are working on the license servers. So accordingly, and all these data are being analyzed in the laboratory. So here, one more point I can add, that's the reward project is lab to field, then field to lab, again lab to field, then again from field to the beneficiaries. So many number of steps are being involved. So ultimately, the beneficiary, you can say the user are the beneficiaries. So as I mentioned, remote sensing GIS technology is being used. One of the maps is a soil map. Then another one is nutrient management map. Another map is your land suitability. Then land use, land cover, geology, geomorphology, soil depth. So many, n number of maps are there. Ultimately, the output of our LRI partners is the LRI Atlas or LRI card. That is going to the farmers. So farmers can very well, actually it is in English, but we are developing in the local language so that the farmers can easily take the benefit out of it. They can, it is very, you can say, self-explanatory. Each and every farmer, anybody, if a little, you can say, knowledge of level of literacy, they can very well understand and you can, they can apply it on their field. Okay, so then the soil and water conservation engineers are leading the hydrology component. So hydrology, actually we are working at an area of 63,000 hectare out of 1 lakh hectare. The other, some 37,000 hectares are being taken up by other 4 partners, hydrology partners. Okay, so these are the steps that is being carried out to reach at the goal. First one, we are using the remote sensing data. We are generating or delineating the watersheds. And the watershed, so many different features are there. Taking the help of remote sensing and GIS, we are delineating the stream network. Then other features, what I pointed out. Again, from the remote sensing means the image means the blend of colors. So expertization is required. How to analyze it? From the colors, how we can derive the different features, different outputs. Then the image will give you something. There may be every possibility that in the field that situation may not be there. So after we are analyzing it, then we are taking these maps to the field. We are verifying it on the field, rightly on the field. Again, then we are modifying it in the laboratory. After modification, again we are taking it back to the farmers, the beneficiaries, who are going to take the benefit out of it. Because you know, science is there, but we cannot impose the science on each and every farmer. So that is why we have to prove it before them. That is why we are sitting with them with our output, planning. If farmers is getting convinced, and so sometimes they may not get convinced, then we are frequently moving to them, organize series of training programs, series of awareness programs, then trying to convince them. So we are, in a position to convince at least 70 to 80% of the farmers. That is our purpose. Our purpose is to saturate 70 to 80% of the. That means if 70 to 80% of the beneficiaries will get benefit out of this, then our project will be successful. We will be hopeful that this project will be having a bright future. It can be extended further. So with this, these are the, as I mentioned earlier, so many different objects. Then these are the some maps. As I mentioned, we are going to the field. We are verifying each and every component. Then another major component is large area. It is very difficult to reach each and every point or every location. So that is why we are going with huge number of instrumentations. All the hydrological, soil related informations are being carried out. For that, large network of instrumentation are being installed in each and every model and monitoring watersheds. There are some 20 model and monitoring watersheds. The data will be replicated to the LRI watersheds. And ultimately, as I mentioned, we will come out with a DSS. So this DSS, our sole aim is to use the data. Whatever is being validated in the field, that will be taken to the DSS so that in the future, the area which is not under saturation, if we will be having simply the climatological or weather related parameter, then by using the DSS, we will be able to bring those area into saturation so that the beneficiaries can get benefit out of this. So these are the, this is a list of how many number of instruments. Then if so, as you know, we are also using some hydrological models, climate models. So hydrological models means it needs some historical data. We are collecting the historical data from the authentic sources. Then we are analyzing. We are taking it as input to the hydrological models. Then we are validating with the field data. Okay, after that only, this is the most globally used model, hydrological model SWOT. Okay, accordingly, then we are coming out with the available information. We are planning or we are positioning the ultimate is soil conservation, water harvesting. So for the you can say positioning the soil and water conservation structures. What is the time? How much time I have taken? Okay, I'll try to finish. Okay, so soil and water conservation structures, you see, MWS wise, micro watershed wise, micro watershed, then the micro watershed clusters, then the block district likewise. Okay, so like so many, this is the map showing the drainage line treatments. What are the different structures that is used to treat the drainage line? Drainage line means the streams. Streams are having different, you can say, orders, first, second, third, fourth. Accordingly, depending upon the orders, there will be different kinds of structures. What kind of structures? Based on the science, based on the applications of remote sensing GIS, based on literatures, based on the field verification. And we are also frequently interacting with the, I can say, the expertise. So accordingly, we are preparing the maps, community consultation like that. Okay. Then this is about the surface water, then the groundwater component. So in order to explore the groundwater component, we are using the most widely used technology that is called as the AHP, analytical hierarchy process, to delineate the groundwater potential zones, excellent, poor, average, medium. Accordingly, the area which will be having excellent zones, we are validating with the, we are taking the observation from monthly and weekly data from so many number of open wells. So accordingly, we are preparing the maps. Then ultimately, our aim is to maximize the area, increase the cropping intensity. So we are using the crop model, aqua crop we are using actually. Okay, then ultimately all those, whatever I pointed out, is being taken into the DSS platform. Our software and programming experts are there dedicated to development of DSS, different DSS, 9 different DSS will be developed. We have already come out with 3 different DSS. Other 6 are on the way. So these are the, you can say, the screenshots of the DSS. Ultimately, some actually we are able to get 1 year data only. Still we are on the way of taking 2 years data from the field. So with the 1 year data, you can see that the soil moisture, actually some of the micro watershed only 50 to 60% implementation has been done. When it will reach 100%, definitely this graph, you can say post project scenario, it will rise. That means the soil moisture content will increase, the groundwater level will rise, like that. So these are some of the, you can say, the uploads of the graphs from some of the micro watersheds. Okay, so similarly the stream flow, then similarly the sediment yield, and another component, it is not like that in the project. In hydrology, 40 odd persons are working. If the 40 persons will be acquainted with this, this is not our aim. We have to replicate, we have to multiply it so that it can be further. When we will not be there, the project will not be there, then we are making the, you can say, we are building human resources so that when we will not be there, they will be in a position to take this exercise or take this project forward, and they will try to implement it on their field. So many number of training programs, MWS wise. So far, we have conducted not less than 100 number of training programs, in-house and field level training programs. Okay, so these are some of the screenshots. So thank you very much. Thank you for your kind patience. If you are having any query, it is welcome.
Myself, Professor Sanjay Samantare, former Professor Solid Water Conservation Engineering, CIT, and also the former Dean Students Welfare of this university. It's really a pleasure for me to attend this meeting. Thank you, Dr. Raut, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
At one point, what is your objective? Actually, your objective, what I find, it is not clearly mentioned. Why I'm telling this thing? You have not, anywhere in the first slide, you have not shown the objective, what is not there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13 points are there. But I observe.
Those are the objectives, sir, actually.
But objective, what is not there? But my point to this house is for the young generation, limit your objective, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you are taking more objective, what will happen? You cannot go more deep into the matter. So that's why take less objective. And your objective is also not in a proper, can you tell me? Suppose 13 objective means in your conclusion, we have not seen your conclusion. What is your recommendation?
Sir, the project is actually underway. It just completed 2 years. Still 2 years are there. So
and you have always mentioned there is a huge data, huge infrastructure, a huge instrument. So the huge data means to analyze it will also be difficult. So that's why I'm telling. Suppose a volume of work. If somebody is doing a MTech or PhD or MSc work, so take less objectives. Go more into deep into the matter. He has done a good work, but all what I observed it is all in a mess. I don't know how you will conclude that 13.
sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I could not catch your last word, actually, sir.
So my point is, you take and what is your real problem of that area? That should be mentioned in your objective also. What is the problem and what is the solution now?
Sir, for your kind information, actually it is 500 crore project. So 10 minutes is not sufficient to present such a work. Not less than some 200 people are working in this project. As I mentioned, 7 partners are there.
No, you have taken 20 minutes. You have taken 20 minutes. And another thing, international speakers are speak for the 10 minutes for any things. Maximum 10 to 15 minutes. Anyway, so just tell me one objective, one result. What? No, still it is going on. Your result has not been finalized.
Sir, this is a 5-year project. It effectively started during the year 2021, but actually we could get the funds during 2022. So so far we have completed only 2.5 years, sir. Still we have to complete 2 years. So such a mega project, I don't think within 2 years of time we will get some result. And it is, sir, field work. It is in the water side. It is not like that. It is a lab work. So that within 2 years of project we will get some. And sir, whatever I presented, all are the outputs. All are the outputs, all are the derived one. All are outputs.
Okay, will not linger.
Those are not outcomes. But
my last point is to tell you one objective, at least out of 13 objective, one objective, what is the result? One problem, what is the result? Just that is the last question. We will not linger.
Sir, in 2 sentences, our objective is, as I mentioned, we have to saturate the watershed. Saturate means we have to explore the availability of water. We have to increase the soil moisture. We have to ensure the groundwater availability. We have to ensure the loss of surface flow from the area. These are our objectives. And that will be, you can say, achieved by the implementation of soil, water conservation, water storage, and drainage line structures. Those are underway, sir. So it will take at least 1 year of time for implementation of the structures. After that, definitely, as I mentioned, I have shown you some 4 or 5 graphs. We have already shown visible, you can say, benefit in form of increase in soil moisture. So 5 to 10 soil moisture has already started increasing. Groundwater level has already, you can say, come up. So when we will complete another 2 years, that means when the entire area will get saturated, 100% saturated, definitely we are damn sure.
Anyway, please, let us not linger. So, what is the water requirement of that area and what is the water availability? You must have done your in the project.
Sir,
that is, because you are telling that is also one of our objective.
Sir.
So you so at least one objective, one result I want.
Sir, you see.
Because you are again telling 5, 6 points are there.
Sorry, sir.
Again, you are telling 5-6 points are my objective, this, that. One objective, one result. I want at least.
One objective is increase in soil moisture.
Okay, how much you have increased? What is the what?
Within 1
Now,
hour.
what is the initial soil moisture position was there? Must be less. You want to increase. What is the percentage of increase?
It's increasing.
Oh,
And soil
increase,
moisture-
no. You tell me some facts, figures, and.
Sorry, sir. Sir, you belong to soil and water conservation engineering. Soil moisture is highly dynamic. How I can give you a figure? Soil moisture, it varies from point to point. How can I give you? Sir, soil moisture again, fill capacity, permeability point, readily available moisture. How can I give you, sir, the one figure?
Okay, thank you, Rahul. So actually, this project AMCG, previously we are giving the soil status, the NPK, what is available in the soil. But the aim of this project only not to issue the soil card about what is the NPK or the micronutrients available. We have to recommend which, and on basis of the water availability, on basis of slope, and other characteristics. In that card, it will be mentioned what crop is suitable for that land. That is the main objective of that project. Not only they will give the status of the nutrients, they will recommend the type of the crop, in which season they will take. Everything will be recommended in that card, LRI card. That is the objective of that program. Thank you, Rahul, for your presentation. And my suggestion is for each speaker, they should speak for 8 minutes. Mostly, first they will show the objectives, the methodology they followed, and what are the achievements, what the results they have got it, and one slide, one or two conclusion. What is the findings of that project? So here we are not what you have given your abstract. On that basis, you have to present. Not your whole work carried out in your project or everything. So in that way, you present, you take 8 minutes, then 2 minutes for discussion, so that we can conclude all the presentations in time, in an effective manner. I request all to be short, to show the objectives, and as sir rightly told, the objectives should be maximum 1 or 2 or 3. If you increase the objectives, it will be liquidated. In that way, present. And what are the last slide? What are the findings and what is the recommendation to our farmers, if possible? If in your findings it is required, you have got what is the recommendation to the farmers or what is the recommendation to the scientific society? In that way, present. Thank you all.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
sir,
thank
for
you.
the valuable outputs. Thank you, Dr. Rahul, for the wonderful presentation. Wonderful work done indeed. All the very best for the future endeavors. With this, moving on, the next speaker is Dr. Minati Mahapatra from OUAT Bhubaneswar. She will be talking on encapsulation of anthocyanins from jamun pomace extract.
So good afternoon, all of you. This side Dr. Minati Mahapatra from College of Agriculture Engineering Technology. And my topic of discussion is encapsulation of anthocyanins from jamun pomace extract. As we are discussing in the 7th International Conference on Agriculture for Food Security and Nutrition. So we are searching for food security, what are the products it will give food security and nutrition to our food or mass. So based on that, jamun is a best example which can give us healthy diet and a nutrition supplements in form of antioxidants, in form of anthocyanins and other nutritional qualities. So jamun, its name is Syzygium cumini, is an important indigenous minor fruits in India, But we are regularly, we are just very much neglecting this crop. It is underutilized. So world production is 13.5 million ton metric ton, and contribution of India is very significant. It's around 15.4%. And dominating states of India are Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha also. So color of is light green to dark purple. When it ripes, it becomes dark purple. And shape is oblong, length this much, and harvesting season is monsoon period, and harvesting season is very less. It is within 30 to 40 days. So after that, we cannot get jamun product. So we have to preserve it or process it or something we have to do it so that we can get the antioxidant and nutritional composition of this product at the off season. So if you can go through the nutrient composition of pulp and seed, not only jamun pulp, the jamun seed is also very much nutritional and it is used as a diabetic medicine. It has some components which is useful for diabetes. So the pulp contains moisture content of 83 to 86%, seed is 52%, protein content is very less, carbohydrates is some 14%, and seed is containing 89% carbohydrates. Fat is very, very less. Calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, potassium, these minerals are highly rich in jamun fruit, pomace. And the anthocyanin, which is the biggest pigment present in the jamun, which is the major bioactive component in jamun, which gives the antioxidant effect, is very, very high in case of pomace, not in seed. So pomace contains around 115.38 to 210.76 milligram per kg of sample, gram of sample. And vitamins are very highly contained. Tannins, which is a bioactive component, which is majorly present in jamun seeds. So both are bioactive components, anthocyanins and tannins, which can be utilized by encapsulation, because although material is not available throughout the year and all will not favor to eat jamun all the time. So if you can go through the encapsulation process, and we can make like Hajmola Goli, like these things, if you encapsulate it and take it as a supplement when you require. So that is our purpose. So coming on to the justification, the fruit is rich in various anthocyanins component, ellagic acid, isoquercetin, camphor, myceritin. Different parts of this fruit also having oxidant, anti-inflammatory, antifungal, antibacterial, anti-HIV purpose, and anti-diarrheal activities. So seed of jamun fruit is also very much useful. And by encapsulating these bioactive components and its physical characteristics are modified to allow easier handling. So what will happen if you encapsulate, the bioavailability will be also increased. If you will directly consume jamun, the availability will not be so much. But if you encapsulate and directly consume, that will enhance the bioavailability. Then the active ingredient can be released whenever necessary, and the stability offered by encapsulated ingredients allows delivery of prescription levels of desired nutrient. So following on these are the three objectives: to standardize the extraction process of anthocyanin from jamun pomace using different extraction techniques. Then to encapsulate, first one is to extract and then encapsulate the anthocyanin component from the jamun pomace with coating material, with different coating material. Actually, jamun is used for consumption of jamun juice, and whatever pomace is left, that is thrown in as a waste. But we are utilizing that waste, extracting anthocyanin from that pomace and encapsulating it. And our third objective is to evaluate the storage stability. Whatever we are encapsulating, whether it will be available throughout the storage period or not, that is evaluated. So this is our material methods in a flow chart. Fresh jamun we are purchasing and then pulping. The pulp is extracted. Jamun juice is extracted. Then pomace and seed are extracted out. So those are waste or byproducts, you can say. Then the pomace which is getting, that we are grinding and then extracting with a temperature, very low temperature, 45 degrees for 90 minutes. And whatever extract is we are getting, that is centrifuged at 2000 RPM. Then filtration, then evaporation of solvent. If any solvent is retained, that is evaporated. Then purification is done, because anthocyanin is a component with a bioactive component, so we have to purify it. Otherwise, we are saying that we are consuming anthocyanin, but that amount we are not consuming. So we have to purify the product. So purification with cytogen, then encapsulation, following sodium alginate and calcium chloride. Then we have storage study is also conducted in dark and light condition, and temperature is ambient temperature and low temperature, that is 4 plus minus 1 degree Celsius. So this is the material method. Fresh jamun fruits were procured, then seed pomace were separated, then 10 gram powder of pomace powder seed that was extracted with 150 ml of solvent. So two types of solvent we have followed here. One is aqueous and one is ethanol extraction. So they are followed with 45 degrees Celsius temperature with 90 minutes. Then evaporation was done to extract the residual ethanol or something. Then centrifugation. Then we are measuring. Then we are purifying with cytogen. That process is given. Then we are taking 2% sodium alginate as the coating agent and 5% calcium chloride as the binding agent to encapsulate that extract solution like an encapsulation method. So this is the complete flow chart. We are extracting the juice, collecting the pomace, then extracting. That extract is collected. Then where with the drop casted in sodium alginate and calcium chloride solution, we get the capsules. Then freeze dried for a few seconds. Then a few minutes. Then we get the encapsulated anthocyanin capsules. So following on to the results, what we get results, we have followed two types of extraction methods, aqueous extraction and ethanolic extraction. So we have conducted research for what is the extraction yield, total polyphenol content, anthocyanin content, and antioxidant activity. So both the techniques are giving good results, but ethanolic extract, it is giving more antioxidant activity, more anthocyanin content than aqueous extract. Then we have also conducted the FTIR analysis of the capsules. FTIR means what is the valuable components present, functional groups present in the product. So we are finding this type of graph and we are matching with the standard of glibenclamide, which is a very much familiar medicine for diabetes. So we are matching with the functional group of this pomace encapsule and with the glibenclamide. So we are finding most of the functional groups are matching. So we can just tell that it can be recommended for consumption. Then our next standardization of encapsulation process. We have taken two types of chemicals. One is sodium alginate solution and another is calcium chloride. So different compositions we have followed and found out what is the encapsulation efficiency, what is its moisture content and ball density and forming capacity. Capsules are actually forming better or not, that also objectively we have found out. And we found that 3% sodium alginate and 5% calcium chloride is giving the maximum encapsulation efficiency of 75.93% and ball density of 0.243, and the capsules are well formed, pura spherical and well formed, which is not disturbed during the process. Now finding out the storage stability, what are the capsules produced, what is the storage stability. So we have taken two conditions. One is dark and is light condition. Means one is covered in dark and another is exposed to light. And two types of packaging material we have taken. So so many total phenolic acid, anthocyanin content we have found out. And we have observed the dark condition and glass container and with a low temperature condition, 4 degrees Celsius, glass container and dark condition. This gives the maximum retainance of bioactive components during its storage. Yes, sir. These are the. Okay, sir. This is the final conclusion. The ethanolic extract gives the most TPC and antioxidant activity. Jamunan seed extract ethanolic present is more. FTR analysis recommends similar components as that of diabetic glycemic. Then functional groups of glibenclamide is same. Then 3% sodium alginate and 5% calcium chloride gave the best encapsulation efficiency. maximum anthocyanin content was observed, and L value, lower L value is recommended in case of refrigerated storage, glass container, dark condition, that is 4 degrees Celsius, glass plus dark of storage. And the net change in color is very less during storage. So this type of encapsulation matter can be recommended for the consumption of for a better and sustainable earth. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So any questions or
Any questions, anyone? Yes.
it is a low cost. It is a very low cost technique. A very minimum nominal charges can be start up for formation of this. And the storability we have studied for 3 months, and within these 3 months the color change is less. Active components are highly recommended can be stored. So 3 months we are giving the storage life, and the dark condition, refrigerated condition, and shade condition is recommended for storage of these active components. So it can be well stored for 3 months. And this is a very low cost technique. We can start up with a very nominal price. Durability may be better than this. We have just studied for 3 months. Okay, if you'll conduct it may be stored for longer period of time. Yes, no problem. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nowadays it is reconciled. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, antioxidant activity around 57 to 60% it is giving, sir. In caps. Yes, sir. I have not compared with apple and yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. A round of applause for her. Moving on, may I welcome Dr. Abhiram Das from UAT Bhubaneswar. He will be talking on a comparative study of ARIMA and ANN and their hybrid technology for forecasting green gram production in Odisha. Very welcome, sir. Technical support, please. Adapter ଅଛି କି? ତାଙ୍କର ଏଟା ତାଙ୍କର ପଶିବନି।
So good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chairman, Professor Kailash Samal sir, Dean College of Agriculture, Chiplima. Respected Co-Chairman, Dr. Sandeep Saigal from Saibai Kashmir University of Technology, other dignitaries and participants in the conference. I have chosen the topic, a comparative study of ARIMA and the traditional method, ARIMA, traditional method of forecasting, and the modern method of forecasting artificial neural network, and their hybrid technology for forecasting the green gram production in Odisha. So, actually, pulses they add to the food security, and it is the most and more the crop is the production of pulse has utmost importance in determining the agricultural strategy of our state. And the ARIMA model the traditional array model can be reliably used to forecast for short future periods. But when nonlinear patterns are found in the data, so we may use the modern artificial neural network. But we found in some cases, both linearity and non-linearity are present in the data. So in that case, the hybrid of the traditional ARIMA and the modern ANN method is more useful. And the study focuses on exploring the appropriate technique to forecast the production of green gram, which is the important pulse crop of Odisha. Now, in the methodology part, I've taken the data from 1970-71 to 2021-22, and then stationarized and then used to fit the tentative ARIMA models found suitable from ACF and PSF plots. Data from 1971 to 2016-17 are used as training set data for developing the model, and 5 years data, last 5 years data, 2017-18 to 2021-22, they are used as testing data for cross-validation of the selected ARIMA model. Now, from the significance of the computed coefficients, then from the model diagnostic tests and model fit statistics, they are taken into consideration while choosing the best ARIMA model. And then the selected best fit ARIMA model is finally confirmed after successful cross-validation. After getting the selected ARIMA model, the BDS test is performed on the residuals obtained from the selected ARIMA model. And from the BDS test, we can ensure whether the ARIMA model is sufficient for forecasting, or we need ANN, or we need a hybrid of both the methods. Then finally, the finally selected model, it may be ARIMA model or ANN or their hybrid. That model is used for forecasting the future 5 years production of green gram in Odisha. A fitting of ARIMA model using SAP and PSA plot of the data, it is found that ARIMA 011, the 0 indicates the AR, means auto-regression, and 1 indicates the degree of stationarity, and the last one indicates the order of moving average. So ARIMA 011 and ARIMA 110 without constant model, both are suitable, and both satisfies the test of normality and independence of residuals, which can be confirmed from the insignificant Shapiro-Wilk statistics and Box-Pierce chi-square statistic. But the RMSE and MAPE value, which are the model fit statistics, they are less for ARIMA 110 without constant model. So this model is selected to be the best fit ARIMA model for production of green gram crop. And this is the table for their cross-validation of the selected model, and we get the MAPE, mean absolute percentage error, which is less than 10%, 6.7. So we can select this model for future forecasting. Then we conducted the BDS test on the residuals obtained from the ARIMA 110 model, and the BDS test it is conducted at embedding dimension 2 and 3 for 0.5 sigma, 1.5 sigma, and 2 sigma. And this shows that in case of production of green gram, 3 out of the 8 values are significant. And thus for the production, hybrid ARIMA ANN, because here this shows that the data is neither completely linear nor completely non-linear. So there is the presence of both linearity and non-linearity. So the hybrid ARIMA ANN model could be fitted and compared with the respective ARIMA model on basis of the model fit statistics. Then I have fitted 4 hybrid ARIMA and ANN models, and out of that 4, the best one is ARIMA 110 without constant plus NNAR 22. This 22 first 2 indicates the lag, and the next 2 indicates the number of nodes at the hidden layer for ANN. And here in the weights column, we are given 0.439 weightage to ARIMA and 0.561 weightage to ANN. And we got and we found that this selected model satisfies both the model diagnostic test, that is Shapiro-Wilk test for the testing the normality of the data, of the errors, and the Box-Pierce test for testing the independence of the residual. And we found that out of the 4 hybrid models, this ARIMA 110 without constant plus NNAR 22, it has the minimum model fit statistics and RMSE value. and also it satisfies the cross validation. Now, when this hybrid model is compared with the earlier fitted area model, which I have presented in the last row, so it is found that it is also better performing than only ARIMA model. So our finally selected model to forecast the production of green gram is ARIMA 110 without constant plus NNAR22 with their appropriate weightage. And on basis of the model diagnostic, we found that this hybrid model without constant, hybrid ARIMA without constant and NNAR22 with the respective weights 0.49 and 0.561 is the best weight model for production of green gram in Odisha. And then basing on this, we found the forecasting forecasted values for the next 5 years, that is from 2022-23 to 2026-27, and these are the forecasted values of our green gram production in Odisha, and the units are given in 1,000 tons, 1,000 metric tons, and this is the graph. The black line shows the actual value, and the red line shows the forecasted value. And the blue line shows the future forecasted value. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions, anyone? Any questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Very well presented. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up, let us welcome Dr. Swaminathan Jena from OUAT Bhubaneswar. She will be talking on heterosis in papaya, impact on fruit yield and quality attributes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairman, co-chairman, and all the dear participants. I'm Dr. Swaminathan Jena. I'm present over here to deliver my paper on heterosis in papaya and its impact on fruit yield and quality attributes. So, papaya, which is popularly known as wonder fruit of tropics, owing to its greater nutritional property, medicinal, industrial, and pharmaceutical properties as well. And recently, the area under papaya has also been increased very high because the juvenility period of papaya is very low. Like banana, the production will start from 1.5 to 2 years, unlike other fruit crops. So as well as the yield of the fruit is also quite high per unit area. So that's why farmers are more interested in this crop. Because, one of the main problem farmers faced is the quality seeds. So if you will see, in case of Odisha as well as other states also, Taiwan Red Lady, which is a private sector hybrid, that cost nearly 2,800 rupees per 100 gram of seeds. And it is a F1 hybrid. So farmer has to purchase the seeds every year. That's why to keep that in mind, we started this topic of research to develop or to find out a hybrid which will at least at par with the Red Lady variety, or at least give higher production than that. And another objective of this research was to find a hybrid which will be of medium and dwarf stature plants and start giving fruits as early as possible, and estimation of heterosis as well. So these were the two objectives of this research topic. So we use the parents CO2, CO8, that is Coimbatore 2 and 8, then Pusa Delicious, Lucknow Local, Pune Selection 1, and Gujarat Junagadh Papaya 1. The design was randomized block design. 3 replications were there. And we used full diallelic crossing technique where we found 30 hybrids, 6 parents, and the commercial check was Taiwan Red Lady. So this was the schematic overview of the experiment. We generally conducted the experiment in Navsari Agriculture University, Navsari, Gujarat. We planted all the 6 parents and then did the crossing in full diallelic crossing system. And along with that, simultaneously, we did selfing as well to maintain the parental line. And in next year, we sowed the parents as well as the hybrids. So there were 36 total genotypes along with the commercial check, total 37 in the next year. So this was the layout of the experiment. Here we planted the 6 parents, and in the next year we covered nearly 37 hybrids and the commercial check. So this was the stepwise procedure of papaya hybridization, where we generally collected the pollens from the male parent and then dusted it on the stigma of the flowers. And it was done in the early morning time from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. And then immediately the flowers are bagged. And after 8 to 10 days, the bags were removed as the fruits were or hybrid fruits were already formed. So what we found that these were the total 30 hybrids. You can see it from this picture. These were the 30 hybrids and different parameters we taken. In case of days taken to germination, we found that the cross CO2 and Pune selection 1 that took least days for germination, and it showed negative and standard heterosis. And in case of germination percentage, none of the hybrid showed better, means maximum germination percentage were not shown as compared to Taiwan Red Lady, because Taiwan Red Lady gives nearly more or less 80 to 85% germination percentage. But in case of these hybrids, the germination percentage were quite low. So that's why they showed negative heterosis. And in case of plant height, as one of the objective was to find medium and dwarf statured papaya hybrid, this hybrid, this Pusa delicious combined with Lucknow local, this hybrid showed negative as well as standard heterosis. And plant girth was also high, means if the girth of the plant is more, then it will be resistant to wind damage or wind speed damage. So more the plant girth, better it is. So this hybrid showed standard negative heterosis in case of plant height. That means it became dwarf, and more girth, and number of fruits per plant was also high in this cross. So these are, in this picture you can see these are the different crosses, and this is the hybrid which showed maximum positive and standard heterosis. These are the other hybrids. You can see it from this picture. And the bottom lines are the parents: Pusa delicious, CO2, CO8, Lucknow local, GJP1, Gujarat Junagadh papaya 1, and Pune selection 1. The other parameters like number of leaves were also high, and it showed positive and significant heterosis in the same cross, Pusa delicious and Lucknow local. Internode distance, which is negatively or if the internode distance is low, the number of fruits will be more. So if it will show negative heterosis, then that is a desirable character. And photosynthetic rate, transpiration rate, stomatal conductance, and yield, all the parameters showed positive as well as standard heterosis as compared to the commercial check. Then fruit weight, fruit length, fruit girth, fruit volume, and cavity volume, they also showed positive heterosis as compared to the commercial check. Wherever, if we will see in case of firmness and self-life of the fruit, this cross CO8 and Pusa delicious, it showed positive and standard heterosis as compared to the commercial check. And if you will see the qualitative parameters like TSS acidity ratio, ascorbic acid, total sugar, reducing sugar, all the parameters were found positive in case of the hybrid CO8 and Pusa delicious. So if you will see in the nutshell, if we are looking at the yield and yield attributing characters, the Pusa delicious into Lucknow local showed better result. Whereas if we are looking in the qualitative attributes, CO8 and Pusa delicious, this hybrid showed positive and standard heterosis as compared to the commercial check. So these are the picture of different fruits of the particular hybrids. This is Pusa Delicious and Lucknow Local. The size of the fruit were quite big. One fruit went up to 3 kg also. And this is the CO8 and Pusa Delicious, whose quality of the fruit was quite good. And it was red color pulp variety. These are the other crosses. And these are the parents in the bottom line. And if you will cut the fruits into two half, you can see there were quite difference visible among all the hybrids as well as the parents. There are the different types of cavity also observed, like irregular type cavities, circular cavities, and star-shaped cavity. And this is one interesting hybrid, CO8 and Gujarat Junagadh Papaya 1. This hybrid showed highest sex reversal among all the crosses. And after sex reversal, the male flowers converted into hermaphrodite flower and they start bearing fruits. You can look from this picture. And this is the fruits after sex reversal in the male parent. And this particular character was found in case of CO8 and GJP1 cross. So I'll conclude that the extent of standard heterosis range was quite high. And however, none of the hybrids showed positive heterosis was found, but it was not significant. So there is no scope for exploiting heterosis, but I can say that the environment effect can also be there. So in further course of action, we can go for multi-locational trial to confirm the effect of all these hybrids. And as far as the quality attributes were concerned, the CO8 cross Pusa Delicious hybrid performed really better and exhibited significant and standard heterosis in the desirable direction. So for quality purpose, we can choose this cross, but for confirming the yield attributes, we have to go for multi-locational trial. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions, anyone? Any questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, yes, please. Yes.
Yes. So thank you, Swaminathan, for a good presentation. Your topic, you see, impact on fruit yield and quality attributes. Impact on fruit yield and Rohiman city. You see, the impact of climate change on water, impact of climate change on health, impact of climate change on soil. So like that, how your and is there?
The impact of heterosis on yield as well as quality attributes. Both, I covered both the aspects. Yield and quality, both aspects I covered.
So why don't you put on? Eh?
The impact on fruit yield and impact on quality. Both the aspects I covered.
Anyway, you see that point. I feel that. Another point, you see, in market actually, let us come to the real life. When you are purchasing the papaya, rarely it is good quality. Most times they say pancha laguchi, taste nahi. So how to select? You should come to the real field. How to select good quality of papaya in the market?
Of the shopkeepers, what they do is they put carbide in the fruit, and papaya is as it is a climateric fruit, it has to properly mature on the tree. After that, if you will pluck it will ripe properly. But what they are doing is before maturing itself, they are harvesting the fruit and they are giving calcium carbide to the fruit for getting better price in the market. So as the fruit is not properly matured, ଆପଣ ଖାଇବେ ଯଦି ସାର୍ ଦେଖିବେ କିଛିଟା ଜାଗା ମାନେ ପାଚିଥିବ ଆଉ କିଛି ଜାଗା ବହୁତ ଜାଗାରେ ଟାଣ ଟାଣ ଥାଏ ଭଲସେ ପାଚି ନଥାଏ
Many times you were throwing it. Another thing, ଯେମିତି ଆମର ମ୍ୟାଙ୍ଗୋର ଭେରାଇଟି ଆମେ ସବୁ ଜାଣିଛୁ ପପୁଲାର, ସେମିତି ପପିଆ କିଣିଲା ବେଳେ ସେମାନେ କେହି କିଛି ଭେରାଇଟି କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଏଇଟା କୋଉ ଭେରାଇଟି କଣ ଅଛି?
behind choosing this topic.
ନାଇଁ, I'm just because you are working on that, na. So how to popularize this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for the interactive session. Well, moving on. ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରେ କେହି ଅମୃତଭଣ୍ଡା ଚାଷୀ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବା ଆଗକୁ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି? ହଁ, ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କର କିଛି ଆଗ୍ରହୀ ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଯଦି କିଛି ଅଛନ୍ତି ତେବେ ମ୍ୟାଡମଙ୍କ ସହିତ ନିହାତି ମ୍ୟାଡମଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଆପଣ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିପାରିବେ ଅମୃତଭଣ୍ଡା ଚାଷକୁ ନେଇ ହାତ ଉଠେଇବେ ଯଦି କିଏ ଆଗ୍ରହୀ ଅଛନ୍ତି ବା କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଆଗାମୀ ଦିନରେ କିଛି କରିବାକୁ ଯୋଜନା ମଧ୍ୟ ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ତେବେ ମ୍ୟାଡମଙ୍କ ସହିତ ପରାମର୍ଶ କରିପାରିବେ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ମ୍ୟାଡମ।
ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଛି ଫାର୍ମର୍ସ ମାନେ ପଚାରିଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆମେ ଯାହା ଦେଖିଛୁ ଫାର୍ମର୍ସ ମାନେ ଯୋଉ ଆଗରୁ ଯୋଉ ନିଜ ଭ୍ୟାରାଇଟି କରୁଥିଲେ ବର୍ଷା ଦିନେ ବର୍ଷା ପାଣି ଜମି ରହିଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ବଞ୍ଚୁଥିଲା କିନ୍ତୁ ଏବେ ଯୋଉ ଭ୍ୟାରାଇଟି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ବଞ୍ଚୁନାହାନ୍ତି। ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ହାଇବ୍ରିଡ ଭ୍ୟାରାଇଟି ଟିକେ ବର୍ଷା ଯେ ପ୍ରୋଲଙ୍ଗ ହେଇଯାଉଛି 15-20 ଦିନ ସିଏ ପୁରା ଗଛ ବିୟରିଂ ହେଇଥିବ ତାପରେ ମରିଯାଉଛି। ତେଣୁ ଆମର ଏ ସିଲେକ୍ସନ ପ୍ରୋସେସରେ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ସୁଡ୍ ବି ଇନକ୍ଲୁଡେଡ୍। ସେ ୱାଟର ରେଜିଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ହଉଛି ନାହିଁ ଖାଲି ଆମେ ଇଲ୍ଡ ଆଉ କ୍ୱାଲିଟି ସହିତ ୱାଟର ମାନେ ସେ ୱାଟର ଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସ୍ ଯୋଉ ମଶ୍ଚର ଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସ୍ ମାନେ ହାଇ ମଶ୍ଚର ଷ୍ଟ୍ରେସ୍ଟା ସେ ଟଲରେଟ୍ କରୁଛି ନାହିଁ। ସେଟା ବହୁତ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ। ଚାଷୀ ଭଲ ରେଜଲ୍ଟ ପାଉଥିବ ଭଲ ପିଉଥିବ ବର୍ଷା ଦିନେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି ଅଗଷ୍ଟ ସେପ୍ଟେମ୍ବର ମାସରେ ବିୟରିଂ ପ୍ଲାଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଥିବ ତାପରେ ସେ ଯଦି ବର୍ଷା କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁସ୍ ହେଇଯାଉଛି ମରିଯାଉଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ପୁରୁଣା ଅମୃତଭଣ୍ଡା ଗଛ ମରୁନି ଦେଖିଛି। ତେଣୁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆମେ ସବୁବେଳେ ଯୋଉ ଇଲ୍ଡ ଆଉ ଅନ୍ୟ କ୍ୟାରେକ୍ଟର ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ତା ମଧ୍ୟ ଯୋଉ କ୍ଲାଇମେଟ୍ ରେଜିଲେଣ୍ଟ ଭେରାଇଟି ମଧ୍ୟ ଡେଭଲପ୍ କରିବା ଦରକାର। ଫାର୍ମ ମାନଙ୍କର ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛି
ନିହାତି ଭାବରେ।
ସେନ୍ସ ୱାଟର ପୁରା ପଡିଯିବ।
ପୋଲାର ମାନେ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଗଣ୍ଡିଟା କୁହନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ପୋଲାର ରିଜନ ଟା ତାର ୱିଡ୍ଥ ଯଦି ଯେତେ ଅଧିକା ଥାଏ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ ରେଜିଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ଟୁ ୱିଣ୍ଡ ଡ୍ୟାମେଜ ଆଉ ପୋଲାର ରଟ୍ ହବନି ଏତେ ଜଲ୍ଦି। ତ ସେଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ୟାରାମିଟର ବି ଥିଲା ତାର ପୋଲାର ରିଜନ ଟା ବେଶୀ ଚौड़ा ମାନେ ବେଶୀ ଡାଇମିଟର ଟା ତାର ଅଧିକ those are resistant to kind of waterlogging condition.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sa nanha.
$20 ଲିଟର ଯୋଉ ଧର ରଙ୍ଗ ବାଲ୍ଟି ଆଉ ସେଥିରେ ଆମେ ଲଗେଇ
ପାରିବେ ସାର୍ ପୁଷା ନାମଟା ହେଇଥିବ ଆପଣ ପଟରେ ବି ଲଗେଇ ପାରିବେ ଯଦି ଗ୍ରୋ ବ୍ୟାଗ ବି ଆଭେଲେବଲ ହଉଛି ସେଇଥିରେ ବି ଲଗେଇ ପାରିବେ। ଆଜ୍ଞା the size of the pot but ପୁଷା ନାମରେ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ସାର୍ ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ଡାୟୋସେଲ୍ ମାନେ ତାର 50% ପ୍ଲାଣ୍ଟ ବି ନେଇ 50% କିନ୍ତୁ ଫିମେଲ ତ ସେଇଟା ଯୋଉ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଫୁଲ ଆସିନି ଆପଣ ଜାଣିପାରିବେନି କି ସେ ମେଲ୍ ହବ କି ଫିମେଲ ହବ। ତ ଯୋଉଠି ବି ଲଗେଇବେ ଆପଣ 3ଟା ଗଛ ଲଗେଇଥିବେ ଗୋଟେ ପଟରେ
ରିମୁଭ୍ କରିଦବ। ୟେସ୍ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ।
Thank you very much, madam, for the insightful presentation. Moving on now, please welcome Dr. Anita Mahapatra from OUAT Bhubaneswar. She will be talking on effect of weed management on yield and economics of sunflower under modified spacing in coastal plain zone of Odisha.
So Anita Mahapatra working as a scientist agronomy in Equipment Sunflower. And today's topic is effect of integrated weed management on yield and economics of sunflower under modified spacing. Sunflower is an important edible oilseed crop in the world that belongs to family Asteraceae, and it is important because of its quality of oil that is rich in polyunsaturated fatty acid. Linoleic acid content is 33 to 48%, and oleic acid is 42 to 57%. And absence of linolenic acid, the risk of heart disease. That is why sunflower oil is important, and so also the sunflower crop. It is a premium oil and the oil content varies from 30 to 43%, and it is preferable because of its light color, bland flavor, and high smoke point also, that is 252 to 255. In India, the area was 15,000 hectares, that is in 1972-73, when All India Coordinated Research Project on Sunflower, it was started. And from there, it increased to now 2.20 lakh hectare with a production of 2.13 lakh tons and productivity of 968 kg per hectare. Whereas coming to Odisha, it is grown in an area of 16.56 thousand hectares with a yield of 1265 kg per hectare. There are different stresses and losses in crops, and weeds are the predominant ones. The weeds, among the major biotic constraints, weeds are considered as the most harmful to agricultural productions, besides affecting the agrobiodiversity and the natural water bodies. In India, the reduction in the crop yield was estimated as 31.5%. That is 22. That is average 22.7% in Rabi and 36.5% in summer and rainy by the weeds. Besides deteriorating the quality of produce and causing health and environmental hazards. Coming to sunflower, like other crops, in sunflower also, weeds compete for nutrient, moisture, light, space, etc., reducing the yields and decreasing the effectiveness of other applied inputs also. And according to different authors, the yield reduction is varies. That is, according to Sumati et al., it is 62%. And different authors cite different yield losses. It varies from 40 to 70% according to different authors. According to Raut et al., the type of weed, its emergence, the density, and the type of soil moisture all affect the yield. So integrated weed management is the sustainable approach to control the weed. Coming to the outline of this program, it was conducted in our farm with the test hybrid DRSH1, that is from Directorate of Orchard Research. We have taken 3 replications and design is RBD with 7 replications, 7 treatments. And the normal spacing for sunflower is 60 centimeter into 30 centimeter, whereas in this case, it was modified to study its effect on weeds as well as the effect of weed management on crop with the modified spacing 75-25 centimeter. These are the treatment details. That is, first treatment is pendimethalin, follow 1 kg AI per hectare, followed by power weeder, weeding with power weeder at 35 days. Second one is only weeding by power weeder. Third one is pendimethalin, the chemical, all the 2 chemicals. That is one pre-emergence pendimethalin, followed by one post-emergence preserve of ethyl. And then the next treatment is 2 intercultivations at 20 and 40 days, followed by 1 hand weeding at 30 days. Then T5 is 1 intercultivation at 20 days, followed by 1 hand weeding at 30 days. And T6 is weed-free and T7 is unweeded control. These are the major weed flora observed in sunflower. The different weed flora observed belong to both grasses, sedges, and broadleaf weeds. So coming to weed dry weight, it was maximum in the unweeded control, that is 82.10 gram per meter square, and during 60 days after harvest, and at harvest it is 16.83 gram per meter square, and the lowest weed dry weight was observed in the weed-free treatment, that is 8.83 and 16.83 at 60 days and at harvest. The weed control efficiency was also maximum in case of weed-free treatment, that is 89% at 60 days and 81% at harvest. Weed index was lowest in the weed-free and followed by 2 intercultivation at 20 and 40 days and 1 hand weeding at 30 days. And the treatment 1 intercultivation at 20 days followed by 1 hand weeding at 30 days. Coming to different yield attributes and seed yield and oil yield. All the yield attributes were good in wheat tree conditions, resulting in highest seed yield of 2.06 quintal per hectare and oil yield of 815 kg per hectare, with a net return of 55,131 rupees per hectare and the benefit cost ratio of 1.80. But the treatment, pendimethalin 1 kg AI per hectare followed by quizalpop ethyl, that resulted in the net return of 51,989 rupees per hectare with the benefit cost ratio of 1.88. That is the maximum benefit cost ratio because here the cost of cultivation is low because of application of two chemicals. So the conclusion here is the treatment, though all the yield parameters are highest in the wheat tree condition, since the economics BC ratio is more in the pendimethalin and quizalpop ethyl treatment, so that can be considered as the best treatment that is best profitable and economical wheat treatment that is under modified spacing. Thank you.
Very much, ma'am. A round of applause for her. That was absolutely well presented. ଚାଷୀ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ଅନୁରୋଧ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପଢ଼ଉଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣମାନେ କିଛି ସମୟ ଆଉ ରହିବେ ଅନେକ ଗୁଡ଼ିଏ ବିଷୟବସ୍ତୁ ଆହୁରି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ରହିଛି ତ ମୁଁ ଚାହିଁବି ଆପଣମାନେ ଆଉ କିଛି ସମୟ ଆମ ସହିତ ରହିବେ ଏନି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ସ କିଛି ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କର if not thank you very much ma'am once again moving on let's welcome Dr. Satyabrata Mangaraj from Krishi Vigyan Kendra Subarnapur. He will be talking on assessment of indigenous aromatic rice varieties on higher profitability. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Myself, Dr. Satyabrat Mangaraj from Krishi Vigyan Kendra Subarnapur, and I am acting as a subject matter specialist agronomy. And my topic is assessment of indigenous aromatic rice varieties for higher profitabilities. So I would like to speak in both English and Odia as some farmers are there. And this topic is not that much of huge data centric. So this topic indigenous aromatic rice varieties, বা স্বদেশী ধান বাসনা ধানର পরীক্ষণ for higher profitability. Rice in Odisha has huge significance with food and agriculture. That is, if we'll say agriculture in Odisha, that is dhana chasa, and dhana chasa kahile krushi. So with age all customs and festivals, as in Odisha we say 12 masa 13 parva, that is 12 months and 13 festivals, and in all festivals there is one thing common, that is a handful of aromatic rice, that is muthai arwa chawla. So with this aromatic rice, but often people confuse in basmati rice and non-basmati aromatic rice. So coming to aromatic rice, mainly this is classified into two types, basmati rice and non-basmati aromatic types. And if we will say basmati rice, the proper definition of basmati rice is it should be grown in Indo-Gangetic plains with the following characteristic, that is exceptional length of grain, that is extra long grain, with substantial increase in after cooking, and the cooked grain has high integrity and high discreteness and distinctive aroma, taste and mouthfeel. And this basmati rice should have main characteristic extra long grain. But our topic is non-basmati aromatic rice. So coming to that non-basmati aromatic rice, it is generally two types, that is small grain and medium grain, and similar length to breadth ratio compared to the basmati types, and kernel elongation is also ratio is similar to that of basmati rice. So this is the comparative features of basmati and non-basmati centered rice. That is, if we'll say kernel length, that is more than 6.4 to 7.6 mm in basmati type, but in non-basmati type, it's generally less than 5.5 mm. And see, the length and breadth ratio is quite similar in both basmati rice and non-basmati rice. So coming to aromatic rice, that is the fragrance of our Odisha. And Odisha is home to hundreds of indigenous land races of aromatic rice, which are now the verge of extinction. If we'll say the name of Kolajira, that is the prince of aromatic rice, that has got GI tag from Koraput. And Nilabati, Krishnabhog, Govindabhog, Padmakesari, those are in coastal belt, are popular. And in Pimpurivasa and Jubraj, Korpurakanti, these are popular in plateau region. But these varieties are now on verge of extinction due to the main factor is low yield and its weak stem and the lodging type. But this short grain aromatic rice has huge aroma retention capacity than the basmati rice type in our subtropical and warm climate. But the yield is low, as I say, it's because it's tall, late maturing, and photosensitive. And these are the varietal distributions in aromatic rice, that is Kolajira, Jubraj, Korpurakanti, Gangadholi, Suragaja, Lakshmi Bilas, Mugajai, Rangasura, Morkarakanda. These are and varieties, and in which district these are grown. And in contrast to our Subarnapur district, this Basapatri and Malapatri, these are now grown quite popular in Sonpur, but it's also on the verge of extinction. We are not getting those varieties till now. And coming to the recent developments in Odisha, government of Odisha now has announced the minimum support price of 41 ଟଙ୍କା, ଯୋଉଟା ଆମେ କହୁଛେ ସର୍ବନିମ୍ନ ମୂଲ୍ୟ 41 ଟଙ୍କା। ଆମେ ଆରୋମାଟିକ୍ ରାଇସ୍ ଯଦି ଆସନ୍ତା ବର୍ଷଠୁ କରିବା ଏବଂ ବିକିବା, ଏହାର ସର୍ବନିମ୍ନ ମୂଲ୍ୟ ହେଉଛି 41 ଟଙ୍କା। And coming to government of Odisha, they have chalked out one plan to use this aromatic rice in the preparation of obada, which we call popularly kanika. And these are some traditional Odia recipes from aromatic rice, like kanika, baked milk cake, those we call khira poro pitha, or monda pitha, or rice kheer, or gointha pitha. These are some traditional recipes which are also lost in time frame. So coming to our material methods, these are two types of two sets of experiment. One is on-farm experiment, another is on-farm testing. And this on-farm experiment we have taken in our instructional farm of KVK Sonpur in Kharif 2023 and 24. And we have taken 6 varieties in 3 treatment in a random block design. And we had in treatment 1 Acharamati, treatment 2 Gangavali, treatment 3 Kalikati, treatment 4 Mugajai, treatment 5 Korpurakali, and treatment 6 is Kolajira. And in situ green manuring we have done at the rate 25 kg per hectare, and a fertilizer of 40 kg nitrogen, 20 kg phosphorus, and 20 kg potassium we had given. So coming to on-farm testing, we have done in our adopted villages KVK Sonpur in Kharif 23 and 24 with 1 hectare, and taking 7 number of farmers with that is 7 applications. And farmers practice was in some pockets this Kolajira rice also in cultivated, and we have taken 2 technology options. One is Gangavali, another is Kalikati, and both are technology from RITHS Bhavanipatna. So coming to this data, this is the data pool data of 2 years. In on-farm experiment, coming to plant height, the Mugajai variety has significant plant height, that is 152 centimeter compared to all other varieties. And coming to ear bearing killers,
panicle length, flag leaf length. The Collicacy variety shown significant higher ear-bearing tiller, panicle length, and flag leaf length compared to all other varieties. Coming to yield parameters, Collicacy variety, which is 135 day duration, has shown higher fertile grains per panicle and higher 1000 grain weight, that is test weight, and grain yield of near about 32 quintal compared to all other varieties. And Mugojai has shown the least grain yield, that is 17.5 quintal. Coming to the quality parameters, hulling percentage, milling percentage, and head rice recovery is higher in Collicacy. And Mugojai variety has shown the least quality parameters. But the surprising fact is, when we did the aromatic test or organoleptic test, the Mugojai variety has shown comparatively higher aroma score, that is 8.6, than other varieties. And coming to the profitability part, Collicacy rice, it has shown the BC ratio of 2.0 with net return of near about 65,000. And coming to our on-farm testing, the farmers practice, that is Kolajira, has shown the least yield 21.5 quintal per hectare. With the highest yield, that is cultivation of Collicacy, 30.2 quintal per hectare, and that is near about 40% more grain yield than our cultivation of Kolajira, and with basic ratio of 2.15. So we can say in Sonpur district, cultivation of aromatic rice Collicacy, it can produce higher yield and quality traits and fetch higher profitability than other indigenous aromatic rice variety. And these are some photographs. So in conclusion, aromatic rice has huge potential in exploring the market and fetching higher price return and compared to non-centenary rice and other indigenous aromatic rice varieties. And coming to way forward, there should be one aromatic rice mission by state government, and in each block we should build one aroma village, and we should have better marketing facilities for this aromatic variety, including SHGs and FPOs to stop the distress selling. And another is creation of aromatic rice seed bank. That is, if we will create one seed bank, if we will give one farmer 5 kg of aromatic rice variety, suppose Collicacy, that farmer should return us 7 kg or 8 kg of aromatic rice variety. In that way, we can create one cycle for this aromatic rice seed bank. And another is protecting these varieties under PPBFRA. And last is sustainable organic and natural farming practices for aromatic rice should be done by the research scientists, so that this should be transmitted to the farmers. Thank you. If any questions, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, mainly in blocks of Ulunda and Bir Maharajpur, in small pockets, in not much in Sonpur district, but in blocks of Bir Maharajpur and in Ulunda, there is near about 50 to 60 hectare, the most concentrated area. Next, we can say in Dunguripalli area also, there is small pockets of aromatic rice there. And they are mostly now cultivating this Kolajira variety, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Mangraj, thank you for a good presentation. Achha, one clarification I want.
Yes.
Particularly, you see, rice is a heavy duty crop.
Yes, sir.
It is around 40 acre inches or 100 hectare centimeter water required. And to produce maybe 1 kg of rice, around 3,000 liters, everybody knows that also. So keeping that in view, so different, do you have any study that varieties and versus amount of water requirement?
Yes.
That study you have done?
No, no, sir.
So in future, if anybody can do it, it will
Yes,
be
that
good.
would be good.
And also that is the cost benefit ratio, because water in future, water will be very crisis for the agriculture, and that too, particularly the heavy duty crops. And my last question, particularly which variety you can recommend for in Odisha condition from the cost benefit ratio? You told something about Kalinga 3 or
Kolikoti, sir.
Eh?
Kolikoti. Kolikoti.
Acha. Okay. That gives 40% more than the Kalajera.
Yes.
So that we can recommend for this.
Sir, these are all indigenous rice varieties, sir. Odisha has its own set of indigenous rice varieties. Maybe some other in other districts, maybe there would be a higher potential
No, that
than
comparative
this,
study must.
Kolikoti also.
That comparative study, if it will available to us,
Yes.
then we can recommend that the variety is recommended for this districts of Odisha.
Yes.
So now let us go very deep into the matter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In continuing the session ahead, we will welcome Dr. Meenakshi Prushti, OUT Bhubaneswar, on her topic. She will be delivering on her topic, evaluation of sulfur sources in groundnut in mid-central table land zone of Odisha. We request all the participants to be present even after your sessions, because there will be group photograph after this and everybody should be present in that.
Why not take now? No, all are requested. All are requested after your presentation, it should remain and encourage the next speakers. All are requested to remain in the hall, and tea is there outside. If anybody wants tea, you can go and take the tea and come back. There is no, as the time is very short, so we are not giving any tea break. Anybody wants tea, you can go outside and take the tea and come back. Please remain here.
Respected Chairman, Co-Chairman, myself Dr. Meenakshi Prushti, working as Assistant Professor Soil Science in OUT Bhubaneswar. Today my topic is evaluation of sulfur sources in groundnut mid-central table zone of Odisha. Actually, groundnut is a major oilseed crop of Odisha, and if we talk about mid-central tableland zone, it is the second highest oilseed crop after sesame. But day by day, the area of groundnut is decreasing, and the yield are also decreasing due to improper seed, improper nutrient management, and many other factors. And as far as groundnut is concerned, the oil content is the most important factor if you are considered as a oil containing crop, oilseed crop. And for oil containing crops, sulfur is the main source for oil enhancement. And in Odisha situation, gypsum is the main source for oil sulfur. But nowadays, government is not supplying gypsum. So in this research, actually, we go for an alternate source for sulfur so that we can go for enhancing the oil content of groundnut. So as we know, groundnut, as name is Arachis hyphia, and it is a grain legume and also an oilseed crop. It has 50% oil, 20 to 35% protein, 20% carbohydrate, and 5% fiber. It also contains high vitamins like vitamin E, K, and boron. And for oilseed crop, as I told, sulfur is the important constituent of protein in all oilseed crops. As sulfur deficiency is a common factor in Odisha situation because we are applying the fertilizer which contain mainly NPK. We are not applying the fertilizer which contain sulfur. So this is the main reason of deficiency of sulfur in Odisha situation. So this is the material and method of my experiment, and it is conducted at RRTTS Mohisapa, Dhenkanal. It has 7 treatments and 3 replications. And the soil test based fertilizer for groundnut at that area is 25, 50, and
40 kg of N-P2O5 and K2O. And these are my treatments. There are 7 treatments. First one is control. Second one is soil test dose of fertilizer. Third one is soil test dose NPK plus elemental sulfur at a rate of 40 kg per hectare. Then NK plus single super phosphate. Then T5 STD plus gypsum. And another source is one new source, that is liquid sulfur formulator, which was I tried here. And T7 where ammonium phosphate sulfate, whose nutrient content is 20-20-0-30. So sulfur content in that case 13% along with nitrogen 20 and phosphorus is 20. With that, we had applied that sulfur liquid formulation, which I applied at the rate of 0.5%. And FOM is common to all treatment except control. So this one is my table. This table indicates the productivity of groundnut crop under the influence of different sulfur sources. As I told, there is 7 sulfur sources, and the highest yield was of pod and halum, and total yield we found in T7, where on the T7 when ammonium phosphate sulfate along with liquid sulfur spray was applied, the yield was 4042 kg per hectare. Harvest index is 56.6%. and relative agronomic efficiency in that case 140%. In case we consider the gypsum application as the standard in which all the other sulfur applied sources are compared. In this case, the concentration of uptake of nitrogen by groundnut, here also the T7 when sulfur is applied through ammonium phosphate sulfate plus liquid sulfur formulation, the total nitrogen uptake was 65.3 kg per hectare in that case, and extra nitrogen gain was 31.5% over control. The total phosphorus uptake also highest in that same treatment, that is T7, where the total uptake is 33 kg per hectare with the apparent phosphorus recovery is 53.5%. This is the potassium uptake also, potassium uptake and recovery, where T7, the total uptake is 80 kg per hectare with apparent potassium recovery is 75.0%. And in case of sulfur also, the total uptake is highest in T7, that is sulfur applied as ammonium phosphate sulfate plus liquid sulfur formulation, where the total uptake is 15.4 kg per hectare with apparent sulfur recovery is 33%. In case of post-harvest soil property, because we in all our soil experiment, we are adding some nutrients, so we definitely test the post-harvest soil, what is the nutrient status after conducting that experiment. In this case, we found when considering the pH, the initial pH was acidic. In case of control and in case of STD, when only soil dose fertilizer dose was applied, the pH was decreased. From the initial status, it became more acidic. But in other cases, when sulfur was applied with other NPK fertilizers, the pH is slightly increased, means it tends to neutrality. It does not come to neutral, but it tends to neutrality because it is just a result of 2-year experiment. So if FY was applied in all the treatments along with NPK plus sulfur, we found that the pH is changing little bit. Just like the organic carbon content also in increasing all other treatments except control and STD from the initial status. Available nutrient status is also decreasing in control and STD than initial status, but also in T3 also, but in other cases, the nitrogen status is decreasing from the initial status. Change in phosphorus content, if you found, in other cases it is increasing, but in case of control and STD, it is decreasing from the initial status. The same trend also found in available potassium and available sulfur. If we consider the economics of groundnut production in this case, we found in case of T7, the net return is highest and the BC ratio is 2.65. If we compare it with control, it is 1.79, or if compare it with STD, it is 2.13. So if we consider the conclusion, then we think farmers should go for, if we are going for a testing for soil test, they should know what is the constant of their soil. They first know, they should go for the soil testing. If the soil is deficient in sulfur, that they should know. If they found the soil is deficient in sulfur, then definitely they should go for sulfur application if they are going for oilseed crop production. And we found our T7 is the best result. It also needs little bit more experimentation because it is only a 2-year data from one experiment plot. If it will be conducted in a different MLT, then it can be give an accurate result. So the T7 in that case where we were going to apply ammonium phosphate sulfate along with liquid sulfur formulation, that will give the best result among the 7 treatments. Thank you.
What are the adjust the reduction of the grammar? You told two, three comments. You have not told about the climate.
That is the main factor.
Yes, but you know that. So keeping that in view, you see particularly in winter there's a change of the temperature and other things. So some varieties should be fit in keeping in view of the climate. That also to be included in your research, my suggestion.
Being a soil scientist, actually I am emphasizing more on the nutrient content fertilizer management. But as you told, this should be a multidisciplinary work.
Yeah.
Definitely one agroclimatic, as Rajan is sitting with me, he is an agrometeorology scientist. So definitely this kind of work should be conducted along with agrometeorology scientists.
Yes, different
soil
scientists of different
one
ways.
plant protection scientist. Actually, that will give a
Yeah.
complete package. Actually, the kind of experiment we are conducting, that is not giving a complete package. That is true. What you are telling, sir, that is a completely true statement. We should do work actually a team. But as I was there in research station, all the scientists are not there in their time.
You're right.
So
That is the whole problem.
I have to do like that. But sir, your question is pertinent and
Interdisciplinary scientists should be there
Definitely.
for a good research.
Definitely.
And moreover, the last point regarding the sulfur, you told that pH is the increasing, decreasing, and we have studied that pH increasing and decreasing have some impact on the yield. Because you told that when we are applying NPK with the phosphorus, so pH is increasing, pH is decreasing. So have you taken any observation on that?
But as I told, from a 1 or 2 year experiment, what amount of nutrient was means that we are calling that soil lining or soil lining, means whatever nutrient is decreasing from the soil, from 1 or 2 year experiment, it cannot be.
Yeah, yes. Minimum 3 years, yeah. Yes, 5 years.
From the soil. So from 1 or 2 year experiment, we can't give a particular.
Yes, that I know. Yes.
From this thesis work,
Yeah.
we have just concluded like that.
Yeah. One point, when you are presenting your slides should be very brief, not in big tables, big write-ups. So reduce 3-4 bullet points, and later should be large, so that we can able to study. We just look and use the pointer. You are just going on like this. Use the cordless pointer, so that it will be more attractive. Thank you.
One query is for the farmers. In which trade name ammonium sulfate phosphate is available? What is the cost? Navaratna. Navaratna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Devi Prasad Das from KVK Malkangiri. He's not here. Dr. Jhunilata Bhuya, please. Your topic is growth performance of fossil Kadaknath breed of poultry in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Jhunilata Bhuya. working as scientist home science in Krishi Vigyan Kendra Mayurbhanj 1. And my topic is growth performance of Asil and Kadaknath breed of poultry in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha. And coming to the economy of Odisha among all the states of India always depends on agriculture and allied sectors. And in allied sectors like animal husbandry, fishery, horticulture, along with poultry rearing is one of the most entrepreneurial activity for the farmers, farm women, and also for the tribal groups of Odisha. And all you are knowing that the consumption of poultry meat has been increasingly day by day in the world. And it is the poultry meat is rich in protein, vitamins, minerals, and is one of and also healthy fat. And is one of the special non-vegetarian diet in every household. And coming to indigenous breed of poultry are also important source of animal proteins and could be a very helpful food groups for helps in combating nutritional deficiencies and also malnutrition among the farming communities. And Mayurbhanj is one of the tribal dominated districts in Odisha, and it contains 58.74% of tribal and PVTG, that is particularly vulnerable tribal groups. And Mayurbhanj is one of the largest district of Odisha, and it 39% of the forests are hilly, covered with hilly and forest areas. And out of the total geographical area of 4049 square kilometers. And here there is wide scope and opportunity for the growing of the animal sectors, and each and every household. You go there and also you find any goatry, poultry, or either one of the entrepreneurial activities in their in their communities. And my topic is that objective is to assess the growth pattern of Asil and Kadaknath in Mayurbhanj district. And Asil is that Mayurbhanj is the Hansley breed is one of the breed that is local to Mayurbhanj district, and it is also that Asil breed is the crossbreed of Hansel and crossbreed of Hansley, and it is well known for stamina, hardy meat, and fighting qualities. And it is also known among the tribal communities. They think of they think of that variety as the indigenous breeds. And coming to Kadaknath, this is also known as Kalamasi, and it is the predominant variety breed of that Jhabua district of Mayurbhanj district. Sorry, Jhabua district of MP. And it is this breed is highly nutritious in different nutritional aspects like proteins and other things. This is pictures of Asil poultry chicks, and this is the Kadaknath poultry chick, and this is the nutritional factor, that is calorie and micronutrient of chickens. And you know that these are the healthy fats are there, and also that omega-3 fatty acid, and also proteins that also contains 19.7 grams, and there is little calories is there in the chicken meat. And this is known as Kadaknath. Kadaknath, that is the black gold, and it is rich in the iron and also increases hemoglobin in the human beings, low in fat, rich in vitamin B1, B2, B6, B12, and B3, and it is high in omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, which is quite helpful for the people suffering from the lipid and also cholesterol disease, and it is also 40% higher protein than the other chicken. And also some of the tribal communities of Madhya Pradesh, they are also recommending this Kadaknath for taking as one of the nutrient, one of the food groups in the Indian cricket player. And coming to materials and methods, this is taken as one of the OFT by Krishi Vigyan Kendra Mayurbhanj 1 in villages, 4 villages, and conducted during the year of 2021-22. and 20 numbers of 21 days, both Asil and Kadaknath breed was supplied to the 20 beneficiaries of these 4 villages of 4 blocks, and the comparison was studied like body weight, different parameters like body weight, egg laying, age at fast egg productions, and also sexual maturity. These parameters are studied, and the data were statistically analyzed by Excel 22, and the sensory evaluation was conducted by Likert scale, and by panelists consisting of 5 numbers of government veterinary assistant surgeons of Mayurbhanj district. Coming to results and discussion, this table shows that in Asil breed of poultry chick, that there is growth pattern is increased from day 1 to up to 1 year, and also age at the fast egg production was more in was more in local breed, but it was 175 days in Asil and 172 days in that Kadaknath, and age at fast sexual maturity was 215 in Asil breed, and 40 egg production, and egg production was 53 in Asil and 38 in local breed, and Kadaknath was 32. And this shows that significantly higher weight was observed in Asil breed than that of Kadaknath and local breed of poultry chicks. Coming to comparison of other tests like body weights in and egg production and also gross return, this shows that the Asil breed has significantly higher than that of the local breed and Kadaknath breed. And coming to sensory evaluation, that is the taste, flavor, color, and flavor was studied, and this is found that taste and color was quite higher in Asil breed, whereas that flavor was more in local breed than that of Asil and Kadaknath breed. This is the demonstration. This is the assessment was conducted in the villages, different villages. That is the Kadaknath breed, and this was the Asil breed of poultry breed. And coming to conclusion, the present study, this shows that the Asil breed of poultry chick was significantly higher in comparing the different parameters like growth rate, egg production, and net return. That is higher in Asil breed of poultry chick than that of local breed and Kadaknath breed. Whereas sensory point of view, that local breed has significantly more flavor content than other 2 breeds. So, in overall, I and Mayurbhanj one recommended Asil breed of poultry chicks for the Mayurbhanj district, for the tribal community as one of the income generating activity, and also their growth promoting and their socio-economic improving breeds for the Mayurbhanj district. Thank you all. And if any queries, can ask. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, Mayurbhanj is the one of the high temperature and that is a high cold region. And it is suitable for that type of.
And also hilly regions. So I hope that climate is suiting for that type of breed. But that same breed, will it be give the same production in other districts?
Yes, sir. Like different districts coming under this in the North Plateau regions and also in the Western regions, this can be
Yes.
reared, sir.
Yes, so your result must be useful for the farmers of other districts.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Next, I would like to request Dr. Sumita Acharya, OUAT Bhubaneswar, Hello. She will be presenting on a topic elevating farmers' livelihood, a strategy for doubling income through KVK intervention in irrigate farming system in Puri district, Odisha.
Good afternoon, dignitaries of the dais and all the respected sirs and madams here. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries of the dais, respected chairman sir and co-chairman sir, and all the participants here. Myself, Dr. Sumita Acharya, scientist home science, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Sakhi Gopal, Puri. And my topic is elevating farmers' livelihoods, a strategy for doubling income through KVK interventions in integrated farming system in Puri district of Odisha. And my aim is to analyze the role of KVK intervention in enhancing the farmer's income through alternating farming practices and integrated farm enterprises, focusing on the scalability, profitability, and socio-economic impact. And my objective is to evaluate the contribution of mushroom cultivation, means the enterprise based, that is poultry farming, fisheries, in increasing the farmers' income and promoting the economic resilience, and to assess the profitability and scalability of alternative farming practices introduced by KVK interventions, and also to explore the socio-economic outcomes integrating the multiple farm enterprises. And I have studied some reviews on integrated farming system. That is a vast topic, but what are the intervention we have did in our KVK pertaining to that? I have surveyed the data. We have compiled 110 numbers of success stories on integrated farming system and compiled a book in our KVK for that, and in different farming system. Basically, I have focused here the economics of which enterprise is more effective in this integrated farming system. In Puri district context, diverse agroclimatic condition is there, so multiple crops will be grown there, and the challenges are more here, that is the cyclone, the saline instruction, and the erratic rainfall threaten the sustainability. And in integrated farming, integrates crops, livestock, aquaculture, horticulture for resilience and productivity. And if see the success of IFS in Puri, rice, fish, poultry system improved the soil fertility and water use efficiency. Organic and natural farming enhanced the vegetable and fruit cultivation sustainability. And in coastal region, basically in Gop and Nimapada block, focused on aquaculture and horticulture, means in horticulture mostly they are doing the mushroom cultivation mostly. Inland regions, that is the Satyavadi block, that is integrated paddy farming with livestock, that is the poultry. KVK intervention in 17, as I was joined in 2018 and 19 there, I have closely related with the data survey and the collection of the data and the intervention we have, because it is an integrated farming system, is a multidisciplinary approach. We have multidisciplinary scientists are there. We togetherly do this data collection, and in KVK intervention, mostly mushroom farming, that is paddy straw and oyster mushroom cultivation, provided low input, high income option, and poultry farming and fishery promoted year-round income and nutritional security of the farm families. Outcomes of KVK interventions: IFS improved the income stability and resource efficiency. And this is the district at a glance, the Puri district. The major crop are rice, beetle vine, mushroom, dairy, and poultry. As there is the low land is 59% is there, the pond-based farming system is mostly popular there in integrated farming system. My materials and method is here. My focus is the rural population, and for the diverse agroecological landscape, farming system analyzed are paddy, vegetable, mushroom, dairy, poultry, and fisheries. We have got the challenges in paddy, waterlogging situation is there, soil salinity is there. In vegetable, pest disease management, varietal evaluation. In mushroom, unavailability of bundle straw due to the mechanization in paddy harvesting, and the short life of paddy straw mushroom, and the distress sale of the oyster mushroom. Then in case of the dairy, low milk yield, lack of fodder cultivation, and scarcity of crossbred cows. In poultry, low growth and a high mortality rate. In fishery, poor pond management, low yield, high feed cost, and aquatic and weed infestation. And the data collection I have mentioned here, how I have done it. And according to the challenges there, we have the KVK intervention. In horticulture, we have popularized the variety Orka Rakhak IHR variety, and the Swarna Alokik in pointed gourd, and marigold, seracol, and the nutritional garden in the backyard. That is, we have popularized the Gangama Mandal nutritional garden also, that is the circular pattern, and that is very much popularized. And pest and disease management in chili and beetle vine, mulching and polyhouse vegetable shielding production. Also because in Puri, that is natural farming project is also running there. In mushroom production, we have demonstration on mushroom cultivation using the crumpled straw and improved packaging with EPS cabinet to transport the paddy straw mushroom from our state to out of state, so that we can get more money. Off-season cultivation of paddy straw mushroom in winter also we can cultivated that, and spawn unit development and vermicomposting from spent mushroom substrate. Then in livestock and fisheries, we have pond-based IFS integrating the fish with aquaculture practices, that is the Java Ponti as intercrop, and introduce the GI Katla and some of the diseases, and also we have introduced the bioflux system and provided the stunted fingerlings, and promoted Kodaknath poultry rearing and quail farming, as we have the ARIA project. So we have given them the startup inputs for their initial investment. And this is the results and discussion. The 110 success stories we have taken, and means the 110 replication we have done, simplified the hands-on training because the rural women 44.5% are below upper primary, and age group is 36 to 50, more adaptive. Then middle age group are there, because there is less than 1 acre land farming system is there. So we have more emphasize the mushroom, backyard poultry, fish, rice farming. And coming to the economic viability of the integrated farming system after KVK intervention, such of the intervention I have, some of the I have mentioned here. In 11 blocks, we have studied the farming systems there. In the 179.55% increased by after the KVK intervention. In Kakatpur block, that is more influential, and followed by Nimapada and Delanga. And this is the main our data sheet before KVK intervention in 2016 and 17, and I have studied it from 2018 and 19. And the status before KVK intervention is they are doing the monochrome, that is the paddy only, and low integration of the poultry, dairy, horticulture, and mushroom is there. So low income is also there. And the average net income across all system was 2,06,078.5. And this is the success story template we have done 110 template we have done. This is the model of one success story of a farmer of our adopted village, incorporating the mushroom crop and the horticultural crop. And this is the farm woman success story. One template is here. And after KVK intervention, we have collected the data. This is the economic of the enterprise-based economic we have studied. And after KVK intervention, the diverse farming system adoption is there, enhance the income also, boost the mushroom farming, and efficient resource utilization is there, horticulture and dairy growth is there, improved livelihood for women and self-help groups. We have focused with the farmer producer organizations also. We have promoted economic viability of aquaculture, then climate resilient farming practices, but as we have also the Nikra project that is in Jatipur village, and that is running very successfully with the climate resilient intervention, and then scaling of the technologies. And in mushroom sector, we have the interventions. And this is the before intervention, we have 4 lakh economics, and after intervention, it is up to 7 lakh. And the before and after intervention, we have done the paired sample test. And my conclusion is the impact of KVK is more in their economics on by the intervention of the KVK. Our future focus is to develop the climate resilient and region specific farming methods and create the strengthen the collaboration with the line departments, create customized training programs and improve the market access. We are focusing now on that. And the strategy we will do the capacity building, adaptive research and regular assessment. And community involvement is we will involve the APOs also. These are my references, and thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Thank you. Doubling the farmer's income.
Yes.
Any crop, which crop or which your system is giving more yield, doubling? Because it's, government of India is thinking for that actually.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is not happened in Odisha. So
Yes.
how will justify
In
doubling the
yes,
income?
sir. We have studied the enterprise-based in farming system. So mushroom is the most fast important enterprise that can double the farmer's income. As we spend 1 rupee, then outcome will get 1 rupee. Means 50. Yes, sir. So that is a very profitable enterprise. In low cost, they are earning the money, because for Puri district, I am telling, the mushroom is the most remunerable enterprise, because 6,000 hectare coconut orchard is there. In low cost, they are doing the mushroom in open field. So they are not investing any shade net, or low cost is there. So in floor, they are doing the mushroom bed. So Puri climate is very congenial to the mushroom cultivation. That is the temperature and humidity is for 10 months they are doing the paddy mushroom. Yes, sir. For 10 months in winter also they are doing the they are doing mushroom 10 months, and after that they are also doing 3 to 4 years they are doing oyster also. From oyster past 2 years we are doing the value added products also. We are promoting to outside drying oyster and the soup powder also. Processing units are there. And after mushroom, the fishery is the main remunerative enterprise in our Puri district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Next presenter, Dr. Jayashri Kar from OUT University, Bhubaneswar. Genetic on the topic, genetic variability and character association in pre-release hybrid of sunflower. I request everyone for 10 minutes of presentation. Please stick to the time, please.
Good afternoon to one and all who are present over here. Myself, Venkat Mohan Reddy. I'm a PhD scholar from plant breeding and genetics. I'm here to present the topic genetic variability and character association in pre-release hybrids of sunflower. Introduction. Sunflower is one of the important oilseed crops grown throughout the country, a source of premium oil and also fiber, dietary fiber that significantly contributes to human health. The nutritional quality of sunflower is due to high percentage of C18 fatty acids, particularly linoleic acid and oleic acid, which together represents 90% of the total fatty acids, and the remainder being made of palmitic acid and stearic acid. The main objective of this study was to find out the promising hybrids with respect to plot yield and oil yield. So these are the materials. These were obtained from IIOR Hyderabad, except KBSH 44, which was obtained from UAS Dharwad. And we'll come to results. As this is the ANOVA table, as we can see here, the mean sum of squares of all the characters due to treatments has been significant. That indicates there is an adequate variability among the treatments pertaining to all these characters. And this is the mean performance of all the genotypes. I will be mostly stressing on oil content, oil yield, and plot yield, which I have mentioned in red color. Those hybrids, they have outperformed the best check, that is IOSH 1311, IOSH 1315, IOSH 1319, 1320, etc. Similarly, oil yield, IOSH 1315, IOSH 1326, IOSH 1329. And similarly, plot yield, IOSH 1329 and IOSH 1311. And these are the genetic parameters of variability, including phenotypic coefficient of variation, GCV, heritability, genetic advance, and genetic advance as percentage of mean. Here, if we observe, for all the characters, PCV is slightly more than the GCV. That indicates there is an influence of environment on all the on the expression of these characters. If we see particularly oil content, oil yield, and plot yield, there is larger difference between PCV and GCV, which indicates these three traits are more sensitive to the environment. Coming to heritability, days to 50% flowering, plant height, days to maturity, and seed yield per plant has shown the higher heritability. And oil yield, seed yield per plant, and plot yield has shown the higher genetic advance as percentage of mean. If we observe the seed yield per plant, which is showing high heritability and high genetic advance as percentage of mean, which indicates the abundance of additive gene action. And we come to association analysis, which is correlation analysis and path coefficient analysis. Here, if we observe phenotypic correlation analysis, the plant height, head diameter, number of leaves per plant, oil yield, and plot yield have significantly and positively correlated with seed yield per plant. And the days to 50% flowering and days to maturity are negatively correlated with seed yield per plant, but those are non-significant. And similarly, genotypic correlation coefficient, we see plant height, head diameter, number of leaves per plant, oil yield, and plot yield. These are significant and positively correlated with seed yield per plant. As days to 50% flowering and days to maturity, oil content have been negatively correlated, but it is non-significant. And coming to path coefficient analysis, here I have mentioned the direct effects. Sometimes correlation analysis may be misleading. So we have to split the correlation into direct effects and indirect effects, which is done by path coefficient analysis. Here, the red digits, which shows the direct effects, and the black digits, those shows the indirect effects. If we see plant height, head diameter, number of leaves per plant, days to maturity, 100 seed weight, except days to 50% flowering, all the other characters have shown a positive direct effect, except the days to 50% which has shown negative direct effect. If we see plant height, head diameter, number of leaves per plant, and plot yield has the significant correlation and significant and positive correlation with seed yield per plants. That is because all these characters have indirect effects on the seed yield per plant. If we see genotypic path coefficient analysis, if we mainly focus on the number of leaves per plant, even though it is showing negative direct effect on the negative direct effect, but number of leaves per plant, it is highly significantly and positively correlated with seed yield per plant. It is because it has indirect effects. The indirect effects of number of leaves per plant through the other characters is positive. And the residual, if we observe the residual values, the low residual values here indicates whatever the traits which are chosen are enough to determine the yield of the hybrids. And around 90% and 98% of total variability for yield were contributed at phenotypic and genotypic level respectively by the characters under study. And finally, I conclude this by saying IOSH 1321, 1327, 1329, 1331, 1335, and 1336. These were the promising hybrids with respect to plot yield. And IOH 1326, IOSH 1329, IOSH 1331, 1335, 1336, 1346. These are the promising hybrids with respect to oil yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question? Thank you. Next, we are moving towards the next presenter, Dr. Prabhas Ranjan Sahu from OUAT Bhubaneswar on a topic, in silico discovery of potential drugs compounds against DNA polymerase of lumpy skin disease virus in cattle. Dr. Kumari Sweta. Dr. Kumari Sweta, she is with us from OUT University. Concerns faced in credit management by the goat rears of Mayurbhanj district of Odisha. Topic.
A very good evening to all respected chairman, co-chairman, rapporteur, and all the participants of this session. Myself, Dr. Kumari Shetty, assistant professor and head from the Department of Veterinary Extension and of OUT University. And today I am going to present a part of MBSc research of one of my student as constraints faced in credit management by the goat rearers of Mayurbhanj district of Odisha. So before coming to the main theme, first, I would like to briefly explain why this topic is brought to this in this conference. So we have gathered here to talk about the initiatives or the recent trends which is adopted for food security of the growing population. So this food security is having four components: the food availability, stability, food access, and utilization. So when among all these components, the availability of food is very much important, and I will focus on this. So as we see that the population is growing at a very fast pace throughout the world, and in Odisha also, the estimated population was 4.66 crore in 2024, which is estimated to 4.91 by 2036. So to feed this much population with a nutritious food, it is essential to have food from different sources, which may be from plants or it may be from the animals. So our animals are playing an important role in providing nutritious food to the population. So here we can see a look how this livestock is contributing in the state GVA. So along with agriculture and allied sector, it is contributing about 21%, and especially in agriculture, its contribution is 16.7%. And it has witnessed a growth of 2.5% against the previous year. So among different livestock, I will focus on goat. So in Odisha, goat are the important resource which can provide food as well as nutritional security to the landless and weaker sections of the society. According to Odisha Economic Survey, the goat population in 2021 was 6.39 million, which is projected to drop down by 2% up to 6.26 million. So the goat meat production will decrease from 32.2 to 31.7 thousand ton from 2021 to 35-36. But according to one report by Bureau in 2019, we have seen that the population, 95% population of Odisha is non-vegetarian. And the goat meat is gaining popularity among these peoples, which might be due to increasing income of the people and their changing feeding habits. So, according to Odisha Economic Survey, it has been estimated that the per capita consumption of goat meat will hike by 249%, and it will become 4.03 kg against 1.16, which was estimated in 2021. So, we can see from this scenario that goat rearing can provide a nutritional as well as food security to our Odisha people. But the goat farmers are very much challenged. They are challenged with the shrinking of the forest area. So they cannot provide a proper place to feed their goats. And also they are needed to adapt this goat farming on a large scale. So for that, they need some financial support. And fortunately, in our state, we are having public and private institutions which are providing credit facility to these farmers. But unfortunately, these farmers are unable to fully utilize the benefit. Therefore, this objective was decided to conduct a research on this to have an overview on this objective. So for conducting the research, a sample size of 240 respondents were taken, 120 respondents each availing loan from public sector banks and the microfinance institution. And the data was collected with the help of a structured interview schedule, which was analyzed further by frequency, percent, and guarantee ranking method to come on the conclusion. So during research, it was found that the goat rearers were provided financial support under certain schemes like NLM and Mukhya Mantri Krishi Udyog Yojana, under which they were provided with 50% subsidy on the total project cost, and under Mudra Yojana, a loan of up to 10 lakh for goat farming was provided under the Shishu, Kishore, and Tarun categories. During the study, it was also attempt was taken to know the knowledge of the respondents towards the financial system, and it was found that the farmers who were availing loan from public sector banking, they were having high level of knowledge. About 52% of the respondents were having high level of knowledge, but 65% of the respondents who availed loan from microfinance institution were having low level of knowledge. So this slide speaks about the detailed response of the respondents when it was attempted to know the knowledge level of the farmers. Now coming to the main thing, the financial constraints. Despite of having all the facilities, the farmers were constrained with many of the things like the respondents who were availing loan from public sector bank, the high rate of interest was ranked as the first constraint, followed by payment or recovery method of the interest as second, then insufficient subsidy from government as third, and irregular payment by the institution as fourth, then no incentives for poor and marginalized farmers as fifth, then no initiative from the government to popularize various financial options available for them as sixth, negligence by the authorities because of lesser loan amount as seventh, demand of collateral security as eighth, lots of documentation for availing this credit facility as ninth, and record keeping of proper documents as the 10th constraint. But the respondents who avail loan facility from microfinance institution, they have ranked no initiative from the government to popularize various financial options available for them as first, followed by demand of collateral security as second, then negligence by the authorities because of lesser loan amount as third, lots of documentation as fourth, no incentives for poor and marginalized farmers as fifth, then insufficient subsidy from government as sixth, high rate of interest as seventh, irregular payment by the institution as eighth, and payment or recovery method of the interest as ninth, and record keeping of proper documents as the 10th constraint. So at last, I would conclude that despite of the potentiality of goat farmers to provide a nutritious food to the population and availability of so many financial institutions to provide them credit facility, they are constrained by high rate of interest demanded by the institutions and less subsidies given to them as compared to other sectors, their inability to get information about the different schemes which are available for them, and also unavailability of training of the beneficiaries. So to overcome all these constraints, to minimize it, the government have to come forward. It should look the matter meticulously, and it should bring some stringent laws for the effective implementation of the various schemes, and also the government should develop a holistic approach towards formulation and organization of training and awareness programs for the goat farmers by the government. With these words, I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question? Thank you. Okay. All right. Next presenter will be Dr. Lipishmita Samal. Lipishmita Samal. Dr. Anuj. Dr. Anushri from OUAT Bhubaneswar. She'll be presenting on pathology, hematobiochemical, and imaging studies of renal disorder in dogs.
Good evening. Today, I, Dr. Anushri, MBSc scholar in the Department of Veterinary Pathology, will be presenting on etiology, hematobiochemical, and imaging studies of renal disorders in dogs. So, to begin with, most of the kidney disorders in dogs are often associated with non-specific clinical signs, as a result of which they often go unnoticed by the dog owners, and only when the situation becomes out of control, the pets are being brought to the veterinary clinic. Thus, the main reason of undertaking this study was to make the pet owners as well as the pet clinicians aware of the various non-invasive diagnostic techniques which can help in the early detection of kidney disorders so as to improve the quality of life of dogs by enabling proper and timely treatment. The non-invasive diagnostic techniques include blood examination, urine examination, along with ultrasonography, which not only minimize the stress and the pain to the pets, but also enhance the owner compliance and prevent the further risk of infections. The objectives of my study included screening of dogs based on the history, clinical science, and imaging studies, assessment of the epidemiological risk factors related to the kidney disorders in dogs, evaluation of the hematological parameters, serum biochemical parameters, and peripheral blood smear examination. Further, urine analysis along with urine culture and molecular confirmation of the microbial etiology were the further objectives, along with necropsy of dead dogs and histopathology, if any. So this is the sampling area, College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, where the study was undertaken so as to screen, where the dogs were screened on the basis of their clinical science and history. And the epidemiological risk factors which were taken into consideration included age, season, sex, and breed. And these were studied so as to have an idea about their relationship with the occurrence of kidney disorders in dogs. So the diagnostic methods included evaluation of the hematobiochemical parameters with the help of automatic hematology analyzer and automatic biochemical analyzer. Further diagnostic methods included examination of the peripheral blood smear along with ultrasonography, urine analysis, urine culture, staining the urine culture, and molecular confirmation of the uropathogens by colony PCR or polymerase chain reaction. So now coming to the results, it was seen that kidney disorders were highly prevalent among dogs with age greater than 8 years of age, in males, in the Labrador breed, and in the post-monsoon or winter season. Okay, coming to the typical clinical signs of kidney disorders. First one is hematuria or blood in the urine. Second one is hematemesis or blood in the vomit. Third one is melena or blood in the feces. And further typical signs were darkish urine, sometimes turbid urine due to pus, and non-systemic clinical signs like depressed and dull dog, along with emaciation, dehydration, etc. So coming to the hematological parameters, a significant reduction in the values of hemoglobin, packed cell volume, and TEC was noticed, which might be due to the anemia, and also significant elevation in the values of TLC and neutrophils was noticed. Peripheral blood smear examination was conducted, and these are the different type of RBC morphology abnormalities that we recorded, which might be due to the fact that kidney, being the storehouse since kidney secretes erythropoietin hormone, which plays an important role in the RBC production. So whenever there is any kind of affection in the kidney, the erythropoietin secretion gets hampered, and these are the abnormalities that we usually come across. I will name a few of them, like stomatocytes, target cells, annulocytes, teardrop cells, and echinocytes. Now, in case of serum biochemical parameters, a significant elevation was recorded in the values of creatinine and blood urea nitrogen, whereas hypoproteinemia was also recorded. We conducted urine cytology, and these were the different types of abnormal cells we found. First, there was presence of different types of crystals, calcium oxalate crystals, sulfathiazole crystals, amorphous phosphate crystals, which were suggestive of urolithiasis. Then there was presence of clumps of pus cells in the urine, which was suggestive of any kind of infection in the urinary tract, and also presence of transitional epithelial cells in the urine, which was indicative of cystitis. We performed urine culture, which was further stained with gram stain, and we found presence of gram-positive bacteria along with gram-negative bacteria, and mixed bacterial infections were also found. Now, ultrasonography of the suspected dogs was conducted, and we found presence of urinary echogenic sediments in the first case, which was suggestive of cystitis, presence of hyperechoic systole, suggestive of urolithiasis, and you can see there is presence of fluid column in the renal pelvis, which is suggestive of hydronephrosis or retention of fluid in the renal pelvis. We conducted necropsy of dead dogs and found presence of shrunken and pale kidneys, and also in one case we found a kidney with highly congested corticomedullary junction. Upon conducting histopathology, we found glomerular sclerosis, glomerular hypocellularity, presence of thickened Bowman's capsule, which might be due to the fact that there is widespread congestion and hemorrhage in the kidneys due to the toxic changes. Finally, the urine culture was subjected to colony polymerase chain reaction to just study about the 16S RNA gene sequencing of the bacteria, and 3 different isolates were found positive. First is Proteus mirabilis, second is Enterococcus faecium, and third is Commomonas scarcesi. This is a phylogenetic tree, and after getting the sequence, we sent the data to the NCBI, National Center for Bioinformation Technology, and they provided us a unique accession number for each bacteria. So you can see the red triangle represents the accession number that we were provided, and you can see the similarity between our isolate and other isolates from the different country. This is accession number Proteus mirabilis PQ577993. And this is accession number of Commomonas scarcesi PQ577994. Speaking about this bacteria, this is a gram-negative bacilli, and we are the first one to report it in dogs from Odisha. Previously, only one instance of Commomonas scarcesi was recorded, that too in goats suffering from urinary tract infection. Historically, Commomonas scarcesi was only limited to humans, but from the last 2-3 years, it is also now found in animals, thus gaining recognition as an emerging pathogen having zoonotic importance. So to recap, the prevalence of renal disorders were recorded at 6.58% in my study, with more affections in the male Labrador breed, in the senile dogs, and in the post-monsoon season. The prominent hematological alterations were anemia and leukocytosis, and the prominent changes in the RBC morphology were annulocytes, stomatocytes, target cells, echinocytes, and teardrop cells. Serum biochemical alterations observed were presence of highly elevated values of BUN and creatinine, along with a decrease in the value of total protein. Urine microscopy revealed presence of crystals, also called as crystalluria, along with presence of uroepithelial cells, like I showed, transitional epithelial cells. Also, the ultrasonography showed the presence of very comet tail-shaped sediments in the urinary bladder, along with presence of renal fluid in the renal pelvis, along with presence of hyperechoic renal cortex, loss of corticomedullary differentiation, and presence of many cystoliths. We were provided with unique accession numbers for each of the bacteria that we found, and Commomonas scarcesi, as I have told, is the first ever report from Odisha from dog, which is now considered as a potential emerging pathogen due to its zoonotic significance. So I will like to conclude with the following, that renal health is often overlooked, but is a very critical aspect of veterinary care. So by being proactive, we can provide quality health to our pets by not overlooking these things and paying attention to whatever is necessary. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anushri. Any question? Yes, sir.
How the patients can be taken care by the distribution. But I probably right now, like, do you have any study or is there any study conducted or investigation done with the regular power system of the individuals who are using the patient?
No, so there is no.
Yeah,
We think veterinarians aware our patient owners that these are the things that you should look after for maintaining the health of your pets, and we make them aware by telling, but there is no such awareness program running that to make the pet owners aware of the fact that these can be the symptoms if your dog is suffering from kidney disorder or liver disorder. There is no such thing.
Not that kind of study very difficult. But that's a power, not regular power set. Unless I get more about that, again, once it happens, they come to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. This session will be concluded. With us, the chairman was Professor Kailash Chandra Samal and Dr. Sandeep Segal. So,
thank you.
So in this session, the theme topic of sustainable agriculture and horticulture and food security and nutrition. So there are 15 papers are there. Out of 15 papers, 12 presenters presented the papers, 3 are absent. And all the presenters are presented very nicely with sufficient data, well organized data. They presented, the presentation are based on the data and on the topics like crop management, soil management, weed management, varietal development and varietal selections, like sunflower and other crops. Then agro-enterprise models, like rice, mushroom, rice fishery, like this in Puri districts. And some of the topics are also health management. Jamun is very important plant which protects us from different diseases. So a lot of importance is given in Jamun. As you have heard one story that there was a crocodile and there was a monkey is there. So from that story you can know what is the importance of Jamun. So he presented very nicely about effect of Jamun, how to develop some pharmaceuticals so that we can take that product and we shall keep our health. And there is another topic was there, that is on drumstick, and the presenter was absent. And that is very important. There is excellent topic in the COVID time. You see lot of importance was given on drumstick and that leaf also, which contain vitamin D. So which previously which we call poor man's crop, these are now rich man's crop, like drumstick, like ragi, chia seeds. Now they become healthier crops. And all the topics they described very nicely. How to, our motto is how to make farmers comfortable, how to increase their profit income, how to double their income, and in a sustainable manner. That is most important. So most of the presenters, they presented in that way, how we can increase the farmers' income sustainably. And it fits. And finally, the one topic was there on pet care. That is also there. That is very important. And she described very nicely. So the bacteria which is present in human being, now it is transmitted to dog. And it may create some problem in future if we cannot manage it thoroughly. And she presented very nicely. And another 2 topics are there on how you can model the crops to assess, forecast your productivity. One presenter, Abhiram Das, he presented that there are different models are there, artificial neural network and other models are there. How we can use that models to forecast the productions after 5 years, 6 years. He presented very nicely. All the presenters, they presented very nicely. Now I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar Samantaray sir, former professor, soil water conservation engineering, and also former dean student welfare, and now the founder president of Indian Climate Congress, to sum up the this topic. Thank you, sir.
Samasthanku namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Friends, it's really a great pleasure for me to be present here. So I am just coming as a listener, as because our Dr. S. Mahapatra, executive member, he left due to some urgent work. So I hope the chairman has given me this responsibility. I was very keenly observing every talk. And also, I have written a few points on that also. So out of 15 presenters, 12 presented. All presenters present very well, very good. So very informative, very educative, and also from the research point of view.
but few lacunae is there during their presentation. That I will also speak. Let me sum up. Then at the closing point, I'll say a few points how they can be present the papers in national and international conferences like a national and international speakers. So first is our first paper was Dr. S.K. Raut, and his topic was transforming watershed from gray to green, a reward initiative. He is in the field of saltwater engineering. I am in the same field. So you see, as regards to agriculture is concerned, the watershed plays a vital role for our crop production and from the farmers' income to be double. So any watershed to be studied. I hope Dr. Raut is here. No. So this is the lacuna. You see, presenter presented, they left. How many presenters are present here? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyway, out of 12, 87 are there. 8. Okay. So this is a request for the presenters. You must present till the end. You see, at this age, we are here. What for? We are for you only. We'll give some good suggestions so that in future you can present very well. So, as regards to Dr. Raut also, I asked few questions. You see, he has taken a very 13 our objectives. So he can't go deep, I'm sure. So always pick up 2, 3, 4 objectives. Go into deep. And particularly when I was just looking for his presentation, he has also done some crop modeling. That is also very equal. And estimation, I told one question. Suppose for you are going for any watershed, you must see what are the crops are growing there. What is the crop water requirement of the crop? What is the soil type? All such data. Some data are available in watersheds and some you have to collect, keeping in view of research points. So unless and until you know the water requirement, what is the water available and what is the water required? That also he has not studied. Then what should be the fate of the project? So anyway, he is not here. But anyway, he has presented good points. Many data he has taken. He always told that huge data, huge infrastructure, huge this, that. Okay. But if you collected a huge data, you have to analyze, you have to present. Okay. The second presenter, Dr. Minoti Mahapatra, encapsulation of anthocyanins from Jamu pomac extract. You see, jamun is definitely is good fruit for our diabetic patient. One question I also asked at that time, particularly comparative study should be there, the antioxidant. The antioxidant is important for our health point of view, because antioxidant keeps advantages. You see, it reduces our aging processes. It maintains a good health. So which fruit we have to take? Nowadays, doctor advising for diabetic, which fruit you should take, which will not take. So that's because it is giving high antioxidant, and comparative study she has not done. So it is required to do it. So that third speaker is Dr. Suchismita Jaina. Her topic is heterocysis in papaya. He has done work on papaya and impact on fruit yield and quality attributes. You see, even diabetic patient, doctors prescribe you take papaya as well as guava. Now, jamun can be included. So these are the points. So I request those who are present here also. I don't know who has written anything out of this, but I have written 10 pages at this age. The gist of your topic. This notebook is also I don't have. I find somebody left this. I have utilized. Okay. So when you are coming for any lecture, see, this is international conference. I was looking, nobody is writing. So you write. No, not only rapports are there. Job is to write. So, but anyway, no. You see, because the good points, if you see, nowadays our children are reading with this computer. ଆମେ ପାଠ ପଢୁଥିଲୁ ବହି ପଢୁଥିଲୁ ସେମାନେ ବହି ପଢି ପାରିବେ ବହି ପଢିବା ଆଉ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ପଢିବା that's hell and heaven. My friend is all my friends are sitting here. ସେଥିରେ ତାହା ଭିତରେ ଅନ୍ୟ ସାଇଡ୍ କି ପଳାଉଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ସବୁ ଆମ ନାତି ନାତୁଣୀ ପିଲାମାନେ ଆମେ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ପଢିବା ଭିତରେ they are going to ଖେଳିଲେ ଇଏ ଖେଳିଲେ anyway that will not talk. This is not the forum to talk. So regarding I told about the yes, Popeye, yes. And I put on a very important question because we are staying in cities. So rooftop gardening, which varieties? And she told me I have written, and I will also plant this in my roof. So that roof, yes. Either you remember or not, I have written that rooftop gardening. That is Pusha Nana. No. Achha, theek hai. So I am basically an engineer. So I have not much of the acquainted to the veterinary and the other topics of the agriculture. Anyway, so you see, these are just to be written by the delegates. Because paper is given, pen is given. I always give importance to that. So next speaker is our Dr. Anita Mohapatra, fifth speaker. Effect of weed management of yield and economics of sunflower under modified spacing in coastal plains zones in Odisha. You see, coastal zones, as you observed, that woods is really a problem. Either will how to kill the weeds, that is a problem. If will put some herbicides or pesticides, then also our soil will be damaged. Soil health is also important. You see, the top soil, 10 inch to 1 feet soil is very fertile soil. And you see, when people are planting, see, now because due to climate change, we need some more plant to be planted. But nobody is following the rules and the regulations of planting. The top soil, suppose ଆମେ ଯଦି ଗାତ ଖୋଳିଛେ ଉପର 6 ଇଞ୍ଚ ମାଟିକି ପୂର୍ବ ପଟରେ ପକେଇବା ତଳ 6 ଇଞ୍ଚ ମାଟିକି ପଶ୍ଚିମ ପଟେ ପକେଇବା ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗଛ ଲଗେଇବା ଗାତ କରିବା ଯେ ତଳ ମାଟିଟା ଉପର ମାଟିଟା ତଳକୁ ଯିବ ତଳ ମାଟିଟା ଉପରକୁ ଯିବ ରିଜନ କ'ଣ ତା ଉପର ମାଟି ଯେହେତୁ ଅଛି ଆମର ଫର୍ଟିଲିଟି ଷ୍ଟାଟସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ସଏଲ୍ ଇଜ ମୋର ଚେରଟା ତଳକୁ ଯାଉଛି ତେଣୁ ଇମିଡିଏଟଲି ସେ ଖାଦ୍ୟ ପାଇବ ତେଣୁ ଯୋଉ ପ୍ଲାଣ୍ଟେସନ ସବୁ ହଉଛି ଆମେ ବି କରୁଛେ ସବୁ ଚାରିଆଡେ ଦି ସେମ୍ ସିଚୁଏସନ୍ ନୋବଡି ଅବଜର୍ଭିଂ ଗାତ ପ୍ରପରଲି ଖୋଳା ଯାଉନି ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ପପେୟା କଥା ମୁଁ ଏବେ କହୁଥିଲି ଭଲ କଥା ଆମେ ଯଦି ଡାଇବେଟିକ୍ ସମସ୍ତ ଟେକାଟା ପକେଇଲେ ଆଜିକାଲି ଡାଇବେଟିକ୍ ତେଣୁ ପପେୟା କଲ୍ଟିଭେସନ ଆମ ସହରରେ କରିବା ତେଣୁ ରୁଫଟପ୍ ଗାର୍ଡେନରେ ମୁଁ ତ କରିବି ଆପଣମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଏ ସେମିନାର ମଧ୍ୟ ଏଇଟା ହୋମ୍ ଗେଟ୍ ମେସେଜ ୟୁ ମଷ୍ଟ ଟେକ୍ ଦି ହୋମ୍ ଗେଟ୍ ମେସେଜ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଦେନ୍ Satyabrat Mangraj, assessments of indigenous aromatic rice varieties of higher profitability. Sixth speaker. Oh, yes, sorry. Acha, ठीक है. Okay, I'll obey the order of the chairman, my friend also. Anyway, you are right because we have to honor the time. So regarding the indigenous aromatic rice, the varieties which he has given, that should be adapted in our state. So I'll very hurry up. Then seventh speaker is Junilata Bhuya, growth of performance of Osili and Kadaknath. So I have a comparative study, you know that. Very good. And then next is Dr. Sumita Acharya from Puri, KVK. Actually, I have visited, I don't know whether the Sumita has recognized me or many times I have visited. Yes, you are recognizing me. Thank you. Whenever I visit Odisha, sometimes I used to visit always with the KVKs. So keep in that. My friend is there. So that at least we can exchange our thoughts and ideas. So she told many good things, particularly in our ecosystem in coastal belts. And also then Joy Sri Kara and regarding sunflower.
So she also mentioned that the fat, what is that contents that I forget. And that very important point I have noted. I have to see because I have not remembered that. That's why I used to write. Yes, unsaturated fatty. Thank you. Thank you. That is good for our health. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. So that is. 10th is Joy Srikar regarding his, sorry, that's finished. 11th is Dr. Kumari Shweta. Regarding 10th constant of goat rearing. So, yes, I have written 3 good points. Yes, out of the 10, important thing that should be, I request the secretary of this organization to have the objective and also the proceedings to be given to the government and to be circulated to all. So in her paper actually, no initiative from government to popularize this rice and other things, he told. And high rate of interest, release and government to come forward to holistic approach for solving all such problems. There are 10 problems she narrated. Then Dr. Last I think Dr. Anusri, very recently she told about the dog care and particularly we don't give always importance to the animal care in comparison to the as much as you are giving human being that you are not giving. See, narrated very nice points and particularly the how to know the clinical sign whether the dog is suffering from kidney disease or some other disease. So very late stage we go to the doctor. So I thank her. At least some symptoms she told. So knowing the symptoms, we go to the veterinary doctor quickly. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, everyone. Here we conclude for the D2 session 1. And we will be meeting tomorrow right at 9:30 in the morning for the next session on a topic, sustainability, agriculture and horticulture and livestock-based sustainable food system.
I request Vijay sir to give vote of thanks.
So a hearty vote of thanks to the chairman, co-chairman, session coordinator, our rapporteurs, and all the esteemed delegates. Even if it is just beyond time, 10 minutes, all are present here. Thank you. And we expect large numbers tomorrow. So thank you also.
Thank you, Vijay sir. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll be meeting tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Till then, Jai Jagannath. Requesting everyone for the group photo, please.